Our next guest is Anita Tosh. Anita Tosh has not just done it once. How many books have you written, Anita?
I've published 3.
3 books, okay. And by the way, where are you located?
I'm in Sunnyvale, California.
That's over by the coast or the Bay Area?
I'm in the Bay Area.
Okay.
Yeah, right in the middle of Silicon Valley.
Oh, nice. Now, by the way, I got a bunch of questions about how you are able to be so prolific. But first, I just want to put your book cover up on the screen and ask you to tell us a little bit about the Book of Jeremy.
All right. Well, the Book of Jeremy, first off, it started because my grandson wanted a book with his name on it. And as it went along, he kind of turned into a modern day Jeremiah. So I just titled it The Book of Jeremy after the way they're titled in the Bible. So the book went on from there. And now my grandson, Jeremy, was a really big brat. And so the Jeremy in the book is a really big brat. It's not him, but it has that likeness. And so, I want people to know that God loves everybody. It doesn't matter if you are a big brat, and he can use you too. So Jeremy, he begins to have prophetic dreams. And the book starts when he's just 12, and it goes on till he's, I believe, about 18. And so God does end up using him in a lot of miraculous ways in the book.
How I don't want to spoil the book, but how does his parents take that and address that special ability?
Well, his dad said, he started realizing that God was giving him these special dreams. And he said, God wants to use you. We need to fast and pray together and see what God has for you. And so that's what they did. And he was still, he's still like 12. And so after about a week, they both had the same vision from God. Also, their pastor had the same vision. So all 3 of them. And it just kind of scared him to death because he was also extremely shy. And in the vision, they all saw he was preaching. And so, but you might like this part because he wasn't really preaching face to face. He was preaching online. And so that helped a little bit, but he still had to do, some stuff in person. Yeah. But he was able to start posting things online, talking about his visions and what God was showing him through those that was happening in the world around him.
Now, this Jeremy, is this book written for young adult, for everyone?
Yes, it's for everyone. Yeah. It falls in the young adult category because there's no sex and no cussing.
Surprise,
but,
a book from Anita
all
Tosh.
All ages enjoy it.
Surprise, a book from Anita Tosh is clean, by the way, so thank you. And there's more than this one, so I'm anxious. This is just intriguing. When I read the little synopsis on it, I said, I want to read that book. It's just fascinating. And people need to learn to open their ears and listen when God's talking. And I just made me think about how many people in history, their parents and everybody says, you're not hearing that, you're not getting those messages. Where maybe that spirit is crushed in them and they never realized it. So,
God, it is a still small voice. He's not super pushy. If you want to be used of God, you have to really be listening and obey what he tells you to do. And that can be scary.
That could be very scary, yes.
Yeah.
Now tell me, Anita, you do more than write books. You teach Sunday school. You run a preschool. Tell us a little bit about your life.
Well, I have taught a lot of Sunday school, about 20 some odd years or more. Now I just kind of fill in when somebody's not there. But I started a preschool at our church, and I was the director for 21 years. And again, now I'm retired, and I just fill in when they need me.
Yeah.
So that does give me a little bit more time for writing. And also I did want to mention the thing about writing the book. There is so much prophecy coming to pass right now that is shown in the end times. I also teach end time Bible studies because we need to know. I mean, we're right there. The mark of the beast is about ready to be rolled out. They have the the digital money. And I just heard today that Australia has started to roll this out for the whole country to use only digital money,
Wow.
no cash.
Yeah.
And our country has it all set to go as well. We're not that far away from
I've
it.
heard that. I've heard that.
So that was really a catalyst also for the book, that I want people to realize these things are happening. It's not just an old dusty book over there, but it's happening right now around us.
And by the way, I didn't tell you, Anita, but our viewers can see it. Your title on the screen says Anita Tosh, author and end time specialist. And you are a specialist on the end of times, and you get to speak sometimes and talk to people about that?
From time to time.
And now tell me how you became an author. I know this is your, third book?
Yes, the third one. Well, my first book, I started because I wasn't really happy with the kind of reading that the schools were giving my grandkids. And so my first one is called The Zella Chronicles, and it's really I wrote it to be a comfort to people who are grieving. And it's about a little girl who dies when she's young, but it shows her in heaven and the things that she does there, and how Jesus sends her back to earth for what is called in the book missions. And so that was my first one, and I published that one more traditionally. And then my next one was called God's Armory, which is about a small church in the end times and how they make it through until the rapture.
Yes. So for our viewers, start with Jeremy. Start with any of them. In fact, I went to, I didn't like the picture that Anita sent of her book, so I went to Amazon to get a better picture, and I was surprised how well laid. You just type Anita Tosh, it pops up, shows all your books. It's very well laid out. You get to read a little about Anita and about her book, so it's very impressive, Anita. So your books are easy to find. And by the way, we have also on the screen a web address, booksbyanita.com. What would our viewers find if they went there?
Well, that also connects to my blog, but there are all three books. It shows where you can get them, and it gives you a synopsis about them. There's lots of stuff on my website. But on the blog, I do want to mention that the book I'm currently working on is it's about Jeremy's sister. She doesn't leave with the rest of the family when they exit the town. And so this book is about her and her new husband and how they survive when the whole world is turned upside down with World War III. Yeah. And so you can find the first 5 chapters of that book on my blog, and get a sample of my writing there.
Yeah, that's not fair, because if we read the first 5 chapters, we're going to have to get the rest of the book. So
I'm still writing it. It's not ready.
Oh, that's neat. I like that. I want to read that right now while you're still writing and in development. So the minds of authors are amazing. I like to study that. Anita, we're really running out of time, but any last thoughts, anything you want to share with our viewers?
I'm just so thankful for this opportunity to be here and talk with you, and I hope you will take a look at the books and take a look at the Bible, because it's coming right up. It's all happening right now. Yeah, let's be ready.
I say that again. It's not just some dusty book in the corner.
Right. It's alive, and it's happening now.
It's happening right now. Anita, you're inspiring that you've written all these books, and you have this great passion, and I just love that you got to put your grandson's name on the cover. And I want to say you've done one thing I haven't been able to do yet. That's to have grandchildren. That's a hint to my kids there. So thank you, Anita. And I hope you could come back again.
I hope so. Thank you again, and God bless.
And for our viewers, stick around. We're going to have another author coming up right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their books, about their process, how they actually get a book published. I don't know how you do that because I have not done that yet. We have so many viewers who are out there trying to get their first book published. Well, our first guest did it. She got her book published. She had an idea. She lived a full life, even though she's still very young, and she put it down on paper. Welcome, author Anna Lydia Chavez. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you.
Now, as you know, as our viewers know, I just talked to somebody in New York earlier. I talked to somebody in Scotland. I talked to somebody in France. But you're sitting right next to me, which is very unusual for this show. Somebody from my own area.
Yes.
Tell me, Anna, where were you born?
I was born in a border town, San Luis, Rio Colorado, Sonora, next to Yuma, Arizona.
Oh, close to Yuma, Arizona.
Yes.
And say the name of the town again?
It's San Luis, Rio Colorado.
And we call it San Luis.
San Luis.
I've been to San Luis.
Okay.
Many times.
Sonora.
I went to see my aunt in Yuma, and she takes us to San Luis.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
that's
didn't
my
know-
little town.
I didn't know it had such a long name. Now, you were born there. Well, just here's the book cover. Let's start with that for our viewers. And tell us a little bit about the book. What does it cover? Where does it start and where does it go?
So this book started from the idea after my two daughters. I have two daughters. I was a single mom with two daughters, and later on I met a beautiful man that he became later on my husband. And when we were, in Fresno living together, my two little girls asked me a question that made me feel very embarrassed because it was a question about puberty, about, sex talk.
Mm-hmm.
And as a Mexican woman, I felt, I felt like, wow, this is like taboo. I can't talk about this. So my mother, which Mexican woman, did not talk to me about this. So I just, I didn't know how to answer that. I turned red like a tomato, and I just said, you know what, let me get back to you.
Okay, that's fair.
So I wanted this little inquiring minds to get the right thing, and I didn't want to give them a bad message, and I didn't want to, make them feel ashamed of their mother in a way. So I went and wrote everything down, and then after that, it just sparked up an idea like, maybe more mothers feel this way. Maybe more, even dads might feel this way. And then I felt that I needed to give them a story of my life. My mother made a big sacrifice in leaving her family, her mother and siblings and everybody else in Mexico to find our father here in the valley. And she felt, I need my husband to help us grow together as a family. And so that inspired my book,
Now-
telling my daughters.
Now, you started in San Luis.
Yes.
And where'd you go next?
So we came, and actually this is a perfect time thank you for doing this, Mike. 4th of July, we crossed over. So this is the perfect time this year will be 47 years
Oh, my
in
goodness.
California.
Yeah.
So it was in 1977. My father, who was working out in the field.
You were a kid then?
Yes, I was 10 years old.
Okay.
10 years old. So my father was living in Kerman, Biola, and that's where we first went, to Kerman and Biola.
And you went in search of him, or you knew where he was?
My mother knew where he was at. But I think my father was like very happy on his own. He was okay on his own. He just would send money to mom. But my mother is a very responsible, very intelligent, very bright lady. She said, no, our family needs to be together, and I need my husband, and my children need their dad. And my mother sacrificed her life in bringing us here for a better life.
Now, how was your English when you came?
No English at
No
all.
English. You're 10 years old.
I was 10
you
years
came
old.
to Kerman.
Yes, came to Kerman. We went to...
Kerman, by the way, is what, near Fresno?
It's in between, it's really close to Biola and, right in between Biola and Fresno.
Our international viewers might know where Fresno is, but I don't think they'll know where Biola is.
Biola is, or Kerman.
But they're both great places.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, very agricultural, raisins, So my mother and my father was working at a packing home, a packing raisin, and that's where we ended up living there for like a month. But yes, my siblings and I, we did not speak any English.
Oh boy.
We went to Sun Empire Elementary School in Kerman,
Yeah.
and that's where I was there till 1983 when we moved to Fresno.
Now, so you go, you're 10 years old, you go to school,
Yes.
and what happens?
Oh, we have the greatest teachers in Kerman that I would say, a child's brain it's like a sponge. So at 10 years old, they were teaching us individually English. We were like in front of a video, just listening on headphone sets, listening English, translating in Spanish, and 6 months we were all fluently speaking English.
The reason I ask you this question is because that's a Central Valley story.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of the stories just like yours.
Yes.
But a lot of people that live around here, we don't know those stories.
Yes.
That's why I'm going to read this book.
Yes, and I talk about what went through our childhood. It wasn't that easy. It wasn't easy. It was like we had to go through some bullying. We had to go through some, just harsh stuff that we went through. We worked. My parents taught us to work. We were picking grapes. We were doing everything. So I had to give this story to my daughters so they could feel accomplished with their lives, and have them learn that our life here wasn't that easily done. So yes.
Now, what neighborhood did you end up in Fresno when you moved to Fresno?
Parkside. So we lived here on Belmont and Napa, right across the road, right across Roding Park.
From the park, yeah. It's not too far from where we are right now. And you went on to Fresno High?
I went on to Fresno High, graduated in 1986 from Fresno High. I thought I was able to go to college, and then something else just struck me because I wasn't informed that being an immigrant, maybe you could or you could not go to college. And I thought I was not able to go to college, but I wanted to be a nurse, and I was a CNA for like maybe 2 years. As a CNA working at a convalescent hospital, which is this nurse, the assisted living centers now, that's what they're called. So then after that, I got married. Got married.
One thing left to another.
Yes.
Now, I'm interested in this story because it's a story of my area. People, hundreds, thousands of people have similar stories that came from Mexico, and they live here now, right around where we are. Who else is going to read this book?
Well,
I hope your kids and people you wrote it for will read it.
I'm hoping this book is picked up maybe by, this is asking too much, but maybe by a school, because I think I'm not only talking about my childhood and my upbringing, and I'm also talking about different things that happened to me throughout my childhood and also my adulthood. I later on felt that it was very important for me to go back to school because my mother made a sacrifice for us to be better. So in 2009, I went back to school.
Oh, you did? Nice.
I went to Fresno City College, and in 2015, I graduated next to my daughter who was graduating. We walked together. I did a crim major, bachelor's degree, and my daughter did psychology.
Nice.
So I just felt that even though we go through so many things in life, we can accomplish a lot of things, and I just wanted my mom to feel proud of me that she did this sacrifice in bringing us here to better our lives, and I wanted her to feel proud, and she's still alive, and she is proud of me every day.
And she's here.
She's here in Fresno.
Yeah, you still speak Spanish, I hope?
I sure do.
What a great...
Yes.
When I hire people, if they speak English and Spanish, that's a great value to me.
Yes.
And I hope young people who think, I don't want to speak Spanish like the old people do, I hope they can see the value in that.
Yes, and that's one of the things that I did teach my daughters, to speak Spanish, because in our careers, we need it, especially living here in Central Valley.
Especially now.
We have people from all walks of life coming in, from El Salvador, from Cuba, from everywhere. We could relate to them in Spanish. We have that connection. We maybe might different words, but we could still speak and communicate. And as far as career-wise, learning 2 languages is not bad here in California.
Well, as I referred in the opening of the segment, that we have viewers from all over the world who are writing their first book, writing, and just getting across the finish line is such a big step.
Yes.
But then what happens? You finish writing, and you got to figure out how to publish it.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mike, because it took me a long time to get this out. I started it in 2007 or 8 when my daughters asked me this question, and then it just grew from there. And in 2020, well, actually it was like 2018, I was getting close to getting it done, and I had a friend of mine edit it. She was she had a writing specialty. She
had the background.
Yeah, she had it all, and she was a sweet lady. I was helping her buying a home because I'm a realtor. I was helping her buying her home. She told me that she had a background in writing. I said, would you do the honors and help me? And so she looked at it, and she was so cute. She goes, my dear, you have a Mexican novella. So I thought it was so cute, and I started researching where I can get it published. And it took me another 2 years for me to get that courage to go talk to somebody. And I read so many books that inspired me to get this book out. And I even reached out to Sandra Cisneros because I read her book and it inspired me. The Mango Street. Oh my God, that was a beautiful book.
Yeah.
And I reached out to her, but her publisher was not able to help me. She just says, keep looking, keep looking. She gave me, just keep doing it. Just go reach out. So I talked to a company in New York. I sent it out, and they accepted me.
Wow.
And got it going. And in 2020, my husband said, you know what, Anna, let me read this book first before you publish it. I have to first give it
thumbs up.
Thumbs up. So he was so cute. He read it. He read the unedited script. He read it, and he said, you know what, you can do this. This is a beautiful story.
Good.
You should do it. And so I did. I did it. And he just said to me, he goes, well, I just hope my family still likes you after this. I'm being very vulnerable in this book, so I had to. I had to for me to tell my daughters who I am, and maybe God takes me from this world. There's a book there my grandkids can read.
All your daughters know is Fresno and America.
Yes.
And you had a whole different backstory.
Yes.
Now, I know we're over time. I'm getting the signal there, but if you were to do another book, would it go a lot smoother?
Yes, it would. And I actually do want to do another book because I do talk about my husband that I met here. But my husband did pass away in 2022. So there's a story of me and my husband.
There's a whole other story out there. Okay. Our guest is author Anna Lydia Chavez. Any last thoughts you want to give before we're out of time?
I just want to say that everybody is important in this life. And whatever you do, whatever you're good at, you know what you're good at, and just keep doing what you're doing because you are worth every single minute in this world.
That's a great message. I can't wait to read the book. I'm going to read this. It sounds like it should be in the California schools.
Yes.
Because it's a California story.
Yes.
We'll be back with more authors right after this.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Central Valley Talks, Briggs on Books. It's our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world. We just got off a call with somebody from Scotland. It was fascinating. Of course, he's from Jersey before he moved to Scotland. Our next guest is from somewhere in Canada. Welcome, Lisa Brierley. Tell us where you're located, Lisa.
Hi, Mike. Great to see you again. I'm in Ashcroft, British Columbia on the west coast of Canada.
Yep, that's in. Now I'm going to pop up your latest book just as a teaser. We'll talk about it more in a few minutes, but 6 Months of Love. And by the way, there was one before that too called 1 Year of Love. Is that right, Lisa?
A Year of Love.
A Year of Love, okay. And tell us about, I don't know where you want to start, from the first book or the second book. Tell us about those.
Oh my goodness. A lot of story to retell. It could be story time here. I published my first book, A Year of Love. It was published in, oh my gosh, I got to get my numbers right, 2023. And within a few months of publishing that book, I was excited to start my second one. And I know inside my cover it says I've published this one in 2023, so 6 months of love. So within a year and a half or so, I published the 2 books, and excited too to share that I was awarded with Amazon bestsellers for both of them, which
Wow.
I'm super excited about. And just excited to be able to share my story and hopefully inspire others to maybe reflect on their own life and see about different choices for new results in their life. Was kind of my goal in writing my books.
A Year of Love, what brought that book about?
Yeah, so as you can see on the front cover, as me and my husband Scott, I met him during a personal development class in 2021 in August, and I personally was doing tons of shifting in my life and changes in my life, and others were noticing this, kind of positive aura that I was bringing out and great things that I was doing and all that sort of stuff. And I've heard many people kind of say to me, Lisa, like, you should write a book about it. And I was like, I don't need to write a book about it. I was a full-time teacher at the time, and I'm like, I'm doing okay in my current job, Anyway, by the summer, so a year after, I thought, maybe I'll give this a go. And so I was actually on a plane ride to meet my husband in Prince Edward Island, so the East Coast Canada, and started writing this book. And it was this is the cover, or the front cover picture is me arriving in PEI and meeting him there at the airport. But that's where it all started, writing on the little notes app in my phone. That's where it all began. Yep.
Was it iPhone, by the way?
It was.
It's a powerful tool. Now, would you say it's a journal? Is it like a journal?
So this is
Or an
a
adventure?
sequentially written book. So every chapter is a month.
Okay.
Fortunately for this lovely tool, you're right, I was able to recall via all the pictures I've taken on our adventures.
Now what a great resource.
Yes, things we've done and the feelings I felt from all those things, those activities and things that we did. And so that's what this book is. It's the year in sequence, so it's all the months of that year. And 6 months of love is also sequential. However, it actually contains a little more than 6 months. The prime time was our 6 months we spent in Thailand. So not this past winter, but the winter before, we decided to do a tourist visa to Thailand and go for 6 months. So this was a big, and from my first book, taking risks is something big for me. So taking risks, big and small, taking time off my teaching job and deciding to go to Thailand with my husband. We had a cajillion pictures for sure from that trip.
Tell us about the cover picture.
Yeah, so this is actually during our time that we had spent in Cuba, in in Mexico, and I was certified to be a scuba diver. So this is us underwater, and the photographer came up, and I quickly got the shape of the heart. That's what that picture was. I loved it so much, I had to put it on, and I liked the pink and the blue kind of idea. So. So this one is about our 6 months in Thailand, along with a little extra. We had a trip back across North America from the east coast of Canada back to the west coast. So that's also included in that as well.
Amazing. So again, it's kind of like a journaling reflection. Is it a day in the life kind of book?
Yes. The first book, it was more written like a journal, talking about the adventures I was having and the feelings I was having and some of the challenges and successes during that time. When I wrote the second book, and anyone who's written a second book, you have more clarity on what you want to do in the book. So my first book was all about meeting my soulmate, and it was one of those Scott, my soulmate sort of thing. And I realized during the second book, I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm my own soulmate. Like I want the best for me.
Nice.
And so that was a major awareness in writing the second book, 6 months, as well. Gratitude was my major focus and still is the major focus of my day and how I operate. So I have a gratitude at the end of each chapter.
Nice.
And as well, another important learning of mine over the last few years with all the personal development I've done is the ability or the ease of now feeling so many feelings and not feeling like my level of feeling is this wide, but it can be this wide and it's okay, and then be able to shift. So I have at the beginning of each chapter, I do have all the feelings that most, I suppose, of the feelings that went through me during that month.
What will people get out of this book? It sounds like you've shown yourself that you can move and become a different person, or a stronger person, or a more accomplished person. Will other people find inspiration through this?
Yes, that's what I'm hoping. So through my story, through my words, I considered myself just the girl next door who was doing a job and, married, 2 kids, the picket fence and the dog, and was planning on working till retirement. However, I was not doing well in that space in my life. And so that to inspire others that they can make shifts in their life.
Yeah.
And it can be scary. And often, and this is what I learned, is that when I did things that were a little riskier, and risk can mean anything, new experiences, that's when I grew. And that's when I am growing, and I continue to grow on a daily basis.
Did you have some scary times? I mean, uncertainty is the most scary thing at all, I think.
Well, definitely taking the first general leave from my teaching position was kind of like, oh my goodness, I'm going to do this. And then I took 2. So I took the second as well. And then this year even decided that I am not returning to that position. My husband and I are joining forces together to do coaching online.
Right.
We're honing it even more of a niche or more specific. We're looking at crisis and recovery coaching. And my husband has been around the AA world for many, many, many years. And he himself is coming out, or you've interviewed him, Mike, but has come out with his book as well about his life. And we have a lot to offer via experience and education and speaking. And so we're excited to begin this coaching online and to support others in their journey and how they would like to shift and have new results in their life.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, our first guest today was from Scotland, and I'm talking to him and thinking, I've always wanted to go to Scotland, for a period. I don't want to just take a week-long trip. But you actually picked up and went to Thailand?
Yeah, so we did 2 winters ago now. We did 6 months in Thailand, and we loved it so much. We just came back from our second 6 months in Thailand.
Wow.
And when we were there this past time, we realized we don't like throwing away money on rent. And so we actually looked at buying a house there and looked and looked and looked, did not find one. And so we ended up having a friend show us a lot, and a developer that was developing in this community. So we're building a house.
Building a house.
It will be ready when we go back in November. So we're excited.
I just wonder how many people there are out there like me that were afraid to take that step and say, I'm going to leave this world behind, just go somewhere else for a little while. I'm going to read your book and get the inspiration to do it myself.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I appreciate that.
By the way, for our viewers, I suggest this from time to time when I'm particularly inspired by an author, but don't go and just buy one of Lisa's books. Buy 5 of them and give them out to some people who maybe could use a little encouragement or another way to look at life or something like that. Lisa, by the way, I have your website on the screen and your Instagram, but what would, if our viewers went to forwardwalkingchoices.com, what would they find there?
So on that site is my husband and I's coaching business. You will see that we are open to speaking engagements, mostly online, however, can be done in person in some circumstances. And like I said, right now we're offering more of a mentoring position right now, but we're moving into the coaching the coaching side, and crisis and recovery is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
If you go to my website, you'll see more about my books in particular and about myself. And as well, on that site, you had mentioned buying, 5 books or something like that. On that site, I also do have book club discussion questions, which I know there's lots of, book clubs who love to get together. And this is really about personal work, right? So I think they do offer that really rich conversation of really connecting with other people. So I hope that would be helpful from my website. As well, you will find, and I didn't mention this, and I'll show you, I do actually have a children's book that I did just write as well. It's almost published.
Oh,
it's
how
about
nice.
nutrition. Yeah, it's about nutrition. It's getting close to being published as well.
Okay.
So you'll see that on my
Children's
site.
book.
Yeah.
Now, let's say, I know you do coaching. Let's say somebody's out there and they don't know what they want. They're living their life and it's just like, this just isn't getting anywhere, or I don't have any spark in my life. They don't know which direction they want to go. Would you be able to help that person?
Oh, yes. So it's to make the first step, to make the connection. So when you do go on our Forward Walking Choices, there is a chat, and you can do a quick question anytime. We're open to any discussion in terms of how people want to move forward. Yes.
Yeah, that's great. And like I was saying, you don't have to know how you want to move forward, just that you want to move. Lisa can sort that out. She's done it. She did it. That's who you want to talk about these things with. So thank you so much, Lisa. Any last thoughts for our viewers, or anything about you or your books or the world in general you want to say?
Oh, in general, that everyone has all of the ability within them. We've been layered with many, many other thoughts from other people, other situations that have layered us. Mm-hmm. When we start peeling back the layers, it's all inside. It's just to find it again.
Just to find it again. Thank you, Lisa. You're inspirational to me, and I hope to our viewers. And I always forget to say, our main audience is those who are trying to figure out which book to read next. That's how I started this show, because I read and read and read. So I hope that you'll look at Lisa's books, and there's the covers. I'll put them up on the screen as well. And I know I saw them on Amazon and all the usual places, but maybe start at forwardwalkingchoices.com and go from there. Thank you so much, Lisa. I want to have you on all the time. I could go on for hours, but they only give me about 10 or 15 minutes here.
Awesome. We'll connect again, Mike.
All right. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere, because we're going to have another author right after this. And we're out. Lisa, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. And maybe sometime, I'm not sure what your thoughts are on this, on Scott and I coming on together.
Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world. But today, this moment, we're going to talk to an author all the way from somewhere in Colorado, M.J. Eddington. Welcome, M.J. Eddington.
And thank you for having me aboard.
Now, you're in Aurora, Colorado.
That's correct. It's right next door to Denver, and we try to stay out of there.
Now, like most people from Colorado, did you come from somewhere else?
Yep. I grew up in Illinois, and I came to Colorado when I was in my late teens, and I discovered country that wasn't flat. And that appealed to me, something with contours.
By the way, here's your book cover, Naked Came the Hunter. I know that's not your first book, but it's your latest.
Yes, it is.
Tell us a little bit about that book.
Well, imagine yourself waking up to find that you have been viciously mauled by somebody or something and left to die in the deep woods of the West Virginia mountains. Mm-hmm. Now, this poor guy is pretty sure he's on his way out. A couple of hikers come along and find him, and they decide to take him back to their nearby community, which turns out in the long run to be a nudist community. Now, there's no salacious material in this book. There's nothing erotic about it. It's just a straight up, this guy not only has to recover from his injuries, try and figure out what happened to him, how he got there, and everything else, but whether there's a danger to the community at large. And along the way, he has to deal with a significant dose of culture shock.
Yeah. Now, and so it's mostly set in West Virginia?
Yes, that's in West Virginia, and it's a fictitious community called the Eagle Mountain Naturist Enclave.
Yeah. So if you're watching
And-
from home, don't go and try to find the nudist place because MJ made it up, right?
Well, there's one out there, but
Okay.
you know, there's one out there, and the guy that wrote me from West Virginia bought the book.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you know, right across the road from us is Eagle Mountain, so there apparently is an Eagle Mountain over there.
Okay. Now,
I created the whole thing whole cloth.
yeah. Now you came from, you said Illinois, and went to Colorado. You became, I don't know, if you used a different term besides bounty hunter. What was that?
Fugitive recovery agent. We prefer that because there's a lot of bad information about the BH word.
Yeah.
So we avoid that, and a lot of that has been caused by certain individuals that go on television and show all types of brutality that we don't really engage in.
You don't need
Yes,
that.
we do get into some tough situations. There are times when we have to scrap with somebody, but it's the rarity, it's the exception, not the commonality.
And you were a private detective. That sounds quite romantic, like the Jim Rockford kind of thing.
Well, it's a lot more romantic sounding than it is in actuality. You haven't lived until you've sat 12 hours in your car in the steaming heat of summer or the frigid cold of winter doing surveillance, trying to get pictures of somebody moving around or whatever. And it's a lot tougher than it looks.
Yeah.
You know, TV makes it look real good. That looks like fun. Yeah, give it a try. It's got a lot of negatives to it, but the reason I got into writing books is because we had this thing called COVID come along. And all of a sudden, people weren't hiring private detectives too much because there just wasn't anybody moving around very much with lockdowns going on. And as a fugitive recovery agent, there weren't too many people you could go out and fetch and take to jail because the sheriffs would say, oh no, we don't want him here.
Don't want him,
We don't know if he's got COVID or not. We don't want our facility getting contaminated. So you'd end up having to cut him loose after a lot of work to fetch him in the first place.
Now you had some time on your hand because of COVID. Did you start thinking of a story, or did you just sit down and start writing it?
Well, no, I've had stories on my mind, and I keep coming up with new ones. And my first one was called Cyclone Kid, about a man who's a hard rock miner in an isolated area called Cyclone Creek. He has a gold mine, and he discovers that he has a 16-year-old son he never knew existed. Meanwhile, in Boston, there's a spoiled, rotten, rich kid who's been raised in a affluent home, went to a prestigious school for boys, and he's told he has a father nobody ever told him about. He thought he was an in vitro specimen. Well, they get thrown together by tragedy, and the sparks fly right from the get-go. But they have to learn to live together and eventually form a bond of a father and son.
Yeah, that sounds like a fascinating book as well. Now, there was one more in between, is that right?
Yeah, it's called The Reapers. And it's basically a fictitious novel about the upcoming Civil War. And I'm hoping we don't have a Civil War, but there's a lot of people making noise about that. And so I can't rule out the possibility. But in the meanwhile, I could write a book about it.
There you go.
And just as I was writing that book, somebody put together a TV movie or a movie called Civil War that's out right now, and it's a pretty good movie. I like my book, but, you know, there's a lot of thought about the possibility that we could have an upheaval here in this country.
Well, it's thought-provoking. People need to get ready just in case. I mean, easy enough to store a little extra food and stuff like that. So,
Oh, I've got mine.
I bet you.
And I've also got ample amount of weaponry in
Yeah.
case it should come to that and I have to defend my home.
Yeah. I raised my kids. We used to garden. I said, well, no, we have to be ready in case something happens. So we had gardening and we had our guns. They said, why do we need the guns? I said, in case the neighbors come and try to take our garden. That's why.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And on top of that, where we live, we're not likely to see too much going on over here. Denver would be a no-go zone,
Yeah.
like it was when they had the riots back in the early 20s. And we had some here, but it seemed to focus on the town central areas, not out here where we live. And we're out here far enough to the northeast that given a couple further blocks east, we probably qualify for a Kansas zip code.
Now, I know Denver's about a mile high. Where I am, we're about 300 feet above sea level. Where are you?
We're at 5410,
Wow.
5,410 feet.
Higher than Denver.
Yes.
Yeah. So
And there's other towns that are higher than Denver. You go to Leadville,
I did not
you're
know
pushing 2 miles there.
Oh, my goodness.
It's over 10,000 feet.
Well, you have something there that we don't know much about here in California. It snows every once in a while, I would imagine.
Well, it snows quite a bit, and in fact, we had a snowstorm, I believe it was early June or the end of May, and they just had another one here about a week ago up in Montana. So
Wow.
you get in mountain country, that's part of the bargain that you do. But on the other end of the spectrum, we get about 300 days of sun over here, and it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
The cold isn't that cold. When I grew up as a boy in Illinois, I would deliver newspapers for the Chicago Sun-Times and the Daily Tribune, and I'd wear a ski mask
Oh.
where just the eyes and nose and mouth would hang out. I'd come home at the end of a day, pull that off, and the whole front of that was solid ice.
Wow. And it's a different kind of snow and cold in Colorado.
Yeah, it's we have a sub-arid climate here, so you don't get a lot of humidity.
Yeah.
I remember as a boy, you'd take a bottle of soda pop or something and set it on a table, and there'd be a ring of water around the bottom of that puppy in about a 5 minutes, 10.
Yeah.
Well, now you can have a bottle and set it on your counter, and you'll never see a puddle underneath it. We just don't have that much humidity.
I did not know that happened. Let's get back to this book now. Naked Came the Hunter. It's not erotica or anything like that. But
No, it's a mystery about what happened to this guy. Who is he? He had his head kicked around like a hacky ball, and he's got no idea who he is, where he came from, nothing. He's got amnesia. Now he needs to figure things out, because if there's a threat out there in the forest, it may come to finish the job, or it may present peril to the entire community. And by the time he becomes halfway ambulatory, he has developed relationships with the people there, the people that saved him, the people that are caring for him, and he develops quite strong emotional attachments to folks. And the last thing he wants to see is trouble come down on them because they're taking care of him.
yeah.
He considers leaving the community, but he's got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And on top of that, if there's that kind of a danger in the forest that could come down on the community, it could come down whether he's there or not.
MJ, who's going to read this book? Who will want to read this book? What's the genre?
Well, the genre is mystery. It's flat out mystery. Now, the people buying it right now are people that are into naturism. The British Naturism Society, the Naturist Society, the American Association of Nude Recreation. I'm getting a lot of sales from people there. I'm getting sales overseas, but they all appear to be naturists. Now,
Naturist.
this is also something that I would like to talk about, because a lot of people tell me, I don't know how to broach this subject with relatives, friends, and whatnot, because their concept is basically the mythological thing that it's all about messing around and orgies or whatnot. They've been programmed with false information. This book shows him discovering what nudism is and what it is not along the way. As he learns it, the person that is not a nudist also learns the truth, the facts of what it really is and what it really isn't.
Okay. It's not really a orgy sexual thing. It's just people who like to be a little freer.
You go to a nudist park, you won't see any sexuality at all. And I've been to a few, and I can tell you I've never seen anything untoward going on. These are just people comfortable in their own skin who prefer not to carry their laundry with them.
Now, the cover, anybody buying it for the cover?
Excuse me.
I don't want to show this book to my wife because she's going to say, oh, I want to read that. Let me back up. I'm going to show this book to my wife because she'll see the cover and she'll say, I want to read that.
Well, the cover it gives a good lay of the land as exists in the story.
Yeah.
It's in the middle of the woods. You got log cabins and whatnot in the community. A few, see, it happens.
We're catching it from each other.
I don't want to have contagion to you, but
I didn't get
anyway,
I didn't get that COVID virus, but I got a computer virus, so probably the same thing. Where can people get this book, MJ?
They can get this book on Amazon.com or Amazon UK if they're over in the United Kingdom. They have other outlets around the planet.
Yeah.
So the book is available to just about anybody anywhere through Amazon. It is available in paperback, hardcover, and also Kindle.
Okay.
So there's all those different availabilities. So you can get it and read it on pretty much any format you prefer.
Very good. By the way, MJ, right before we came on the air, I punched your name into Amazon, and boom, popped up 3 books. All 3 of your books are right there. Easy to find, easy to order. I tell our viewers, don't order one. I never order one. I always order 3 or 5 copies, and I give them away, and it's a lot of fun. So,
well, going back to what I was saying about people who are into naturism, and they don't know how to talk about it with friends or neighbors who are textile inclined.
Yeah.
Hey, buy them a copy of the book.
There you go.
Give it to them, let them read it, and they'll enjoy it for the fact of the mystery story that underlies the whole thing. And along the way, they'll learn about what naturism is and what it isn't, as the character does during the course of his stay with these folks.
Very good. And I just want to thank MJ for his time. And as I say, go order copies of the book. Give them to
several.
Yeah, several copies. I always do. Thank you, MJ. Hope we have you back again. You're one of the easiest people to talk to I've ever had on the show.
Well, that's one of the problems. People tell me I'm verbose. I don't believe it. I think that's a lie. Anyway, it was a pleasure being with you today, and I hope to visit with you again in the future.
All right. MJ Eddington, we'll be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs Arm Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their books, their process. Also, we talk to publishers, editors, people who can help you get your book published. So many of our viewers are trying to do just that, get their first book out there. Our next guest today, I should say, has done it several times. She's an expert at it now. Margaret Izzard. Welcome, Margaret.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Last time you were here, we talked about your first book. In fact, here's the cover of it. It's called Stone of Love. And now your second book is out, Stone of Fear.
Yes.
Now, as I recall, the protagonist, should we call her, is her name Marie?
Yes.
And she has something to do, she is an expert on buildings or religious facilities.
Religious buildings. She's an expert on religious buildings, specifically historical religious buildings across Scotland.
Across Scotland in specific.
Yes.
Now, and so she's building, she gets hired to maybe restore one or the flooring or something. Tell us a little bit about the story.
Yes, Marie actually does appear in the first book. She was brought on with the main first character of the first book, Brielle. Marie is brought on to restore the mosaic flooring in the chapel in the woods at Dunstafnage Castle. And the interesting thing about book 2 is it actually starts where we left off with the first book. But what's an interesting fact is that Marie and John's love story occurred while the main characters in the first book were traveled back in time in order to recover a magic face stone. So we actually start book 2 at Happily Ever After. Okay. And a priest kidnaps Marie because he believes that she possesses magical powers in order to recover a magic face stone. And he drags her across Scotland, or across the Western Isles of Scotland, searching ancient crosses, attempting to find a magic face stone. And her romantic interest, John, who is the assistant to the main character in the first book, must chase her through space and time in order to help find her. And what's nice about this story is their love story is actually told in flashback from 2 different points of view, because they fell in love while Colin and Bree in the first book were back in time. So it's a very interesting story. It's filled with romance, fae magic, some mysterious events, and a few twists and turns along the way.
Now, it's based in Scotland. Will people know these places?
Yes. Actually, Dunstafnage Castle exists. It's outside of Oban on the Western Isles of Scotland. The Chapel in the Woods is a chapel building. It is a ruin. And in the book, it gets remodeled. It actually, at the time it was built, probably somewhere around the 13th century. It was probably considered one of the most spectacular private chapels across Scotland. It actually rivals Iona Abbey, which the Isle of Iona is a place that we visit in book 2. And we visit a couple other places along the Western Isles because we're chasing some of those ancient Celtic crosses.
Now, what would you call the genre? Is it a romance? Romantic?
This is paranormal romance.
Paranormal
romance, because we do have fairies. We have the magic of the fairies and the fae. We have some of their folklore that is actually some of the folklore that the Irish immigrants brought to Scotland. Mm-hmm. So when we talk about the fae, we talk about the Tuatha De Danann and the Formoore fae. So that's the good fae and the evil fae, and it becomes down to this battle of good against evil, and how the humans help the fae recover the magic face stones.
So somebody like me who's recently become interested in Scotland, because I'm found out I'm almost 100% Scottish. Well, I learned something about Scotland.
You'll learn some history about it. What's interesting about my paranormal stories, and I do get asked this often, is how do you merge this paranormal into this modern day story and these stories that you're trying to create, these romances. And what's interesting is the history actually drives my paranormal. So it's the history of Scotland and the history of the fae and these folklore stories that are told, that drive some of the paranormal concepts that I blend within what these real stories are.
Well, it's amazing that, as I said in the introduction, so many of our viewers are authors, trying to write their first book. And you've got this device where you're telling a story through flashbacks. It's amazing you can keep all that straight in your mind.
Actually, I'm glad that you asked. And I didn't think of this coming into the interview, but I'm so happy that you asked, because outlining, I am a plotter. I'm a huge plotter as a writer. And I have a 7-book series with 3 Christmas companion books planned for this series. So you have to be a plotter to keep up with time travel and what's going on. Yeah. But in this particular book, it was an extreme challenge. I knew what their romantic story was. I hadn't quite fully written it out. My outlines are summary driven. And when I did this outline, I actually had to break apart their love story and write it from beginning to end, because as I started the story of the stones and progressed forward with the story of the stones, and I went into these flashbacks, they started getting out of order. And I had to ensure whose point of view was I in, because you get Marie's point of view and then John's point of view and Maria's point of view and John's point of view until they, until they come together. So it was a challenge because it was very confusing. And so what I did in the outline was actually pulled out on 2 separate columns to the side. The first column was here's the story we're working on now, where Mary is kidnapped by this priest and going through time, and John has to chase after her. And then in the next 2 columns were the love story. So if you read it from top to bottom, one column was Marie, one column was John, but if you read it from top to bottom, you got their love story. So if you read that alone, it was their love story from beginning to end. So we ensured that we started at, the beginning of their romance, how their romance developed, what things were important to them, what symbols were important to them. There's some symbolism in their relationship and how that developed. And I had to go back and redo it a couple times to keep it all straight. And what's nice about that, and what a lot of reviewers have said, is that I've really blended these flashbacks seamlessly. Some readers don't take, the flashbacks are difficult for a lot of readers because you have to keep up with things. You have to follow with it. But the way in which I blended it within the current story and almost made these flashbacks seamless, because you're invested and you're immersed in this character and in this environment. And I've been complimented on how seamless these come across. And so I'm very proud of that, because it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work as a writer.
And so for our viewers that are trying to finish their books, they're probably now thinking, man, this is a harder job than I realized. And what a terrific job you do doing that.
Thank you.
By the way, again, here's the first book, Stone of Love. And then here's the second book cover. The covers are beautiful, by the way. Stone of Fear. What comes next, Margaret?
I'm glad you asked. Stone of Lust. Like I said, there's 7 books in the series. There's 3 good stones, there's 3 evil stones, and together the 6 stones show the Stone of Destiny. So the next book is Stone of Lust. That's our 3rd book in the series. It comes out October 21st, and it follows Colin's sister, Annis Lee, and her obsession for the Viking life. Nice. And so we get Stone of Lust and her story. Following that, on November 4th, is the first Christmas companion book, which is Thistle and the Mistletoe. And that releases November 4th. That features a couple in history, in the past. When on our first book, as we follow Colin and Bree's story, Colin has to go back and assume the identity of an identical ancestor, who is Roderick. So Thistle and the Mistletoe backs up a little bit before Colin goes back in time, and we get Roderick and Mary's love story. That occurs back in time. And there's a little bit of paranormal in there, but we get to actually see their relationship, how it developed, the people and some of the characters we met in book 1. When Colin went back in the past, we get to meet some of these people, get to know them a little bit better. And so that will be coming November 4th. And following that, we actually have Stone of Hope, which is the 4th book in the series. And that will come sometime in 2025. I don't have a publication date yet. It's actually with my editor. I just recently signed the contract last week, and I'm very excited about that book. That features Brielle's brother, Dominic DeVolt, who is an Air Force Special Ops pilot. And we get to follow him on his story and how he finds love. And what's interesting is that actually starts in Florida. And it does not take place in Scotland.
Wow.
We actually follow Dominique back in time. He actually ends up going through a portal and finding himself in the middle of an Egyptian archaeological dig in the 1930s.
Now you have, I know a lot of this comes from your mind, but do you have to do a lot of research?
Oh, yes. Yes. I'm very well read. It's, as a writer, it's reading is part of writing. And reading is what started me wanting to write, reading stories and thinking, I would rather do this, or I would like this, or I don't like the way she wrote that. I'd write it like this. Yeah. So that's what started the juices of maybe, I want to be a writer. And it started when I was in my 30s, and I didn't start writing until my 50s, my mid 50s now. But that's what started it. And the interesting thing about all this research that I have to do is that it leads me great places. And like I mentioned before, a lot of the history drives a lot of my creativeness with the paranormal and how I insert and incorporate and make this paranormal and this history part of what these stories are. And that I've had some great discoveries from my research. I've for Stone of Lust, I stumbled across something that just really blew up my story. It really expanded my story for Stone of Lust. I don't want to share it because it's a spoiler, but there are gifts in research, and there are gifts in storytelling when you do your research, and I've allowed it to guide me, and it's really been a huge help.
Yeah, nothing more fun than research. So I love that. So, have you been to Scotland?
Yes, we went to Scotland a year ago. My husband and I went for our 30th wedding anniversary.
Wow, nice.
It was a dream trip for me. It was a bucket list item.
Yeah.
We'd taken over a year to plan it. We toured. We started in Glasgow. We went toured through Oban, went up into the Cairngorms, came back down, ended up in Edinburgh. A lot of inspiration from there. I visited Dunstafnage Castle. You can go to my website at margaretisardauthor.com. Check out some of the pictures I have there. We were in Oban for 2 days. Donnelly Castle is also a MacDougall. The Dunstafnage Castle was originally built and owned by the MacDougall family, the clan. Donnelly Castle, which is outside of Oban, is also featured. That's featured in Stone of Lust, and it was also a MacDougall castle. So it was very inspiring to visit these places that I've read so much about. I've looked at pictures, but being there and immersing myself in the aura and the atmosphere of what these places are and what they mean. Walking through the chapel in the woods, it's much larger than I imagined. It's a larger building than I thought, and it's very inspiring. And it was a really great trip, and we had a blast.
Yeah, you sound passionate about Scotland.
Uh-huh.
And now, I have a million more questions. We're out of time. They're waving me off. I got to ask you a lot more things, Margaret. But I will say this to our viewers: the web address is on the screen. MargaretIsardAuthor.com. We have your Instagram up there. Any last thoughts? Anything else we've left out that you want our viewers to know?
No, just stay tuned. Keep in touch. Check out my website. Like I said, there's 7 books in this series. I've already drafted book 5 and book 6. I'm currently working on book 7. In addition to this, I hope to bring to you an additional series, The Dragons of Tantalon. We met our dragons, our shape-shifting dragons in the first book in a dream that Colin had. And I've also turned that into a 7-book series. Yeah. And so I hope to bring you that after the Stones of Iona series. So just stay in touch and keep in tune. There's so much more to come.
I'm going to wave off my producer for a second. I'll ask one more question. So this
Sure.
series, you call it the Stone series, or?
It's called the Stones of Iona series, and it features these stones that come from the Isle of Iona, these magic face stones, and they're put in the trust of the MacDougall family to protect for all the realms.
And have you finished all 8? I know you're publishing one at a time, or do you have all 8 outlined? How does that work?
There's 7 books and 3 Christmas companion books. I'm
7
drafting the 7th book. I finished book 1 through 6, and I have finished 2 of the Christmas books. So the first Christmas book will come out this year. It takes anywhere from 3 to 5 months to draft a book, to outline draft a book.
Yeah.
It gets now that I'm doing a series, it comes a lot easier and a lot quicker. But it's once they're drafted and complete, it still takes another 8 to 12 months from the time that I first get it to my editor that it gets contracted before it actually gets released. So you kind of, if I want these books to come out every 3 to 4 months, I kind of got to backstock them, I got to keep working.
Well, you're an inspiration to all of us who are still working on our first, Margaret. I hope you come back every time a book's coming out, or as often as you like, because you're a great guest to have and an inspiration.
Well, thank you so much.
All righty. And for our viewers, stick around. We have another author coming up right after this. If you're looking for a new book to read this summer, I've got the book for you, The Rise and Fall of Danny Trueheart. It's a series of books, and we just happen to have the author with us today, Michelle Kwasniewski. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, Mike. Nice to be back. Thanks for having me on the show.
There you are. I found you. Now, you're somewhere in California near the ocean. Is that right?
Yes, I'm in San Clemente, California, which for those not familiar, it's the last town in Orange County. We're right near Camp Pendleton and San Diego. Okay. So we're lucky to be a little cooler here than most parts of the state and the country.
Now, here are your book covers. There's 3 of them. Is that right?
Yes.
In the series? Tell us the titles. They're up there, but I can't see that far anymore.
Sure. The first book is Rising Star. The second book is Burning Bright. And the third book is Falling Star. And the whole series deals with a 15-year-old aspiring pop singer and how fame and fortune of a Taylor Swift level ultimately affects her development into adulthood and also her relationships with her friends and family.
Now, when did you start writing these?
Well, I actually started writing the first book in 2011, and it took me about 7 years to finish. And then another year to get, I got an agent and then got a publisher. And then the other books rolled out really quickly. Yeah. The second book, Burning Bright, came out in 2021 and Falling Star came out in 2023.
Now, I have a lot of authors on this show, hundreds a year. And I started to compliment you before the show. I said, I'm going to wait till we're live. No author is out there more than you. I just see your promotions coming through, and they're really nice, too. Little things pop up on, I think, even the TikTok, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm on TikTok. I do have someone who helps me with posting, because between posting and parenting and then trying to market the books as well as write the books, it's like a full-time job, more than a full-time job. It's 2 jobs. Yeah. So, but I do try to make sure I get myself out there as much as I can and it's something that no one tells authors. You really have to. I have a fantastic agent. I have an amazing publisher, but they have a bunch of clients they're dealing with, and I am my only client. So I treat it like a business, and I really try to make those connections and get out there as much as possible.
And there's a lot of people who are looking for their next book to read, and hopefully some will watch our show to pick their next book. Now, you mentioned Taylor Swift, who we saw go from a young girl to, her age now. And you see these contestants, say, on American Idol and things like that go from zero to stardom overnight. And where did this idea come? How did this idea pop into your head?
Well, I used to work in entertainment, but I worked behind the scenes. I started out in film, working on set, movies like Independence Day and Face Off, things like that. And then I ended up going into television, working for, the biggest show I worked on was Big Brother. But then I worked on a lot of TLC and Discovery Channel shows. I was a production manager and associate producer. So, and I just saw a lot more movies than in the television shows of just how people acted around fame, how people talked when I was talking about my job, which for me, it's drudgery because you're working, 14, 16 hours a day, not making necessarily a ton of money when you're behind the scenes. But everyone was so excited about what I was doing because it was so different from their job. So the lure of that is really, really, I think, pervasive across all different countries and ages. I think everyone wishes they could be involved in that. But there's a really big dark side to that. And so that's what I wanted to talk about.
Oh, so we get some of the dark side in the book.
Yeah, it gets dark. The series definitely gets darker as it goes along. In the first book, she has a couple of problems, but she's 15 and it's pie in the sky, and she's just so swept up in her dream that she doesn't kind of see, how did she get there? Like her mom pushing her. She didn't realize kind of what she was getting herself into. And then Burning Bright, again, she's traveling the world on a world tour. She's making money hand over fist. No one's saying no to her. Yeah. But again, she's not really making the connection that there's going to be a dark side or maybe a downfall. Yeah. And then in book 3, kind of the chickens come home to roost with a lot of her decisions she's been making and lack of supervision from the adults in her life. And really, a fall is subjective. What does fall mean? It doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means. It's, there's always consequences to whatever choice. Yep. And that's kind of what the series deals with.
Everybody gets a wake-up call sooner or later.
Yeah, and you have to really accept the choices you've made,
And by the way, we're talking about how you're out there. You really do a good job getting your book in front of people. I just happen to have a few pictures here. I love these kinds of pictures. There's one with you doing a signing. You can't see them, but our viewers can. There's another signing. I love these. So you get out there and do it, I guess.
I do, and I will say I recommend to every writer out there, if you have your book distributed by someone like Ingram Sparkle, one of the regular distributors, go in and talk to Barnes & Noble, because their president a couple years ago, they had a new CEO, I think, and he said he wanted to do more local author events. And that's how I got in. I've been in Arizona. I've been a couple times here in Orange County. And they really are willing, as long as they can return the books that they purchased, that's their biggest thing, so that you don't have to consign the books and pay for it out of your own pocket.
Oh, yeah, that's way
I highly recommend it. That's a great thing, and that's a huge boost. Award shows are contests are another boost for unknown authors, and that's how I got to be in Times Square several times.
Yeah, I just was going to say, I have this picture. I want you to tell us about it. It looks like Times Square.
It is, yeah. I just recently won a couple of awards. won my first book. And so you can enter a book usually for about 5 years after you publish it for these awards. Some are only the first year it's out, but some are up to 5 years. And so Rising Star is just entering into that last, I can't really enter it anymore. So it won an Independent Press Award for teen, and it also won a distinguished favorite for the New York Big Book Awards. And then my second book, Burning Bright, won first place for the 2023 New York Big Book Awards. So, and I got to go to New York and participate in this awards gala, which was amazing. And then part of that was having my book up in Times Square, which was, how many people passed through Times Square in one day?
Oh my goodness. Well, millions, I know that.
Yeah.
I just zoomed in on your image at Times Square. I was at Times Square with my son a couple last year, and he goes, Dad, you know, in about 10 minutes, 500,000 people are going to move through here when all these theaters let out all at once. And it's amazing how many people go through there. So you won the award, and as a result, they put your book up at Times Square?
Yeah. So it was great. And so for 24 hours, it got to be up at Times Square. It was once every hour for 10 seconds. It was 10-second video. And I got to, my husband couldn't go, but I got to take one of my best friends and one of my, and my son. And they got to go see it. And it was just nice because they've been through so much on my writing journey with me. So it was nice for everyone to see it. We just missed my husband who couldn't be there. Sorry, Greg.
You know, I tell people this all the time, like, what's the big deal about the awards? Well, as a person who's always looking for my next book to read, it helps me narrow it down. I mean, this book's been recognized and helps me narrow it down. And I mean, there's thousands and thousands of books you have to go through to decide what to read next. So somebody else will go through and say, oh, we're recognizing this book. That really helps. So congratulations on that.
I thank you so much. And it really does help. And I just advise writers, when you've got that book, make sure you check out the award that you're applying to, because some are kind of not legitimate.
Yeah.
But I really, really searched hard and wide. And my agent was said, you know, if you're entering legitimate contests, it definitely helps, because that little gold seal or that medal, even if it's just a distinguished favorite or an honor, it definitely helps people realize, like, oh, hey, this isn't just something she wrote in her garage and published on a machine in her garage. It actually is a legitimate book. And again, self-published books can win these awards too, because I don't see a difference between self-published and traditionally published book, because it's hard work and it's a story, and there's so many stories out there to be told, and there's an audience for each kind of story. Yeah.
And how do you find where to submit these? Do your agents help with that?
My agent's given me a couple of contests, but I also do a lot of research. And if you look up legitimate book awards contests, and aside from like the Booker Award, a lot of the big awards that won't look at someone that, as an author like me, that's so small, you have to really weed through and read. If they're asking for a lot of money, that's a red flag. If they're, you know, they'll take any book that's not even, because some awards will take books that aren't even published. So that's a red flag too. You want to say, like, if you saw someone receiving that award, would you think, that's legitimate? You know, one first place winner, maybe a second or third honorable mentions, but not like 10 first place winners for one category. That's a little bit suspicious. So,
who's reading this book? Who do you find your biggest market is?
You know, I will say that anyone who's ever sung into their shampoo bottle at the top of their lungs, sung in their car, or has wanted to be famous, I think that's the audience. Yeah. But I also, like, I've had a ton of teens read it. I've had boys and girls read it. My youngest reader's 11. I've had a lot of parents read it too, either with their teens or just kind of curious. The mother character, who's really not the best person, has drawn a lot of readers. She's very, everyone loves to hate her. And I think even before Danny, she's gotten the most talk on my reviews and from my audience. So, which has been fun to write, because it's always kind of fun to write something that people hate.
Yeah. So the short answer is everyone.
Yeah, it definitely is. And again, my oldest reader, I've had my husband's best friend's parents read it, and they were in their 80s. My grandmother's read it when she was like 97. So a lot of people can read it, because again, it's a clean read. So you don't have to worry about any kind of like sex or any kind of other stuff if you have a younger reader.
That's great.
But it just shows you behind the curtain what's going on in fame. And I think a lot of people are curious.
Now, it sounds like a true American story. Are people outside of the United States reading the book?
Yes, I have actually a lot of people in England. I think my furthest way I've had people read it in India and Hungary. So that's been kind of fun. Yeah. So again, people reach out to me, and if it's a review, or because there's Instagram and Book Talk do a lot of reviews. So I have the copies that I buy on sale, so I'll mail them out a hard copy, and then they'll post it and review it, and that helps too. Gets more people all over the place. It is sold all over the world. And if you look online, you can see it in like Australia, in Scotland. And I go to different bookstores to visit it when I'm, traveling the world. So that's kind of fun.
Do you get to travel to Europe and promote the book?
I haven't done that. I do pop into stores and leave my bookmarks and whatever. It's harder to get a European store to carry it just because it's an American book and I'm an unknown author. But I'm hoping maybe with my next series, I just finished the first book in a new series. I'm hoping maybe that'll help and I can get into a European tour eventually. Yeah.
I know we're here to talk about this book, but just tell us a bit about the new series.
Well, the new series, I'm switching from young adults to contemporary, kind of like chick lit, just contemporary women's fiction. It's a bit of a comedy, and it's about a girl who's 23, so I guess you'd call it new adult. And she discovers some things about her family she didn't realize, and it changes who she thinks she is and changes her entire life. Mm-hmm. And I tell you the title, but it gives away everything, and I really want to save that for when I do the cover reveal. Yeah. But it definitely is. It's something I've been working on for a little bit, and I've gotten some good feedback on it so far. So I'm really hoping it's a hit.
Now, the Danny Trueheart series, what formats are they out in?
The first 2 books are in audio, and then all the rest of the books are in ebook form, mm-hmm. and then they're also in paperback.
Very good.
And they're available all over the world. So they're on Amazon, they're available at Blackstone's, Waterstones, Walmart, anywhere you could think you buy books, that's where you get it.
Yeah. My son did just send me, I'm sure he's watching, right? Kindle. I got my first Kindle. It's still in the box. I've had it for 2 weeks, so maybe I'll get it out and load the Rise and Fall of the Danny Trueheart series onto the Kindle.
That would be great. I personally am a paperback or hardcover book girl myself, but I know my sister does not go anywhere without her Kindle, and she loves it because she's never without a book. She always has like 10 at least stacked up in her queue.
That's good. That's good. I made that up. In grad school, I made up the saying ABR, always be reading. Wherever I was in supermarket line or anything, I was always reading. And to this day, I still do. So, Michelle?
I always have a book in my car or in my purse. In the car, yeah. Absolutely.
I don't take them in my car as much because I tend to read at stoplights and I get in trouble. So, Michelle Krasniewski, any last thoughts for our viewers? Anything you want to tell them about you, your books, or anything in the world?
Just as for any author, reviews help. So if you do happen to read a book, not just mine, but any, definitely leave them a review on Amazon or BookBub or somewhere else, because every review legitimizes the author's work. And I know since I've become an author, I definitely review absolutely everything I read. So, and for anyone who's read my book and reviewed it, I really appreciate it. So.
Now, I do have reviewed books on Goodreads, but my reviews tend to be several pages long. Do the reviews have to be long? Can it be just a click on 5 stars?
They don't, and Goodreads is another great website to leave reviews on. So it could just be simple as a star review, and again, any review counts. So don't feel like you have to give everything a 5-star review. Be honest.
Yeah.
But every review counts in that number. It's got 50 reviews, 100 reviews, 18,000 reviews.
Wow.
And then, you can write, loved it, great travel book, beach read, whatever you want to write is always welcome.
I'm glad you said that. I'm going to do that more. I don't have
it's a great idea. And writers will thank you for it.
I don't have to do the full review. I could just click or put a couple
But I
words
do the same thing. Books I love, I write a really long review.
Yeah, I've done that. So, all right, Michelle, thank you so much for coming on our show again, and we're looking forward to your new book, your new series. But for now, for our viewers, go find this one, The Rise and Fall of Danny Trueheart. It's a series, and as I always say, don't go buy 1 copy. Buy 5 copies, for goodness sakes, and share them around. We'll all be reading the same books at the same time. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Thanks so much, Mike, for having me on. Take care.
And we'll be back with more authors right after this. Welcome back to Briggs Arm Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their books, their process. Also, we talk to publishers, editors, people who can help you get your book published. So many of our viewers are trying to do just that, get their first book out there. Our next guest today, I should say, has done it several times. She's an expert at it now. Margaret Izzard. Welcome, Margaret.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, last time you were here, we talked about your first book. In fact, here's the cover of it. It's called Stone of Love. And now your second book is out, Stone of Fear.
Yes.
Now, as I recall, the protagonist, should we call her? Is her name Marie?
Yes.
And she has something to do, she is an expert on buildings or religious facilities.
Religious buildings. She's an expert on religious buildings, specifically historical religious buildings across Scotland.
Across Scotland in specific.
Yes.
Now, and so she's building, she gets hired to maybe restore one or the flooring or something. Tell us a little bit about the story.
Yes, Marie actually does appear in the first book. She was brought on with the main first character of the first book, Brielle. Marie is brought on to restore the mosaic flooring in the chapel in the woods at Dunstafnage Castle. And the interesting thing about book 2 is it actually starts where we left off with the first book. But what's an interesting fact is that Marie and John's love story occurred while the main characters in the first book were traveled back in time in order to recover a magic face stone. So we actually start book 2 at Happily Ever After. Okay. And a priest kidnaps Marie because he believes that she possesses magical powers in order to recover a magic face stone. And he drags her across Scotland, or across the Western Isles of Scotland, searching ancient crosses, attempting to find a magic face stone. And her romantic interest, John, who is the assistant to the main character in the first book, must chase her through space and time in order to help find her. And what's nice about this story is their love story is actually told in flashback from 2 different points of view, because they fell in love while Colin and Bree in the first book were back in time. So it's a very interesting story. It's filled with romance, fae magic, some mysterious events, and a few twists and turns along the way.
Now, it's based in Scotland. Will people know these places?
Yes. Actually, Dunstafnage Castle exists. It's outside of Oban on the Western Isles of Scotland. The Chapel in the Woods is a chapel building. It is a ruin. And in the book, it gets remodeled. It actually, at the time it was built, probably somewhere around the 13th century. It was probably considered one of the most spectacular private chapels across Scotland. It actually rivals Iona Abbey, which the Isle of Iona is a place that we visit in book 2. And we visit a couple other places along the Western Isles because we're chasing some of those ancient Celtic crosses.
Now, what would you call the genre? Is it a romance? Romantic?
This is paranormal romance.
Paranormal
romance, because we do have fairies. We have the magic of the fairies and the fae. We have some of their folklore that is actually some of the folklore that the Irish immigrants brought to Scotland. Mm-hmm. So when we talk about the fae, we talk about the Tuatha De Danann and the Formoore fae. So that's the good fae and the evil fae, and it becomes down to this battle of good against evil, and how the humans help the fae recover the magic face stones.
So somebody like me who's recently become interested in Scotland, because I'm found out I'm almost 100% Scottish. Well, I learned something about Scotland.
You'll learn some history about it. What's interesting about my paranormal stories, and I do get asked this often, is how do you merge this paranormal into this modern day story and these stories that you're trying to create, these romances. And what's interesting is the history actually drives my paranormal. So it's the history of Scotland and the history of the fae and these folklore stories that are told that drive some of the paranormal concepts that I blend within what these real stories are.
Well, it's amazing that, as I said in the introduction, so many of our viewers are authors, trying to write their first book. And you've got this device where you're telling a story through flashbacks. It's amazing you can keep all that straight in your mind.
Actually, I'm glad that you asked. And I didn't think of this coming into the interview, but I'm so happy that you asked, because outlining, I am a plotter. I'm a huge plotter as a writer. And I have a 7-book series with 3 Christmas companion books planned for this series. So you have to be a plotter to keep up with time travel and what's going on. Yeah. But in this particular book, it was an extreme challenge. I knew what their romantic story was. I hadn't quite fully written it out. My outlines are summary driven. And when I did this outline, I actually had to break apart their love story and write it from beginning to end, because as I started the story of the Stones and progressed forward with the story of the Stones, and I went into these flashbacks, they started getting out of order. And I had to ensure whose point of view was I in, because you get Marie's point of view and then John's point of view and Maria's point of view and John's point of view until they, until they come together. So it was a challenge because it was very confusing. And so what I did in the outline was actually pulled out on 2 separate columns to the side. The first column was here's the story we're working on now, where Mary is kidnapped by this priest and going through time, and John has to chase after her. And then in the next 2 columns were the love story. So if you read it from top to bottom, one column was Marie, one column was John, but if you read it from top to bottom, you got their love story. So if you read that alone, it was their love story from beginning to end. So we ensured that we started at, the beginning of their romance, how their romance developed, what things were important to them, what symbols were important to them. There's some symbolism in their relationship and how that developed. And I had to go back and redo it a couple times to keep it all straight. And what's nice about that, and what a lot of reviewers have said, is that I've really blended these flashbacks seamlessly. Some readers don't take, the flashbacks are difficult for a lot of readers because you have to keep up with things. You have to follow with it. But the way in which I blended it within the current story and almost made these flashbacks seamless, because you're invested and you're immersed in this character and in this environment. And I've been complimented on how seamless these come across. And so I'm very proud of that, because it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work as a writer.
And so for our viewers that are trying to finish their books, they're probably now thinking, man, this is a harder job than I realized. And what a terrific job you do doing that.
Thank you.
By the way, again, here's the first book, Stone of Love. And then here's the second book cover. The covers are beautiful, by the way. Stone of Fear. What comes next, Margaret?
I'm glad you asked. Stone of Lust. Like I said, there's 7 books in the series. There's 3 good stones, there's 3 evil stones, and together the 6 stones show the Stone of Destiny. So the next book is Stone of Lust. That's our 3rd book in the series. It comes out October 21st, and it follows Colin's sister, Annis Lee, and her obsession for the Viking life. Nice. And so we get Stone of Lust and her story. Following that, on November 4th, is the first Christmas companion book, which is Thistle and the Mistletoe. And that releases November 4th. That features a couple in history, in the past. When on our first book, as we follow Colin and Bree's story, Colin has to go back and assume the identity of an identical ancestor, who is Roderick. So Thistle and the Mistletoe backs up a little bit before Colin goes back in time, and we get Roderick and Mary's love story. That occurs back in time. And there's a little bit of paranormal in there, but we get to actually see their relationship, how it developed, the people and some of the characters we met in book 1. When Colin went back in the past, we get to meet some of these people, get to know them a little bit better. And so that will be coming November 4th. And following that, we actually have Stone of Hope, which is the 4th book in the series. And that will come sometime in 2025. I don't have a publication date yet. It's actually with my editor. I just recently signed the contract last week, and I'm very excited about that book. That features Brielle's brother, Dominic DeVolt, who is an Air Force Special Ops pilot. And we get to follow him on his story and how he finds love. And what's interesting is that actually starts in Florida. And it does not take place in Scotland.
Wow.
We actually follow Dominique back in time. He actually ends up going through a portal and finding himself in the middle of an Egyptian archaeological dig in the 1930s.
Now you have, I know a lot of this comes from your mind, but do you have to do a lot of research?
Oh, yes. Yes. I'm very well read. It's, as a writer, it's reading is part of writing. And reading is what started me wanting to write, reading stories and thinking, I would rather do this, or I would like this, or I don't like the way she wrote that. I'd write it like this. Yeah. So that's what started the juices of maybe, I want to be a writer. And it started when I was in my 30s, and I didn't start writing until my 50s, my mid 50s now. But that's what started it. And the interesting thing about all this research that I have to do is that it leads me great places. And like I mentioned before, a lot of the history drives a lot of my creativeness with the paranormal and how I insert and incorporate and make this paranormal and this history part of what these stories are. And that I've had some great discoveries from my research. You know, I've for Stone of Lust, I stumbled across something that just really blew up my story. It really expanded my story for Stone of Lust. I don't want to share it because it's a spoiler, but you know, there are gifts in research and there are gifts in storytelling when you do your research, and I've allowed it to guide me, and it's really been a huge help.
Yeah, nothing more fun than research. So I love that. So, have you been to Scotland?
Yes, we went to Scotland a year ago. My husband and I went for our 30th wedding anniversary.
Oh, nice.
It was a dream trip for me. It was a bucket list item.
Yeah.
We'd taken over a year to plan it. We toured. We started in Glasgow. We went toured through Oban, went up into the Cairngorms, came back down, ended up in Edinburgh. A lot of inspiration from there. I visited Dunstafnage Castle. You can go to my website at margaretisardauthor.com, check out some of the pictures I have there. We were in Oban for 2 days. Donnelly Castle is also a MacDougall. The Dunstafnage Castle was originally built and owned by the MacDougall family, the clan. Donnelly Castle, which is outside of Oban, is also featured. That's featured in Stone of Lust. And it was also a MacDougall castle. So, you know, it was very inspiring to visit these places that I've read so much about. I've looked at pictures, and but being there and immersing myself in the aura and the atmosphere of what these places are and what they mean. You know, walking through the chapel in the woods, it's much larger than I imagined. It's a larger building than I thought, and it's very inspiring. And it was a really great trip. And you know, we had a blast.
Yeah, you sound passionate about Scotland.
Uh-huh.
And now, I have a million more questions. We're out of time. They're waving me off. I got to ask you a lot more things, Margaret. But I will say this to our viewers: the web address is on the screen. MargaretIsardAuthor.com. We have your Instagram up there. Any last thoughts? Anything else we've left out that you want our viewers to know?
No, just stay tuned. Keep in touch. Check out my website. There's, like I said, there's 7 books in this series. I've already drafted book 5 and book 6. I'm currently working on book 7. In addition to this, I hope to bring to you an additional series, The Dragons of Tantalon. We met our dragons, our shape-shifting dragons in the first book in a dream that Colin had. And I've also turned that into a 7-book series. Yeah. And so I hope to bring you that after the Stones of Iona series. So just stay in touch and keep in tune. There's so much more to come.
I'm going to wave off my producer for a second. I'll ask one more question. So this
Sure.
series, you call it the Stone series, or?
It's called the Stones of Iona series, and it features these stones that come from the Isle of Iona, these magic face stones, and they're put in the trust of the MacDougall family to protect for all the realms.
And have you finished all 8? I know you're publishing one at a time. Or do you have all 8 outlined? How does that work?
There's 7 books and 3 Christmas companion books. I'm
7
drafting the 7th book. I finished book 1 through 6, and I have finished 2 of the Christmas books. So the first Christmas book will come out this year. It takes anywhere from 3 to 5 months to draft a book, to outline draft a book.
Yeah.
It gets now that I'm doing a series, it comes a lot easier and a lot quicker. But it's once they're drafted and complete, it still takes another 8 to 12 months from the time that I first get it to my editor that it gets contracted before it actually gets released. So you kind of, if I want these books to come out every 3 to 4 months, I kind of got to backstock them,
Yeah.
I got to keep working.
Well, you're an inspiration to all of us who are still working on our first, Margaret. I hope you come back every time a book's coming out, or as often as you like, because you're a great guest to have and an inspiration.
Well, thank you so much.
All righty. And for our viewers, stick around. We have another author coming up right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show, where we talk to authors from all over the world. Our next guest is coming to us all the way from England, T.G. Trooper. Welcome, T.G.
Hello from England.
Tell our guests exactly where you are.
I'm in if you look at England, I'm on pretty much the extreme right, about 40 miles northeast of London, And yeah, so if you look at London, draw a line up to about 2 o'clock, and then there I am.
There you are. I got a couple of questions about England, about you, your books, your process, but let's just jump right into your books. I'm going to put this cover up, Astrid. Is this the first book of that series?
Yeah, it's Astrid Book 1. That's the one that started off the whole series.
Started everything. And
Yep.
how many are in the Astrid series?
There's three.
Okay.
Astrid Book 1, War Changes People. Astrid Book 2, Good People Do Bad Things. And Astrid Book 3, which deals with the early missions.
Tell us a little bit about that series. What's it all about? By the way, that was your first book. It came out just over a year ago in February of 2023.
That's correct. It follows the story of a young actress who gets a big break in a film, and on that day, a belligerent neighbouring country attacks. She feels the call of duty and realises that being an actress is a little bit vapid, so she becomes a nurse. And then an event happens that changes her life completely, and she joins the military, using her acting skills to move through enemy territory, carry out her missions.
And what's the setting of the book?
It's set in fictitious countries, and the reason I did that is because as soon as you say this is Germany or this is France and start to describe the country, people just say, well, it's not like that at all. And I need to describe the countries, so I decided on two fictitious nations. Unfortunately, it's got unintended similarities with the events that are happening in Europe right now.
Wow.
It was written before it all happened, but it is uncomfortably similar in a lot of ways.
People are going to think you're prophetic.
Yeah, it touches on the current geopolitics, and was not intended because it was written beforehand, but that's what's happened.
It just kind of proves that history is cyclical. It happens and it happens again and happens again. So,
absolutely.
So let me ask you, TG. Like I said, I think February 14th, 2023, the first Astrid book came out, your first book, and you've just come out with, 5, 6 more books?
I've just had my 5th released. There were 3 in the Astrid series. Then I don't want to be stuck in one genre. They are war stories that are accessible for anybody to read. There's not a lot of military detail. It's more about the guile and cunning that Astrid has to use to carry out a mission, because obviously she's a woman in a man's world. Yeah. Is changing. Now, and I'm a bit of a fan of the old cheesy Hammer House of Horror films, and I wanted to write something in that sort of style. So I came up with this one called Perfect Strangers, which is Tales of the Unexpected meets a little bit of Hammer Horror. It's basically about people can seem perfect until you find out what they really like, or in this case, what they really are. And so that came out, can't actually remember, I think it was March time. But this is the most recent one I've done. Again, it's a horror story.
And that's not part of any series?
There's going to be 3 books in the horror series, but they're unrelated stories. They're in 3 different horror genres. First one is Hammer House of Horror. The second one is more of a inanimate object becomes possessed and starts to control someone's life. And the third one, I haven't got a release date for that yet, but that will be sometime this year. Okay,
now the story, Be Careful What You Read, is that your latest book to come out?
That's my most recent one. Came out about 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago.
Seems to be doing all right. I've had some quite good reviews of it.
So once you learned you could write, you just kept writing and writing and writing. You've become very prolific.
Yes, I've got 2 books with publishers at the moment that are in production. And they're a crime series. Again, I didn't want to get stuck in one particular genre. Yeah. And there is 9 books written in total. And I'm currently writing a 4th in the Astrid series, which will tell Astrid's story from the point of view of her victims, because for every person killed in a war, there's a family left behind somewhere. So
It's interesting the life you've had. You know, you knew you were creative even from a kid. You'd be looking out over the wheat fields and certain that a UFO landed out your window to turn out to be a harvester.
Oh, I was terrified. I was absolutely terrified. And woke up in the morning and saw it was a couple of tractors parked side by side and felt very, very silly.
Then you went into the some sort of technology industry, soldering circuit boards.
Yeah, that's right. I went into, I actually hand built the world's first ADSL modem. I had no idea what it was. I was given a bunch of components and everybody was saying this thing was going to change the world. And I thought, okay, I'll build it. And I hadn't even heard of the internet by then. Yeah. After that, I went to work in the music industry, and it's the only industry other than writing that I've ever really loved.
Yeah.
And I still do to a certain extent.
Did you get to go out on the road with some bands?
No, I'm mainly fixing, repairing things and preparing stuff for other people to take out on the road. Because, I was not really that keen on sitting in tour buses and
very
drunk
good.
And having.
So you've had several complete lives. Now you have a complete new life as an author.
Yeah. It's something I do pretty much constantly now. If I can't find anything to write, I get a bit irritable.
Now, one of our themes on the show is always that we have so many viewers who are writing. They want to be an author. They want to finish writing. They want to get their book published. And there's literally millions of people out there who are writing books that just can't get across the finish line. Now, and you did it. And once you got across the finish line, figured out how to get a book published. You just keep going and do it again and again and again. Tell me about your discipline. Do you get up at a certain time every day and sit and type for so many hours?
I tend to wake up at about 6 o'clock anyway, and I just go downstairs and I just start writing. I find that's when I do my best writing, when your mind's clear, you haven't had any of the thoughts of the day clouding your head, and then I'll come up with the ideas. Do that for a couple of hours. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not so easy. Then the rest of the day will be spent kind of just refining what I've written and trying to think of the next plot twist or irritatingly the next story of what I want to write after I finish this one.
It's amazing how your mind works, so creative, and be able to come up with this volume of work. By the way, TG, we have your web address up on the screen. What would our viewers find if they visit your website?
They'll see a bit about me. They'll see, the first thing they'll see is all the covers of the books. Then they'll see some blogs that I've written, and then they'll see some news articles throughout the past year. And they'll also be able to purchase the books direct from the site. They're available in paperback or in Kindle, ebook format, but everybody knows it's Kindle. And buy it direct from there.
By the way, for our viewers, whenever I can buy directly from the author, I like to do that. I just feel I have more of a connection with the author, and probably we cut out some middleman somewhere too. Yeah,
that's I appreciate that.
So what's next, TG? You have books at the publisher right now?
There's two at the well, there's actually three. One's being finalised, and two have just been through the proofreading process. So I'm not quite sure when they'll be out. But there's another 7 in that series. So I want to get them all out soon, so I can start working on other stuff. I can't see myself stopping writing.
No, that's great. Really you're inspiring to me and hopefully to our viewers as well. TG, we're already out of time, but any last thoughts, anything you want to share with our viewers or with the world or whatever you want to say?
What I would say, something that's dear to my heart, is that when anybody buys a book, ask the shop, has there been any AI used in it? Because it is going to kill writing if that takes over. AI
use?
Artificial intelligence in science and technology, it's brilliant. In the creative arts, no, it's got to come from the human heart, got to come from the human mind, not the brain, because it's just literally what it says. It's artificial. It's not real. It's not someone's experience.
I've heard a little bit about that. Our guest, by the way, thank you, T.G. Trooper, all the way from Essex, England. Essex, England. Those are words I've never said aloud before. Essex, somewhere maybe north and east of London, I guess. And by the way, what time of day is it there right now?
It's 7:30 in the evening. Well, more like 7:45 now, I think. But
yeah.
Yes, it's still bright and sunny. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess we're at 11:30 in the morning. We're just starting our day. You guys are wrapping up over there.
Yeah. Okay. Enjoy the heat.
I could talk to you all the time, TG. You're fascinating. Your books are fascinating. Tell our viewers, go buy his book. And by the way, don't buy one. Click 5 times. Buy 5 copies and hand them out to your friends. Start a little reading club. That's what I like to do.
That's great.
All right, TG. TG Trooper, thank you so much for your time. And we hope to have you back on the show again and again.
I'd love to do that. Thank you very much, Mike.
All right, we'll be back with more authors right after this. If you're a book reader, you're going to want to hear this because this is a great new book coming out, the second in a series called Flame Within. And today we're going to talk to the author of Flame Within, Teresa Gage. Welcome, Teresa. I'm having trouble finding you. There she is. There she is. Hi, Teresa. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you.
For book readers, you do a pretty exciting series. I know you've been on before, and I know this book, and by the way, here's the cover for our viewers, Flame Within. It's the second book of a series. Tell us about the series.
No, this is actually the third book.
The third book, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I thought 2 were already out. This one is coming out, is that correct?
Yes.
When will it be out?
I was told probably another week yet.
Another week or so. So for our viewers, you're getting a little preview on what is up. Tell us about the series.
So, the Flame series is about this bad sorcerer that he's been eluding death throughout the series. And Aiden is the main character in the first 2 books who keeps trying to, with his magic abilities, trying to get rid of this guy from harming the kingdom. And they thought in the second book that he was gone for good because he was sacrificed by fire, but he actually exchanged bodies with another person. And so he's still alive. So in the third book that's coming up, Flame Within, Aiden is not the main character. His friend Juliana, her sister Ollie, is the main character. And Juliana is put in this lottery by King Rourke to be sacrificed to the dragons because the dragons require a maid to be sacrificed, otherwise they're going to get rid of the entire kingdom. And so Juliana telepathically calls help from Aiden, and he comes to her rescue, he thinks. But then Ollie has to watch everything happening with her family, and she finds this strange talisman in the rocks and picks it up just as the dragon comes over and blows fire on her sister, and she screams just as Aiden's using his magic, and the talisman cuts through his magic, and they think Juliana's gone, but she's actually exchanged bodies with somebody else.
Oh my God.
And so throughout the story, Ollie doesn't have respect for the king because he sacrificed her sister, and then her father dies during the war, and then he kicks her out of their home, and it just goes on from there. And so she actually holds the key to saving the kingdom, but she has to learn to get over her grief and learn forgiveness before that can happen.
Yeah, fantasy authors amaze me because you have all these things going on in a realm that doesn't even really exist. Maybe it exists somewhere, but it's amazing how you can be that creative. and hold it all and keep everything in order. Then you have people
Yeah.
switching bodies.
Right.
Now, who's this written for? It's a young adult fantasy,
Yes.
and uh, I always like a fantasy if there's a dragon. It's just such a better book to me. So, are there any rules you have to follow? Like dragons have certain protocols or something like that?
The dragons don't have any protocols. In the realm that the people are in right now, this king does not allow magic, so that's why he sacrificed the bad sorcerer in the first place.
Yeah.
But, you know, he
Now, let me
didn't
ask
die.
you, when did you start writing this series?
The book that's coming out now, I actually started it when I was going through this program, the Institute of Children's Literature. I started it then and then just kind of put it aside. And then I started writing the first two books instead, and then went back to this one.
Amazing. So the third one is where it all started, really, in your mind, I would imagine.
Right.
And by the way, do you write all this in your mind, or do you sit at the keyboard and you write it as it comes to you?
I have a notebook that first I make my characters, their wants and their flaws and all that. And then I start thinking, okay, what would they do? And I do a halfway outline first, and then I just start writing. First in my notes, then I go to my laptop and till it comes out right, and then I do an official outline to get it to fit all together.
Nice. So you develop the characters in advance. That's amazing that you do that. That has to be a very fun thing to do.
Yeah.
Now, I put your website on the screen, Worlds of Warcraft. Worlds of
Words.
and Craft, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me see. World of Words and Craft. GoDaddySites.com. And I looked at it. It's kind of a cool site.
Thank you.
Tell our viewers what they would find there. By the way, it's on the screen, so as much as I messed it up, our viewers can see what the web address is. Tell our viewers what they might find there.
Well,
Good.
I have a blog on there that I share a few little stories, and you can buy the first two books off of there too.
You can get them there. Good.
Yeah, but you can also go to Book Baby's site and Amazon and Barnes and Nobles. They're on there.
The usual places. I like to, if I could buy it directly from the author, I like to do that. Sometimes I feel like I have a better bond with them or something like that. But they can find the books there. Are there any side stories or any hidden Easter eggs on the site that we might benefit from?
Well, eventually, Ollie's cousin in this book is captured by some pirates, so I'm thinking of doing a short novel off of that. So
very good.
And then I'm working on the fourth book to this series with my critique group, and that one's called Consumed with Fire, and it has tree trolls in it, and dragons, and giants, all kinds of things.
Do you know how many books there will be in the series?
I haven't really determined that yet.
That's my favorite answer. When people say, well, I started out, I knew I was going to write a trilogy. How do you know in advance? But I'm glad that this could go on for a long time, this amazing story.
Yeah.
Good. I hope it does.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, Teresa, we're already running out of time. Any last thoughts? Anything you want our viewers to know about you or the books or anything in the world?
Well, I like to collect dragons. I'm just fascinated with them for some reason.
And you're able to find them in
little statues.
You're able to find them in different shops and things like that?
Yeah.
Very good, Teresa. Amazing. If you're watching and you have a dragon, send it to Teresa. She loves to collect them. Thank you, Teresa Gage. By the way, I just want to put the cover of the book up one more time. Flame Within. Should they read these in order, or does it matter?
It'd be nice if they read them in order, but they don't have to.
Yeah. And by the way, I just went to Amazon. I don't endorse them or anything, but it's so easy to find stuff there. I typed Teresa Gage, and all of her books popped up. And so go to there or go to her site, order the first book, and get ready for the third book. Order the first two, in fact, and get ready for the third one. Thank you so much, Teresa.
Thank you.
And I hope you'll come back soon. As soon as the book comes out, let's have you back on again.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
For our viewers, stick around because we're going to have another author up right after this.
Hello, this is Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events. Today we have a special three-part series that we're going to start on accountability. In today's world where accountability is essential, many businesses are looking for growth in this area. And today we are joined by Eric Mertz with Virtual Coaching, and I'd like to welcome you to the show. Eric, how are you?
I'm great, Hope.
It's good to see you. Eric, you've been doing business coaching for how many years?
Well, I'm almost 2 decades in, but not quite completed. For about 18 years.
Well, you've been doing a tremendous amount of business coaching with great success. And one of the areas that, is, I think, for businesses that they have struggled with is accountability, especially when it comes to employees and that whole team building process. And with human accountability, you have to look at an individual's human nature and getting that background. Can you describe that to the viewers who are watching about what that whole human nature aspect of accountability is?
Well, yeah, it really goes down to the bare essentials of human nature, that we are creatures that we have to be held accountable because we go wayward, right? Otherwise. Right. So that could be just our beliefs and the things we follow, and we're accountable to that, to ourselves even. But when you put it on a bigger picture where there's other people involved, then, it gets a little bit harder in terms of the complexity. But the human nature, it goes back to the Garden of Eden, actually. So right. It fell apart, but God was going to hold them accountable, right, for what they did that they weren't supposed to do. So if you look at it from that lens, we're all kind of born into that a little bit. And some people struggle with things more than others. And so there's basically a human need to know that somebody's kind of watching us, or that we're trying to not disappoint others. It could be like, I don't believe that people get up in the morning and go, I'm just going to go to work today and try to mess up my boss's day. Right? I don't believe that most people do that. There are some.
Yeah, there may be a few, but in general, no. You would not find that.
So they're the exception. So basically, people want to do their job. They want to provide a service or, create a solution for somebody's problem. So, but we all have things that we don't see about ourselves or see what we're doing sometimes. And so that's part of the human nature is you can't look at yourself at the same time you're doing something. Unless you put it on video and then go back and look at it, then you can see that, well, because I remember back even when I was playing sports, we had the old films. We didn't have these smartphones. And they would, film day was Monday after the game, and then you get to see how well you did or how well you didn't do. But everything was right there. The truth was in the film because you did that. You moved this way, you moved that way, or you did a great block, or you did a great pass, or run, So whatever it was, well, you're held accountable to, doing your job. So, but the human nature is we don't really see exactly what the truth is without other people kind of pointing it out or having some kind of system or tools. So that's kind of the human nature of our need for accountability. It's kind of built into it, us, who we are.
So, and within that, of that human nature, and the key word that comes to my mind is responsibility. I mean, you have a responsibility to be accountable. And I believe that really, the two truly meld together. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we're covering our responsibilities without somebody holding us accountable or, checking on us, that's ideal, right? When we're able to do that. And we see people in our society that are highly disciplined. We look at them, man, I don't know how they do everything they do, but they've got it down in the system. But I guarantee you there's some part of their life where they probably need some accountability. But we see that, and that's what we're trying to get to excellence, right? It's always a pursuit of excellence. And if we're carrying out our responsibilities to the best that we can, that's that pursuit of excellence. Well, that's, like when you're raising your kids, you want to be responsible for their homework, responsible, to do their best in whatever endeavors they get involved in, to do the chores around the house. They need to be responsible to do things the right way, to do things on time, to do things without being told once they know what they need to do. And we'll get into that a little bit further. But we really need people to feel responsible. Well, part of responsibility is feeling somewhat of an owner of what it is we're trying to accomplish. So you can't ask people to be responsible if you're not going to give them ownership.
Oh, I truly believe that's key. And once, that responsibility is taken and they could be held accountable for their actions, then that development of personal growth comes into play. And I think that's really a key thing to look in on as well, is the personal growth.
Yeah, and really that's why when we hold our kids responsible when we're raising them, we're trying to teach them practices of being responsible to what they've committed to, so that the people they're going to be involved with in their lives, whether it's their family, their community, their place of work, organizations that they're involved in, that they're going to be responsible citizens. And the way they're going to be responsible is they're going to have to grow, right? They're going to have to learn things. They're going to have to understand that other people do things differently. And sometimes there's more than one way to do something. But if we're all focused on the same outcome, we can all be responsible in our own way. So there's just so many different things that come involved with personal growth and development.
Right.
That accountability and responsibility taught at an early age carries on for the rest of your life. And I think about some of the coaches and teachers I had, that maybe it wasn't a very pleasant conversation at a time, but I look back and go, it was so much more valuable to me than if they would have just let me go, that they held me accountable to something that I had committed to, or that my teammates were expecting me to do, or my parents for that matter. And so that's really what's involved here. And so if people want good results, they should want to be held responsible and accountable to doing their job, whatever it is, in whatever.
So when you go into business and you meet with management and you're describing your model here, I'm sure that when this discussion comes up, the word mental health comes in there too, because all of these things are part of, when you were talking about your development, that's all a part of your, I would say, social, emotional, mental health. So when you go in, how do you then explain that and share this like with a company?
Well, think about mental health. Today, it seems like we have so many problems with mental health, and maybe it's just we're diagnosing more. I'm not going to throw my theories out about that, but I think some of it is when people are successful because they've been held accountable and responsible, and they're getting results, and they can have satisfaction in just doing a good job, regardless of the results that they're not in control of, because they know they did their job. There's some happiness in there.
Of course.
I think progress, when you make progress, at least for me, I get joy. Even if it's not the exact results I was hoping for, but I made progress today, And tomorrow I'll try to make a little more progress and a little more progress. I have to tell this one story about accountability because it's kind of funny. I had a salesperson at one time, and I had on my desk, I had this little placard that said, I want you to hold me accountable. And I had it always facing outward. So when people would sit across from me, they would read it. I did that on purpose. He came in one day, we were having our sales discussion. Who did he see and how did things go? And he was just kind of squirming around, and he kept looking over there at that placard. I could kind of see it. It's like, I go, well, what's wrong? What's wrong today? You just seem out of it. He says, I don't want to be held accountable. He just told me straight out. And, and I go, yeah, I see that, and we worked out a way to work out a way. He and I are still friends, but it was not the right time for him to stay in that position. So it was, it was kind of funny now, but it wasn't funny then for him.
Well, back then, right. And then you have to, take a look at where a business, because you work so much with companies, and that management has a really good understanding of all of this, because what a company is looking for, in essence, is how to bring that individual in, work on these steps, but it's all a part of the team building process. So it's, yes, that individual person, but it's that first step in that social trust and that team building process. And I wanted you to expand a little bit more on that as well.
Yeah, and it is, because if you're bringing a new team member to a team, and I'm just one of the team members, and I'm looking over my shoulder and go, is this person going to contribute, or are they going to be a drag, right? Are they going to add to this team and help us get where we want to go, or is this somebody else I have to manage on the side of doing my regular work? I'm just talking about the people that are out doing the work of whatever business it is. And along with that also, one of the biggest things that people hire me as a coach for business owners is to hold them accountable to what they say they want, to where they want to go, to their goals. And it includes sometimes holding other people accountable, because it's a lot easier for them to sometimes just complain about the performance of their team, but not be willing to share the information necessary to change behavior.
Well,
right? So that's
right. So it's very easy to point, but it's a whole other thing to do. So it's easy to say, look at that, look at this, but then what are you doing about it? And I think that's where one would have to look at being a part of that something bigger, and all of that process in the accountability stage.
Yeah, and business owners, they'll tell me they hired me to hold them accountable, and so then we work on how to cascade that through the organization in the right way. There's you can get the whips out, and that's going to work for a minute, but you're probably not going to have a team very long.
Right.
And,
because everybody has to take their part in that, being responsible, being accountable.
Which, brings up, you got to set expectations. You've got to make sure they've got the tools. You got to make sure they have the training, the knowledge, to be successful, to hold them accountable. You can't hold them accountable if they don't have what's needed to do the job.
Well, I am so glad you say that, because we're going to wrap up with that, because the next thing we're going to talk about is executing accountability. So, Eric, I'd like to thank you so much. Can you just let people know how they could get in touch with you as well?
Yeah, you can look up my website, which is vertuacoaching.com, and you can connect on there. You can schedule a meeting from there if you'd like, or you can just email me at eric@vertuacoaching.com, and I guess that's on the screen.
Yes.
And or just pick up the phone and call me, and if I don't answer, leave a message. Because if you're not in my phone book, it might think you're spam. But
okay, and can you please read that phone number for the viewers, please?
Sure, it's 661-343-2373. You might text me before you.
Get
Just-
text before you make that phone call. Well, Eric Mertz, we'll see you in just a little bit. This is Hope Roski with part 1 of The Human Need for Accountability, and we'll be right back with you.
Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show, where we feature authors from all over the world to tell us about their book, their process, their life, how they got from being a non-author to an author, what happened during the process from starting writing to finishing writing, how did they get their books published. It's just amazing what people go through to get to where they are. And I think this next guest, who is Lynn Moore, is going to be very inspiring as well as everything else. Welcome, Lynn.
Hi, Mike. Nice to see you this morning.
Yes. And by the way, here's the cover of Lynn's book, Born to Bounce Back. And now, Lynn, you have been, by the way, she writes under the name Frances Teigen and publishes as Frances Teigen. You've done a lot of stuff. You've been a teacher. You've been an entrepreneur. You've built businesses. You went back to school at 72 or something like that. Tell us a little bit about you.
Well, it's been a very busy life. It's been a life that has been difficult in many ways, but also extraordinary in many other ways. Like most people, I will tell you, I'm 81 years old, and I've lived a lot of life and learned a lot. And I started writing at the age of 9. And my mom kept all my little stories and typed them up for me, and I just kept on. Writing it. It seems to be a natural thing I was born to do. So,
yeah, that's one thing I got about research. You were always a writer.
Always.
Yeah, and what writers must do is write.
Yeah.
I think, like me, though, you're a reader, too.
Oh, yeah, a voracious reader.
Yeah.
I love knowledge, and I always have to learn something every day because I just believe that without knowledge, things just don't change. They don't get better. We must keep learning.
Yeah. In grad school, I came up with this term, ABR, always be reading. And from that day on, I mean, in the line at the supermarket, wherever you are, you need to keep devouring these books. So that's probably helped make you a great writer, too, all the reading.
Yeah.
Now,
Before you spell, really.
Yeah.
Reading.
Now, you've gone through some things in your life, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, you use those experiences to put out this book that kind of highlights, is it maybe some of the speed bumps in your life? How would you describe it?
I call them instant pivotal crises, and no one is immune. We will all have them. Instant because they come out of left field, no warning. Pivotal because they take your life and turn it upside down, inside out, and backwards. And you're looking at a life, excuse me, in front of you that you've never seen before, and it will never be the same again. And a crisis, it's catastrophe. Mm-hmm. So everyone has a catastrophe, or many catastrophes. I wrote about 7 of my own. And what I learned from all of this, it took me a long time to realize that they had value and they had meaning. And I want everyone to know that when these crises knock you crazy and you just don't even know how to get up, it's for a reason. So I wanted to get that across to people, so I gave them the examples of my own, and then kind of went backwards as to, okay, this is what I learned from this one. Maybe I can teach them.
By the way, it's very brave of you to expose, I mean, you really expose yourself in the book.
I do. I did it purposely because I also believe that if we don't allow ourselves to be vulnerable, again, we aren't going to live a life without we have to learn to listen to each other's stories because they create empathy, and empathy creates, it just makes us all equal.
Yeah. By the way, I meant to ask you in the beginning of the interview, where are you located right now?
I'm in Vernon, British Columbia, Canada.
And that's above California or above New York? I don't know.
It's above California. As a matter of fact, the province of British Columbia is as large as Washington State, Oregon, and Northern California.
Oh, okay. And is it, what's the weather there right now?
Right now, we're looking at lovely sunshine. I would say, because we are in Celsius, I'm going to try and convert that. But we're probably going to be about 18 degrees today, which is close to 70.
70, yeah. That's amazing. Canadians, Americans, we don't know Celsius. We don't know the metric system. And
well, I was with that. It changed.
Yeah.
I was a young adult, I think.
Yeah. We now your book. Who should be reading this book?
Anyone who has had difficulty in their lives and they just can't seem to get over it.
Sounds like almost all of us, Lynn.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, as I said earlier, that's brave of you to kind of lay yours out. There's 7 big ones. There's probably more than that in your life, but you chose 7 and talked about how you went through them, how you got through them, and maybe that will inspire other people as to how they could get over their own.
That's my whole purpose of writing the book. I want to help others know that their life isn't over when they've a catastrophe, and there are ways to come back. And I go through a number of ways of doing that and advice. Yeah. I also have a wicked sense of humor. Not totally down and, oh, woe is me. Yeah. I do put quite a bit of laughter in there, too, when it's appropriate.
Very good. Now, you went through a lot. You were a mom. You had children. You had a husband. And then at some point, you didn't have a husband.
Yes, and that was because that was one of my IPCs, is that he ended up being what the psychology world names malignant narcissists. They are brutal, they are mean, and they are charismatic. And so I ended up by him being brutal with me in many ways, and who deserted me without a penny to my name with a 2-year-old and an unborn baby.
Wow. Now,
but I also learned I probably saved my life. Any man whose partners kill them, especially malignant narcissists.
Yeah. Now, many women are married to malignant narcissists. Do you think reading your book would help somebody understand that that's what the issue? I mean, people don't know psychology. They don't know they're married to a malignant narcissist. It's just a guy that acts a certain way. Do you think your book would help expose that and help people understand what they're in the middle of?
I would hope so. I would think so, because I did explain, the whole relationship and what he did. Yeah. And he did it. And anyone who, I don't know, I think probably one of the really good ways to find out about a malignant narcissist is through Dr. Phil and his podcast, and they're up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Go find out.
I love to watch Dr. Phil. So literally somebody reading your book might save their life.
Oh, boy, that would be wonderful if it would have saved somebody's life. I would be so honored.
If you could save one life, yeah. Now, I want to ask you, I was curious about you went to college later or again at 72 or 74?
I always loved studying. I loved biology, psychology, and I've been a life coach since 2004. And at the age of about 74, I guess it was, I went back to university to study psychology. And one of the things we have here is that if you are a senior, you can go and attend university at no cost. So I thought, hey, what better time, way to spend my time.
Yeah, I did it.
A lot.
Yeah, I did an extra degree later in life, too, and wow, it was so different because I was just having fun doing it instead of trying to get through it so I get my post-college job. So I really enjoyed it, and I hope you did, too. Now, I have an idea that this book should be in the hands of a lot of people, and for our viewers out there, go order this book, but don't order one, order 5 of them, because there's people out there who need this book, and you could give it to them, give them it as a gift. I think that'd be a great idea. Now,
And because 81, anybody can keep on going to any age. It's just a number.
yeah. Oh, that's great. Inspiring. I know we're out of time, but you're so fascinating. I have to keep talking to you. We have your web address on the screen, borntobounceback.ca. I think that stands for Canada.ca. Yeah. What do we find at your website?
What will you find on it?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll find stories, you'll find blogs, you'll find the way to order the book, of course. And it's probably about 15 pages. There's a lot of information there. So if you want to learn more, there's lots there on the website.
That would lead people to more answers. That's great. Now, I know we're out of time, but I just want to give you a moment to, you got any last thoughts for our viewers about you or your book or life in general?
Just look for meaning in everything that happens in your life. It's not all bad. And, you know, really, I heard it once. I think it was Neil Donald Walsh who said, there's nothing right, wrong, good, or bad. It's just you.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Lynn, for your message and for being so brave to, you know, kind of expose yourself, pour yourself out there so that other people could be moved and inspired and hopefully find some peace in themselves. And I hope you'll come back over and over.
I would love to. Just ask.
All right, Lynn. And we'll be back with more authors right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, their inspiration, their process, how do they get it done. Most of us can't get our first book published, and there's people like our first guest, Kellyanne Manuel, who's done dozens. It looks like a dozen books. How many do you have, Kellyanne?
Well, gosh, Mike, I have 31.
31 books. Oh, my goodness. And are they all children's books? Nursery rhymes, you said.
They sure are. They are modern day nursery rhymes for children. And yeah, there's 31. That's one book for every day of the longest month.
That's great. Now, how did you start this? When did you start this?
Gosh, I'm an uncommon author. I only started writing in late March of 2022.
Okay.
And I got into this amazing flow, and I heard the poetry. The poetry came alive. I heard it in my mind. I heard it in my heart. And I just wrote like crazy. And I realized that the poetry was meant to be converted into nursery rhyme format along the lines of, say, a Hans Christian Andersen, or even, you know, the famous Dr. Seuss, along those lines. And I immediately set to work. And in 14 days, I had 27 manuscripts, and the art all ready to go. I was ready, yeah. And then within the next few days, I had all 31, and I even wrote more than that in that time frame. But I had to cap it, and that's when I came up with the 31 for a book a day. Yeah.
Now, I don't understand. Were you a poet, or this poetry just came through you?
It just came for me late in life. You know, I've been through some things in my life journey, and I did a lot of work. And the more work I did, the more of my true self came to light. Wow. And with the true self came the poems. I compare it to an older home that you may go into and you want to modernize it, and you're hoping for hardwoods under the shag carpet. And you pull back that corner of the shag carpet, and there's the linoleum, and you pull that back, and you're like, there's the hardwoods. Well, the books were always there. They were always the hardwoods, but there was, 70s, shag carpet and maybe 80s linoleum or whatever that had to be pried back to get to the books.
So the books were always there, just waiting to be discovered.
Yes, they were always there. Wow. I'm sure of it. Absolutely.
Now, who are these for? Little kids, or for the parents to read to the kids?
Gosh, you pick an age group when you write, and I chose 4 to 8 year olds, but I have had as young as 8-month-old babies respond to the books. And I do feel that, like, once again, on the lines of Hans Christian Andersen, there is something for every adult who interacts with my books that they will gleam or that will resonate, because they have that kind of charm to them, because they rhyme and they have layers, right? So something a parent will gleam, or a librarian or a teacher or an auntie or an uncle, might be very different from what the child will glean, but they will gleam something as they're being entertained. The whole idea is to make it fun. And that's what they are. They're fun. They're entertaining, first and foremost, because you want the child to fall in love with reading and the adventure of the books and the adventure of literature and what that means to them. So it's got to be fun.
Yes. Now, I've just been posting some of your books up on the screen while you're describing them. And tell me about the artwork.
Honest to goodness, I curated all the artwork for all the books, and I had it so fast.
Wow.
And what's incredible is the art matches my words so succinctly that it appears that I would have had my own personal illustrator that said, oh, I know the perfect art for these words. And that wasn't the case. I had to curate the art on my own, and I did so whilst in the flow of the writing. And it was just this beautiful synchronicity that came into play. Very much, I describe it very much like Field of Dreams, the movie. All the intuitive hits that Kevin Costner's character responded to and showed up for, that's exactly what I did. And the universe responded. And it was just an amazing period of time that I'll never forget, and that I hope to get involved in again, A
lot of the art is very light and eye-catching and attractive for children. Some of it gets a little dark, like on the Catcher Dream.
The Catcher Dream is one of the most serious. I do a book called The Lost Total, which is about endings, and that's also serious. Now, The Catcher Dream, I do, in the synopsis on the back, say that the art matches the theme. The theme of The Catcher Dream is about boundaries. But to create what a feeling might be like when a child might need a boundary. How else to teach it rather than to create it, to create the feeling and the circumstance, so that the child, if they find themselves in such a place, has that muscle memory from my story to draw on. That's the whole purpose of The Catcher Dream. And the art is serious, but gosh, it really hits home, and I believe it lands. It really lands with the children.
How many pages are each of these books?
Mostly 21 on average, yeah.
And they're illustrated inside as well?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness,
they're
that's
all,
a lot of work.
They're kind of considered picture books.
Oh, yeah.
Is really the category of the books. And gosh, the art is such a gift. The art, that's, you have to have both for a child. You just simply have to have both. And, I have converted them into audio and video format as well.
Nice.
So, the audio books are a feast. I have an amazing narrator named Phil Shane, and I used Pro Audio Voices out of Oregon. And gosh, they are just professionals at what they do. And my audiobooks, you can check them out on digital libraries like Hoopla and Overdrive. And I say, try before you buy.
Yes.
Listen to my stories on audio, fall in love with them, and then you're gonna want them for your home library.
I'm
and
sure
you're
they're
gonna
great
want
on
to hand
audio,
them
but
down.
I like to see the pictures and the art. It's so inspiring.
It's really true. The audio is just a different path, but it's just part of the buffet.
Yeah. What people who should have these books? I'd send them to Grandma, so when the kids come over, she has these books to read to them. So.
Yeah, because you have guaranteed bonding time.
Yeah.
These books they actually create an atmosphere for bonding. And it's a magical kind of thing that I create because all the books were written from my inner child perspective. And so the child is in, whoever the adult is in, and it's a guarantee moment of bonding. And we want as many of those as we can get with children, don't we?
And my other advice, besides getting extras for Grandma's house, is that one thing when your kids are the ages for this book, what they're going to be doing for sure is going to a lot of birthday parties. Wouldn't this be a great gift for kids instead of some toy that will only last a week or something?
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Because the child will return to the story and will, as they age, it'll land differently for them, and they'll find something new, and they'll find something exciting, and it'll hit them where they are in their journey of development. And that's the gift that these books give. So they're really worth every penny. Yeah. And I say a well-worn book of mine would be a very welcome sight. Yes. I'd love to see that.
And by the way, where can we get these books?
Well, gosh, Balboa Press, Hay House is the bookstore that I published out of. And that's the best place for me as an author for people to purchase. The books are available on all kinds of different retail venues. They were picked up all over the world, which is really exciting for me. Great, And, you just pretty much, I say Google me and then find your way to me. However you like, but just find your way.
Find your way. Yeah, this is just very exciting, so creative. So it happens so fast, and I hope you have a lot more in you.
Oh, I do. I'm actually curating my adult poetry collection at the moment, my contemporary poems. I have over 70 of them. So you find me as a child and you age up with me as an adult, and I am there as a layer of support. My literature is meant to be a layer of support.
Now, we usually don't do this on this show, but would you be able to read one of these? Will we do the whole book or a couple pages? How would you suggest?
Oh, if you have time for me to go through the whole book, I'd love to read The Inclusive All.
21 pages.
Great. It's a beautiful book with peacocks. Oh, it's dedicated to the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., nice. The Inclusive All. And it goes like this. I found a place during a journey recent. It is a place so unique and exceptionally decent. I had never before found so special a place, although it did take a voyage into a distant space. You will notice that I have nothing but good things to write because my heart was buoyant and filled with delight. I assumed a stature sure and undistracted, as everything nice there organically interacted. I took it upon myself to go out and explore. I knew that anything was possible and more. There was nothing in my mouth to bemoan, as happiness played out a melodious tone. The tone relayed a message so inviting that I sang along at once with an energy igniting. If I had to choose a main thought to relay, it was how the fabulous colors drew attention their way. Who will now accompany me to the Inclusive All? It is just beyond yonder hill, down the gully, and over a wall. The end.
That is fantastic. Thank you so much for reading the book. First here on Briggs on Books is to have the author read a book, the entire book. Thank you. I'm just moved by what you do. I'm at a loss of words, especially after hearing one of them. And you say so much in just a little short period. We're way past time, Kellyanne. What else would you like our viewers to know?
Just check me out. I have a few of the books on a YouTube channel. And just visit that YouTube channel, Kellyanne Emanuel, and view and subscribe. And just keep watching out for more from me. I am not even close to being done. I am just getting started. And I am a layer of support that I would hope people would want to check out.
Very good. Kellyanne Emanuel, You've moved me, you've inspired me, and I'm very excited about what you're doing. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Briggs on Books right after this.
Thank you, Mike.
Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show. We've been talking to people from all over the world today about their books. This next author, I think, has some very important and touching and moving subjects that she writes about, and we're just going to jump right into it. Let me introduce Dee Walters. Welcome, Dee.
Well, hello there.
I'm just going to jump into this by putting your book cover up on the screen, Healing the Broken Heart. Tell us about that book, Dee.
Well, I lost my son in 2019, and I felt very alone. Nobody else could understand how you feel, because when people come and tell you, "I'm so sorry for your loss," or "I'm sorry," it just feels like it feels empty in a sense, because I'm empty, and I didn't want to survive this alone, and I wanted to provide the way I processed the loss of my son. I wanted to help other families, other parents that were going through this as well.
It pops in my head that, and by the way, I'm so sorry about losing
Thank
a
you.
child. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. But a lot of us know somebody who has been through that, and we'll know people in the future who have. And
Correct.
when it happens, do you feel like I'm the only person this has ever happened to?
That's what it feels like, because I knew some of my kids had friends that had passed two different times, but I didn't know their parents. So I didn't really personally know anybody who had lost their child. And so that's where the aloneness came from. And I feel like there's got to be so many other parents out there that have lost their children that don't know someone else that has been through the same loss. And it's really hard to deal with alone, because I lost my husband in 2012. So I was the only parent that was feeling this. So it was so lonely.
Yes. Now, so you went through a process.
Correct.
You have to kind of invent your own way through the process, develop
Yes.
your own methods.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've written, after that, you felt like writing it down so maybe you could help others?
Correct. And going through the writing of this book was so healing. There's so many parents out there that just can't function anymore. All they do is cry. They can't get through their day-to-day things. I do have a coworker that lost a child, and she has such a hard time and can't even work a full shift sometimes because it's unbearable. And that hurts me, because I feel like you need to get through it. You need to go through the steps. You need to be able to live your life, because your child would never want you to suffer like that.
Yeah. Now, you lost your husband in 2012. You
Correct.
lost your child in 2019. Was it a whole different level type of
Oh,
grief?
yes. Losing my husband, I thought I had a slight nervous breakdown. I thought I wasn't going to be able to go on, but I had to go on for my children. And losing my child was 1,000 times worse.
Yeah. I can imagine. I can't imagine. I should say it that way. I cannot imagine. Now, you're very brave to write this book, and I appreciate that you did it. And I encourage our viewers to go get a copy. I often buy 5 copies of a book because there's always someone I want to give the book to. So, and in this case, sooner or later, we're all going to find somebody that we could give this book to. Would you think, Dee? Would it help people?
Oh, absolutely. I initially had 80-something 5-star reviews on Amazon, and they've since been taking them down, which I don't know why. And there's only 31 on there now. But in total, I have over 100 5-star reviews, but they just don't show on Amazon because they're taking them down. Why, I don't know, but they are. So it's helping so many people. And if I could just help one, that's good enough for me.
Right. By the way, those of us in the book business, who knows why Amazon does what they do? So
Absolutely.
Now, there's you started. Is it an organization, the Self Help Hub? Self Help Hub.
The self-help hub, that's just what I'm writing my other self-help books under.
Okay.
So it's not under me personally. I wanted to personally put my name on my Healing the Broken Heart book because it was so extremely personal, that I wanted my name on that. But I just wanted to do the self-help hub because I have books on self-help, 2 that are currently out. And I have 2 more that are coming very soon.
Which one would you like to talk about first?
The single parenting.
Okay. And so, so it's kind of the author's name is the Self Help Hub. You're not putting it as your name, but
Correct.
And redefining single parenting. Tell us about that.
Well, when I lost my husband in 2012, I had to redefine our family. I had to. I wanted my kids to thrive. I wanted my kids to have the best outcome that life could be. So I wanted to share the experiences of that with other people as well.
And
My Healing the Broken Heart book kind of got my writer's career going. I've always I've always written poems. I've got several poetry published, but the Healing the Broken Heart book kind of got me going into writing more self-help stuff.
And now, you are, in a way, you could say you're a trailblazer because you had to go figure this stuff out on your own. But
yes,
people don't have to be a trailblazer because people like you have gone before them and lived through this and figured this stuff out. So maybe you maybe laid out a path that others can follow that don't
Correct.
have to figure it out themselves. And so, by the way, some people cannot figure it out by themselves. They just don't make it.
Correct.
Yeah. And you have another from Self Help Hub, Surviving PTSD, the choppy seas we deal with. Tell us about that book.
Well, after, losing my husband and my son, I have PTSD, and it used to be out of control, and I had to find a way to help myself. Counseling and various other medications, or even yoga, or I just put the steps that I did to help myself on paper for other people that are suffering to be able to find a way.
Yeah. Now, PTSD is kind of a newer term. We think of people come back from the military or somebody who's gone through some trauma has PTSD, but we're finding that it's a very real thing. It just, they finally got a good name for it, I guess.
Correct.
Now, who needs these books? I guess anybody who's gone through this, and you found ways to, on the PTSD, your own therapies, so to speak. By the way, were writing the books therapeutic? Did that help you?
Oh, definitely, especially my Healing the Broken Heart one. That's what opened my author floodgate, so to speak, into writing. And now it's just like an addiction almost.
Yeah, that is, well, I'm so sorry those things happen, but I'm very glad that you were brave enough and strong enough to say, I'm going to commit this to paper. Whether you knew in the future it's going to help somebody else or not, I think it is going to be very helpful for other people. So where can people...
If I just help one person, I'm grateful.
Now, I will tell a little backstory on Dee's book here, Healing the Broken Heart. By the way, I can now see the full title, Navigating Grief and Loss After the Death of a Child. That was easy to find on Amazon because I just typed in Dee Walters and it popped up. But her other books, you'd have to go into Amazon and type as the author, the Self-Help Hub, and they pop right up. I found them very easy when I did that. So, Dee, thank you for doing what you do. Any last thoughts, anything else you'd like our viewers to know before we're out of time?
I just want everybody to know that I'm just getting started. I've got a book on stress that's coming out, and I've also got a book on long haul COVID. My aunt suffers with that severely, and so I've done research on that, and I'm going to have a book out on that. So there's several more to come.
Yeah, I would say I've heard of long haul COVID. My cousin has it. And I'm always embarrassed to say, well, what is that? What is that? So it'd be nice to get a resource that we could understand that a little bit better.
Absolutely.
Thank you for writing those books, Dee. I don't say that to people. Thanks for writing the book. But thank you for writing those books, and I appreciate that very much. And by the way, I have your website on the screen. What would our viewers find on your website?
They'll find all 3 books are on my website as well,
Okay.
and they can buy them through Amazon on my website, and they can find out a little bit about me, and then anything else that's to come will be there as well.
By the way, the website's walterspublishingllc.com. Also over on Instagram, books by the self_help hub is on the screen. You can see it. And
it's a tongue twister, isn't it?
Thank you, Dee, for doing what you do, and thanks for coming on the show. And hopefully we'll have you back. Each time a book comes out, we want you to come back on the show.
Okay, that sounds great, and thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
All right, and for our viewers, don't go anywhere because we're going to have another author coming up right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. Artists and Authors is the show. Tell you what, in Fresno, we started Central Valley Talk because people kept saying, there's nothing to do in Fresno. There's something to do every single day. And when we find something cool to do, we're going to let you know about it. Art Hop is coming up on July 11th, and we invited our guest, Tim Padilla from the Downtown Artist Gallery. Welcome, Tim.
Thank you.
There's something to do, really fun to do on July 11th. That's Thursday, right?
That's this Thursday.
Thursday, July 11th, there'll be art hops from the Tower District to downtown, but you can't go to all of them. You got to pick a spot to go to. And this month, we're recommending go to Downtown Artist Gallery.
Our gallery is open and supports the Art Hop night, and we have a Saturday reception for this particular show, 1 to 3. But that's it. There are no galleries for this, for our space. We support the doors being open for Art Hop, get people to come to a space, see the work in person, and then you can bounce and hop off to the other galleries while you're there.
So you're always open the first Thursday, unless it's 4th of July.
Correct. There was Independence Day, so we had National Holiday. This is set up by the Fresno Arts Council. They give us a calendar of events, and then now this is the second Thursday, but it is still our Art Hop.
But generally, you are open the first Thursday with a new exhibit every month?
Correct.
And then the Saturday after that, you have a reception, almost always for the artist?
Yes.
Yeah. And this month, who's the artist?
Well, I happen to be the artist for this particular month. Yeah. These are paintings of my dog, Ty.
Ty. Life of Ty, T-A-I. Here, tell us about them as we put them up.
So Ty is our gallery greeter. He meets the people at the doors when they come to our space. There's a lot of people he remembers, he looks for. The kids love him, enjoy him. And we have people that want to take a picture of Ty or make a painting of Ty. And they always tell us these things, so I decided that I would do my own show on Ty. So he will be the star of the show.
Now, what period did you paint these?
I started a year ago. I didn't know where I was going with the work. I just knew I wanted to make paintings of my dog, Ty. And some are drawings, some are acrylic, some are oil. And I ran into problems with each of the different kinds of materials. This particular one is acrylic, water-based paints of that nature. They're about 5 feet wide, and I wanted the paintings to be just a little larger than Ty size, so you get a feeling of
how big the dog
this
is,
guy is. Yeah.
What kind of dog is it?
He's a Staffordshire Terrier and Lab mix.
Ah, okay. Now these seem to be 2 colors. I guess your dog is 2 colors.
He has beautiful markings. Yeah, there's a gray and a white coat on him. Just beautiful expressions, beautiful attitude, well behaved, and I was just trying to see if I could, people take pictures of their kids and they show people their their darlings, their babies. This is what happened this morning, and I find that a lot with animals and pets.
And look at how beautiful that face is.
It's a shout out to pet lovers.
Yeah. And how long? Forgive me, I don't know that much about art. How long does it take you to complete one of these?
Oh, well, it's a process. The materials are different. In some days, I would spend 8 hours. When I worked with oil, I could work only a few hours and I have to wait for it to dry.
For it to dry.
But it was hours at a time, all weekends, for a year.
For a year. Wow.
For this show.
For this show, for this one show. Now, I was going to ask you, acrylic is something I really know nothing about, but it dries pretty quick?
Very quick. It's water-based. You can get a lot of things on the surface. These are all wood panels, not canvas. And I can wash my brushes, keep going, and it's one process. But I use house paints, painters' paints, water-based paints, mixed. Any resins are a great thing that I put on the surface to seal some of these water-based paints too.
Do you find different, some things you might paint on canvas, others you might paint on wood? Do the surface react differently?
Yes, there's more of a tooth on a canvas. So they, artists gesso, float, they size it, they try and get rid of those canvas marks. I like working on wood because I have a much smoother surface to start with, and I have a little more strength of the work that I'm working on rather than of the flexible canvas.
Do you find some types of wood absorb the paint differently?
Well, when you prime, seal, gesso, all of that processing, now you're just fun to play with the surface of your materials.
I had no idea of all this. I guess I need to go to more galleries, maybe starting this Thursday.
Come this Thursday.
By the way, this video might run past Thursday, past Saturday even. So we're talking Thursday, July 11th, 2024 at the Downtown Gallery, Downtown Artist Gallery.
From 5 to 8 p.m.
5 to 8 p.m. And that art hop, it usually ends at 8.
Well, we have the Fulton Street art hop as well, which is only a few blocks from us, and they advertise to 9 or so. Mm-hmm. If people are hopping and they're having a good time in our galleries, we keep the doors open for them.
You don't shoo them off.
No.
By the way, if I come in from, let's say, north of town, like someone comes up the 41, down the 41, how would they find you?
Van Ness exit for the 41. It takes you right onto Van Ness Avenue. You're going back towards the tower area, and you're going to hit M Street. So this is, we're between the 700 Van Ness building and the Doubletree Hotel.
And it's on L Street?
On L Street.
So you turn right or left?
Right.
Turn right. You know what I do?
East.
I type into my phone 701 L Street, Fresno, California, 93721.
Correct.
And that'll take you right there. But it's this Thursday, July 11th. But Saturday there'll be a reception too. On Saturday, July 13th from 1 to 3 p.m.
From 1 to 3. Come, give Ty a hug.
Okay, Ty will be there.
Yes, Ty will be there.
Last thoughts? Anything we brushed over?
Well, it's going to be hot, so brace yourself.
Yeah. Don't not come. I mean, you have a swamp cooler on, and there'll be
Sure.
some misters and stuff. So it'll be a good summer thing to do. Let's end with one of those pictures, and we'll be back with more artists and authors right after this.
Bye, Ty.
Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. The show is Artists and Authors. Now, we started Central Valley Talk back in 2008 because people kept saying there's nothing to do in Fresno. And I said, no, there's something to do every single day. And so what we try to spotlight here at Central Valley Talk is what's going on in Fresno. We have great things happening. We can only keep them happening if we go out and support them, if we go and show up and buy a ticket and be supportive. Sometimes you don't even have to buy a ticket, you just got to show up. One of my favorite things in the world is opera. And we have a whole organization here, California Opera Association. And we have a couple of guests from that organization. To the far end, Edna Garabedian and Hannah Staley. Welcome.
Thank you.
What do you think of that? We have great things going on in Fresno. We can only do them if we support them. We can only keep good things going if we support
Correct.
them. Yeah.
Correct.
And people keep saying, there's nothing to do here. There is, but people aren't supporting them. So we want them to come out. Now, you put together events. You have a lot of events coming up, don't you?
Yes.
First, tell us about the California Opera Association. What's the mission? When did you guys start this?
California Opera began in year 2000, Mr. Briggs, for the purpose of becoming an international opera center training for young artists worldwide and to give a platform to our local artists.
Now, most of us in music in Fresno, we know Edna Garabedian as an opera teacher. And you
Correct.
taught so many students. You have any idea how many?
Oh, thousands through the 65 or more years.
And
Yes.
they come from all over the country or all
That's
over the world?
correct. They come from everywhere.
Everywhere. And now you say you started this in the year 2000. I think, oh,
Yes.
so it's brand new, but I think, no, it's not. That's 24 years ago. So
Yes.
time's just going by so fast.
Yes, it's so exciting that we're celebrating our 25th year.
Wow, 25th year. Now you do events throughout the summer?
Yes, throughout year-round program. But our training program is centered around the month of July and August, every summer.
And you have events set up in July and August?
Correct, yes.
And are they, is this something you worked on all year?
Some artists have worked towards it all year, depending on the role, the difficulty of the music, and some artists are new to the California Opera and are going to come and learn their music very quickly.
Now, by the way, when you put on an opera, I'm not a singer, but there's a role for everybody in the opera, right?
Well, I have a role for you.
I've been a guy who moves the sats or holds the spear. I've had a lot of good opera roles. So.
Those are called supernumeraries, and we love to have our local people. Anyone who wants to be a star, we'll make them a star, okay?
Now, you want to tell us about some of the events you have coming up? I guess July 12th is the first one.
Yes, July 12th is our first event at the San Joaquin Gardens, and this is part of their world. That's our title. And we bring to the San Joaquin Gardens, Fair Winds, the vineyards, to the senior homes. We start with the celebrating of music for our seniors.
Yeah. When I was a young and a classical guitarist, I'd go to these places where I call the old people's home, but they're not old anymore. I get there. They're all my age.
Well, that's happening to us, huh?
But that's great. So can anybody attend the event at San Joaquin Gardens?
San Joaquin Gardens has a limitation for outside visitors so that we can keep it for the comfort of their patrons.
And you've been going there every year for
Yes.
25 years.
Correct.
Artist Showcase at the Big Red Church.
Yes, and that is the choice of the artist for the repertoire, the music, and that shows the public the very first offering for the artist. And then we have another concert at the end, and that is our big opera, where the public can see the differentiation, the training program, and the development of the artist from when they start to
Is that the one at City College?
Yes, it is.
Yes, City College.
Yes.
Okay. Now I have a whole list of events. There's more. Sounds of Summer, Doctors in Concert. What's Doctors in Concert?
The Doctors in Concert began with the dream of Dr. Harvey Edmonds, neurologist here in Fresno, and Dr. Marshall Flamm, Dr. Don Gady, Dr. Ron Yanardo, and Dr. Ambrose. And we always donate the finances to a medical facility. This year it is to sponsor the stroke center at the Fresno Community Hospital.
Now when you say Doctors in Concert, it's literally doctors singing?
Correct.
Wow, that is fun. Now the Bear Prince, that's in August at the Memorial Auditorium.
Yes.
Can you tell us anything about that?
The Bear Prince is a world premiere, and it is a new composition. and Hannah starring in it. Also, Erica, one of our most prized singers as well. And it is conducted and performed by Dakota Simpson. So we are very fortunate that we will have the visitation of the composer here.
Is he local?
No, he's from back east.
Back east, okay. Dakota Simpson. Do you have anything to add about all the details? We're going to make you sing if that's all right.
Yeah.
Anything about all the details, the calendar? It says, invitation to participate. We're embracing new singers and artists every day. Our choir meets on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we hold a year-round audition. So anybody could get involved.
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, can we mention your sponsors?
Yes, please do that.
Let me read them off real quick. Well, the City Fresno Arts Council and the Major P, that's helping a lot of good things, Major
Yes.
P. The K Bonner, the Bonner Family Foundation, Educational Employees Credit Union, all these sponsors. There's more, too. By the way, I have the poster here, and I wanted to put that up if this works for us. There's the poster. And there is a website, californiaopera.org. They can go and find out more about that. Am I leaving anything out?
No.
I think you did pretty good. I did want to here's some pictures. I don't know if we can see them this far away, but these are things going on that you guys are doing right now. Is this a particular opera we're seeing?
Yes.
And this is your troupe that's working on
yes.
Now, you're going to sing. We're going to put you on the spot and have you sing for us. And we're not very well set up for this, but we're going to improvise our way through it. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
What are you going to sing and what's it from?
I will be singing Kio Bel Sogno, and it's from La Rondine.
La Rondine. And why do we have this here? Dido and
Aeneas.
Aeneas. Why is this up here? You guys doing something from this at some point?
This is July 21st, our final production performance.
At Fresno City College.
Correct.
Yes.
If you've never heard this is just amazing score.
It's a Baroque opera, very specialized acting,
Did you say
very
Purcell?
beautiful
Purcell or
music. Purcell.
Purcell. Henry Purcell. Henri. Am I
Correct.
saying it wrong? I'm probably blowing all of this stuff. All right. So I think we're going to just hear from, not just hear, it's our honor to hear from our special musical performer, whose name I've lost already, Hannah Staley. Hannah Staley.
Yes.
All right, you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, we're ready for you.
Give yourself space.
quel bacio revelazione fu la passione. Cosa ardente
CaliforniaOpera.org.
The Christian men I coach.
Go to CaliforniaOpera.org and find out they do this all the time. That's so beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Go to CaliforniaOpera.org. Edna Garabedian is our guest, as well as, I'll get it the last time, Hannah Staley.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
And by the way, the events start in July?
Yes.
So July and
Yes.
August. Any last thoughts? Anything we left out that we should add?
We're just very grateful to you, and thank you for inviting us.
Well, we want you to come every year. That would be great. Or every event you have. We're going to try to pump it up. There's so many great things to do in Fresno, and you have to get behind them if we want them to keep happening. This is Central Valley Talk, Artists and Authors, and we'll be right back with more arts, authors, right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process on writing books, how do you get books published anyway, and also about the topics that they cover in their books. There's been a subject that's been coming up for a while, which I don't totally understand, and that's blockchain, which I thought just had something to do with money or moving money around or something. But I think we're going to find out from our guest, our next guest, Sylvan Metz, that it's not just about money, is it?
No, Mike, it's much, much more than money. It's about privacy. It's about protecting one's data, protecting one's identity online.
By the way, before we go too far, here's the cover of your book, titled simply, Let's Meet Blockchain. And I think a lot of us should be meeting blockchain and learning about it. Tell us a little bit about the book and about blockchain.
Okay, well, the book is a general overview. It's an introduction, first dip in the toe in the water, looking at this technology. And I cover blockchain. I look at cryptocurrency, NFTs or non-fungible tokens, and I also take a look at Web3, which is the decentralization of the World Wide Web. All are connected.
Yeah, now, as I understand, which I've learned not anywhere else except from you and your book, it's a way to bring us to do transactions more directly than through a third party?
No, exactly. You go through what would they call peer-to-peer transactions. And so basically you're cutting out the middleman. That way, for example, I could send you, if I wanted to buy or purchase, send you something or buy something from you, I can do so directly, and I wouldn't need a bank or another third party to help with that transaction. I could do it directly, and that cuts out that saves me money.
And it's more than just money, but I understand that our medical records are floating out there somewhere in our credit reports and stuff like that. How would this
Absolutely.
How would this avoid that kind of losing of our privacy?
Well, exactly, because it is a peer-to-peer transaction. Blockchain transactions include goods and services sold on blockchain, includes cryptocurrency, of course, as we talked about, but it also includes information that's sent between parties. This includes health records. This includes land records, which are being used in the Republic of Georgia, for example, and in India. There's a state in India that puts land records on blockchain. You also have voting, which is a big topic these days. There's a great company out in Boston, Massachusetts called Votes, VOATZ, and they've developed an amazing app they've been using for several years now that allows people to vote safely and securely online.
So when you
that's one other thing. Then of course you have the musicians and artists and writers. You have a publishing house that develops that produces books on blockchain. You have again finance and banks that use it. You can book vacations using blockchain. So it's just a very secure, safe way to conduct business and keep out the middleman and the central parties that kind of control our information.
Do you have to intentionally use blockchain, start up a program or an app, or is it just going to happen automatically for us?
No, right now you have to. Right now you basically have to go online, and you have to have your own wallet and an own account with crypto in it, which you can also where you also store your NFTs and other transactions. Your information is stored in that virtual wallet that's on your PC, but you have to set it up, and I think that's going to be the big challenge for this next step of what I like to see as the next step of blockchain, where hopefully maybe it could be happening now, I don't know, where maybe an operating system is developed around blockchain, which would make it easier. Because right now, it's where you're looking at technology, it's great, and some of the browsers like Opera and that use it, and Brave, which is another great offer. They're great. They're great websites and they're great browsers, but they're a little bit behind. I think they're a little bit behind what we know today. I mean, they're very functional, but when you look at the technology, what the like Google uses today or the Microsoft, they're a little bit behind, but they're catching up in terms of ease of use. So I think that's going to be the next big step for blockchain. And one thing I'm really excited about is it's happening. There's a great company there in Silicon Valley called Deeper VPN, and Deeper VPN is basically it's a hard piece of hardware that's already programmed for blockchain that allows you to connect with, instead of buying a subscription for VPN, you can just plug it into your PC or your smart device. I'm looking forward to trying that myself.
By the way, I find that I'm a computer guy. I like that mouse and the keyboard and everything. I'm learning more and more in my business, because we solicit guests for our shows through email, that people aren't using a computer. They're all using their phone for everything. Right.
Well, again, there's a number, I point this in my book, there are a number of apps that you can use, messaging apps and services that have already adapted decentralized applications. They call them decentralized applications, or dApps. And that uses blockchain technology to keep your messaging safe and so forth.
I kind of get the feeling from some things you're saying is that maybe we won't have to intentionally go out and learn blockchain and intentionally load it on our devices, but it's going to be built in. Sounds like it's going to be built in.
I think so. I mean, I don't know. I think they're working in that direction, because think of it like when computers first came out and everybody was using DOS, and then Windows came along and this is easy, and then Apple came along and this is great. You could just click, and I think that's where it's going to go down the road. I think that would make it much easier, much more helpful. But I think it's a technology that's really, it's firm now. It's been coming since the first Bitcoin was coined in January 2009, and the first NFT, I believe, was 2014. I'm right. Don't hold me to that, but I believe that's right. But it's taken firm root now, and today we see it with now we're learning about Microsoft and Google and now Adobe and Apple in its iOS 18. Basically creeping into our devices. Yeah. And in Adobe's case, they're basically threatening their customers, saying you need to sign up to this new program so we can take your information and build our AI system. And oh, by the way, we're going to take it from you without compensation. So we're going to get rich for using it. Yeah. So basically, what I'm thinking is, this in decentralization, this technology will basically protect the consumer from that kind of predatory actions. And
by the way, I want to bring you back to this book again, because hopefully people will watch this interview and say, I better figure that out. I'm going to get this book. Where'd your interest come in blockchain come from? I know you're a journalist and an author, but where did your interest arise on this subject?
Well, I actually was contacted in September 2021 by someone with Near Foundation. And Near Foundation funds programs for Near University, and they build protocols on top of the Ethereum blockchain. And he was looking for someone, artists actually, journalists and artists to write about this technology. I think he wanted to take it out of the tech bubble, because inside that bubble, everyone's talking. I mean, they're very jazzed about it. But outside, they're not really communicating that spirit with those of us on the outside. And I had no idea what the man was talking about. Yeah. So he sent me some materials. I looked them over. I said he wanted a ghostwriter, but he didn't know what a ghostwriter was. And he just wanted some articles or ebooks written on these topics. So we talked, and in October late of that year, I started working, and our association ended that a few months, I think February or March of the next year. But I continued working and developed the book from the drafts that I had created. Who should be reading this book? Is it important that we know about this? Everybody should, especially if you're a lawmaker. Right now, there are aspects of this technology like smart contracts and cryptocurrency. How it factors in? Is it a tax, or is it money, or is it taxable income? I mean, there's lots of considerations. And so lawmakers are reacting. They need to be more proactive. I mean, they can't figure out how to use their smartphones, and they're not very good at regulating social media. So this is going to be a big hurdle for them, and they don't understand it. So their staffs need to be reading this. Lawyers, attorneys at law need to be reading this, and so forth, because this is going to end up in the courts one day. I can promise you. It always does. And somebody's going, well, I've got a smart contract. Well, a smart contract is really not a contract in the basic sense. It's just if terms and conditions are met, then the transaction goes forward. But they're getting more complicated. In fact, lawyers are using them in their contracts today in some law firms. So there's that. There's a group called social platforms are run by decentralized autonomous organizations, or DApps. Well, these little organizations are run from the bottom up instead of the top down, and in addition to social media, they're being used for philanthropic organizations. They're being used for venture capital. Media is using them, and they're passing around. They're doing these venture capitalists. They're passing around millions of dollars all the time. So what's happening now is they don't fit under the corporation law. The laws of corporate America do today. It's a completely new entity. So the lawmakers really, and some are, they are making strides, but I think they're reacting, and they don't really understand what they're looking at. And going back to voting, if I could just
Yeah,
second,
please.
that's another important topic. It needs to be looked at because, like I said, Votes has done an outstanding job in conducting elections in states around the country, including one presidential election. Someone voted in a presidential primary back in 2020, and but no one's talking about it. No one's talking about it. I mean, we send trillions of dollars around the world, and we send all kinds of private information around the world. And voting is the one thing where we go crazy. It's not rational. If you can send trillions of dollars around the world, and you can send information around the world, and Votes has a system that allows you to vote, why not use it?
Right.
Why not take a serious look at it? But I can't even find really serious press accounts looking at them. I mean, there's been a little story here, a little story there.
Yeah.
But no one's taking them seriously. So, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for that. Again, healthcare, it's being used widely in healthcare to protect your data if you want to sign up for medical exams or something. It's there. So medical and banking, and I mean, it's just used by everybody. So anybody and everybody, even if you're an artist and you want to, hey, I want to create something, I want to write a book, look at NFTs.
Mm-hmm. Right. I would say this for our viewers: you got to know about blockchain. It's coming after you, and you want to know about it before it gets here. It's probably already in your life. Buy this book, but not just one. Buy 5 of them and send one to your congressman, one for your legislator,
I love it.
city councilman, stuff like that, and share them around. Sylvan, any last thoughts for our viewers?
No, I would just, like I said, this is a serious technology, and people really. I know it's a tech book, but believe me, it's a fun read. It's not just what it is, but it's how it's being used. It's got had a little fun and a little history and a little bit of pop culture, and it's a long read, but I promise you, readers will learn something new. In fact, the ones that have come to me that have read it said, I didn't know that before. So it's something that should be taken seriously.
Is it out on the ebooks?
It's on ebook and in softcover, yes.
On Father's Day the other day, I got a Kindle, so I haven't read anything on it. I don't even know how to start it up, but maybe I'll start with that. It sounds like it's something
you should.
I should know about, and I'd like to know about. Sylvan, thank you so much, and maybe
thank you.
We'll talk
I
to you in a
appreciate
couple more months. I think it's an important subject.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Mike.
We'll be back with
day.
more Briggs on Books right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors, publishers, editors, coaches, anything we need to help you get your book published. And also, our goal is to get you to buy the books, order the books of the guests we have on the show. They're fascinating. We started the day in Sweden with an author. Our next guest, Carly-Ann Osborne. Welcome, Carly-Ann. Tell our viewers where you are.
I'm in the UK, in Essex.
Essex, okay. Where is that in relation to anything we do?
If you can picture London, I'm about 45-minute drive from London.
By the way, it's about 11:30 a.m. here in California. What time is it there?
About 7:30 in the evening.
Okay. Oh, so you're about 8 hours, I guess. Now, we are in the midst of our summer. It's over 100 degrees here right now. What is your weather in Essex?
We've finally got the sunshine. We've had bouts of rain and clouds for goodness knows how long.
Wow.
But the sun is finally out.
Before we go too far, I'm going to pop up the cover of your latest book, which is Pretend With Me.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about that book.
So it follows a woman called Catherine, who feels sort of trapped in her life, and it kind of goes through her story of getting out of that. And along the way, she meets another character called Jackson Hunter, who helps her with that.
Yes. Now, it's not your first book, and here's the cover of your first book, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us the name of it. I told you I won't be able to see it from here.
What We Can Be.
What We Can Be. Now, what's the genre that your books are in?
They're under contemporary romance.
Contemporary
so
romance.
Quite modern.
Who can read these books? Can kids read them?
No, definitely not. Very much adult.
Adult books. And by the way, your title is Mum, LSA, and Author. What does all that mean?
So I'm a mum. I've got three beautiful children. I'm also an LSA, so I'm a learning support assistant.
Mm-hmm.
I work in schools with special needs children.
Nice.
And I'm an author.
And an author.
So I write books.
What's the range of your kids?
My oldest is 12,
Mm-hmm.
and I've got a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old.
Wow, those are the best ages, because I had 3 kids spaced just like that, and it's amazing. Carly, what's your process? I ask this to a lot of authors. Do you get up in the morning and start writing, or you have to go work all day somewhere and squeeze it in where you can?
I squeeze it in where I can. It's most of the time I'm writing in my car when my children are doing their sports, various sports during the week. I'm sitting in my car.
And in your car or during the sports, are you typing into something? What kind of device?
I've got an iPad. It goes with me everywhere.
I've talked to so many authors who are now kind of dictating, using their voice to dictate to write their books.
I tried.
Yeah.
I end up getting annoyed with myself.
Yes.
Because you delete and you rewrite and delete and rewrite, and it was just easier for me to type.
Just to type it, yeah. Now, are you writing just when you're at the device, or are you writing in your head all day long?
Oh, it's all in my head.
Yeah. Nice.
So it goes in my head all day. Quite often on my phone I have the notes app on there. So if I get a random inspiration, it goes on the notes, and then that gets put into the book later on.
What period, when did you write your first book?
2020.
Is it was it a COVID project?
Towards the end of COVID, yeah. My daughter was just starting preschool,
Mm-hmm.
and I started, because she started getting a bit more independent. I started reading again, and then that got me back into writing again, and that's where it came from.
Where are your books set? Are they both set in the same place?
Yeah, in and around London.
In and around London. So are people who are in London or from London going to recognize places in the book?
Hope so.
Yeah.
I'm mainly focused on the characters rather than places, to be honest.
Yeah. I always love reading a book and thinking, I've been to that very spot.
I know that place.
Yeah. Now, we have your web address on the screen, carlyanneosborne.ampbk.com. Tell us about your website.
It's run by my publisher, and it's got news updates and blog updates that I try and get as often as I can, and you can head on there and go purchase the book directly from there. Yeah.
So you did a book in 2020 and another one in 2022 or something like that?
Yes, so the first one was written in 2020, and it got released in 2023.
Okay.
And then, the second one got released a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Is it going to get easier to write now that you've kind of been through it a couple of times?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Now that I know the process, and I'm more rigorous with my editing process, I think. I tend to edit a lot more before sending it off to my publisher.
Yeah, I guess the first time through, you had to figure out how to write a book, how to finish writing a book, but then there's a job after you get it written. It's got to get published somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I sent it off, I didn't actually think I was going to get anywhere.
Yeah.
I wrote it for my own personal amusement, and I sent it off. And when I got that lovely acceptance letter, so oh, maybe I can do this. So,
and I keep asking about the genre where it's set, but what time is it? A modern time period?
yes, so it is very, very modern. I would say set in between 2018 and now, really.
A lot happened in London in that period, from COVID ending to the Queen and then a new king, and anything like that. Any pop culture come up in the book?
Not in these ones, no. But I am halfway through writing one that's got COVID in it.
Yeah. So it's more about their lives and what's going on in the world.
Yeah. Focusing on the characters rather than everything else going on.
Yeah. Carly Ann, we're almost out of time.
That's okay.
I could talk to you all day because you're fascinating, and I like to talk to people from England also. So any last thoughts, any message for our viewers or for those authors writing books, or anything you want to say about anything?
And I say this quite a lot, especially to people who message me on Instagram or Facebook. A lot of people say, "Oh, I really want to write, but I don't know if I can do it." I didn't think I could do it. I took a chance, sent it off, and I'm here now, about to send off my third book to the publisher. Wow. So you can do it. Give it a go, and if you enjoy writing it, chances are there's someone that's going to enjoy reading it.
Yeah, it sounds like your first book you wrote for yourself, just to be writing, and you sent it off just to see what would happen, and you were quite surprised.
I was very surprised.
Yeah, so for our viewers, I guess it's just a matter of doing it and trying it. And
do it, give it a go. Worst that can happen is they're going to say no.
Yeah, get one behind you, and then see how it goes. Thank you, Carly Ann. Thanks for talking to us so late. Well, it's not that late in the evening, 8 o'clock or something.
I'm going to go put my children to bed now.
Very good. All right, well, I hope you'll come back on the show again and again.
Thank you, I will do.
All right, and for our viewers, go buy this book. Buy both of her books, and don't just buy one. Buy 4 or 5 of them. Pass them around to your friends. I love to do that when I'm reading, is have other people reading what I'm reading at the same time. Thanks, Carly Ann. We'll be back with more authors right after this.
Hello, this is Hope Roski with Business Arts Events, and also a little bit here of weddings and celebrations. Today we have Kurt Groover here, and Kurt is a part of Ginger Blue. Welcome, guys. How are you? Oh, this is going to be so much fun. I just can't wait. So, Kurt, you have been in the music industry for how long?
Total time playing, I'd say 40 plus years.
40 plus years. Oh my goodness. I would love for each one of you to introduce yourselves real quick too.
Okay. Yeah.
So we know you, Kurt Groover.
Rick Calhoun.
Rick Calhoun.
Yeah. Harry Stevens.
Harry Stevens.
Oh, Gordon Parrish.
Gordon Parrish and
Brian Romero.
Brian Romero. Okay, and they are all a part. I love the name Ginger Blue. How did you get that name?
Well, we were looking for a name that would kind of fit the theme of our music, and Rick found us.
Yeah, I always liked Stephen Still's band Manassas, so I was looking for a southern town.
Okay.
And so I ran into Ginger Blue. It's a town in Missouri that has a population of 10.
Oh my goodness!
Dogs and cats.
That may be the smallest town in America, right? And you found it.
I found it. If you go online, you'll see black and white pictures of it.
Oh my goodness.
So
I will have to go online and look, because now you have me intrigued. Well, part of like your whole vibe is that southern rock. And how did you come to decide going into that genre?
Well, I think my background, I've always gravitated toward that sound, and Rick is kind of a blue collar rocker as well, and so we are playing meshed, and we like a lot of the same bands out of that.
We were in the Featherbone together. In fact, he was with us too at different times, and we started playing acoustic shows and just meshed really close. And my wife's in the band too. She's a singer, but she's been sick for a while, so
Yeah, I'm not going to be taking her place today. I can,
She
I can
sings
tell
all
you
the,
that.
Stevie Ray, not Stevie Ray Vaughan, Stevie Nicks.
Stevie Nicks,
and,
yes.
Sade,
Mm-hmm.
all that kind of stuff.
Well, she must have a beautiful voice then. That's for
She's a
sure.
professional singer. She's on the road for a while. She's really good.
Oh, that's great. Well, good. Promote her up too. So one of the things, because we talked about, you know, arts is so important and music is so, to me, it's just a culture that people need to keep close, because music is just, it's not just something that's in your soul, but it's a part of your whole physical and well-being, I believe. And just being able to perform and get people feeling like put into a certain mindset is key. And your music and what you gentlemen provide is really a big part of that. So I know that you want to get rolling. I know the viewers want to hear you jam. So we're going to get started with some Mountain Time.
All right.
All righty. Take it away.
Been so long since I've seen her, can't keep her memory away.
Oh my goodness. I am just so moved. That was just fantastic. I have a new favorite song. That was just great. That was just great. So tell me, how, Kurt, can people get in touch with you if they want to book you for, a wedding or a special event?
Well, you can get in touch with us with, I don't know if our numbers are on the screen or not, but we are Ginger Blue Classic Rock and Originals on Facebook.
Oh,
you can
great.
See us on Facebook and Instagram that way.
I'll be liking it.
Yeah,
I'll be liking it. You bet.
Send us a message or send Rick a message or myself, and we'll get right back to you on that. So.
Okay, and how far do people need to book out with you typically?
Well, it varies. Our calendar is kind of sporadic at the moment. We've got some shows in July, but
2 or 3 shows in July.
Where can people come see you if they just want to hear the full concert?
Axis on July 5th.
Yeah.
It's a cool place. It's up off of 41.
Okay.
Isn't it Tesoro Viejo?
Yeah.
Oh, I know exactly where that
is.
is.
We're going to be at Shorthorn in Shaver Lake.
The Shorthorn is
the
next
6th of
night,
July. 3 hours of original songs. They want us to play original.
Wow, that's great.
And then the 20th of July will be at Gazebo Gardens.
I will be sure to be at least at one of them. That is right. I know that for sure. Well, I'd love you gentlemen to play us out. Which song are you going to play us out with?
Well, the next one
Highways Calling.
Yeah.
Highways Calling.
It's a new one.
All right, let's hear it for Ginger Blue. Here you go, gentlemen. Thank you.
You ready? Here we go.
Yeah. brand new one. Yeah.
And you're out.
Hey.
All right.
Excellent, gentlemen. Loved
Well, thank
it.
you.
Oh my gosh, I'm a fan now. Truly, that's my vibe right there.
Awesome.
Seriously, I am a huge Southern rock
We've
fan.
never had a band that just jumps into space, plays the song, sound is all balanced and everything. That's really good, you guys.
Well, thank
That's
you.
awesome.
Really good.
Please feel
All
free
right.
to come back anytime. I mean, that was great.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's a new one too. I just wrote that one.
It has such a good beat. I mean, I'm just, I'm ready to dance. Get out on that dance floor and go.
That's a really nice compliment, and I'll tell you what,
Yeah,
we
thank you.
appreciate
And
that.
I mean that sincerely, because that is, I'm a huge, I mean, I love Leonard Skinner, I love Alabama 38 Special. I am definitely Southern rock.
Well, you know what? We do a full electric also. So like, we do electric, we do like a Midnight Rider. And,
Oh.
Can't you see?
Oh,
Yeah, we
that's
do.
like, oh yeah, that's like,
There's another love song.
Yes, yep.
That's the one we opened with.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
we
I'm
filmed it.
definitely gonna come check you guys out. That's,
Joanne
now, are you
was,
outside of Teresa Viejo then?
Yes.
Okay, but at Shaver you're indoor?
No,
You're
we'll
out,
be out.
you're out.
Shorthorn out in the patio.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
cool. All right, and that's on the 5th, all right.
Providing there's no rainstorm. We were up there one time and
Oh
lightning
my
struck
gosh,
behind us.
that's right, oh yeah.
Hello,
this is
Welcome back to Briggs on Books. I'm Mike Briggs, the host of the show, and we're talking today to authors from all over the world about their books, about their processes. How do they get a book finished, for goodness sakes, when most of us cannot? Our next guest has done it, and we've asked her to come in and talk about her book and her inspirations and how she got to where she is today. Welcome from just up the street in Sacramento, Gloria Galloway. Welcome, Gloria.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for having me on the show.
You had a little journey to get here onto the show. You look a little roughed up.
Yes, well, that's an interesting story. My writers group, the California Writers Club, was putting on an event in nearby Roseville, and we were setting up the booth. And I'd love to say that my legion of fans rushed the booth to get my book, but the truth is that I slipped on an uneven pavement and planted my face on the tarmac.
It really,
and this is the result.
It barely shows, Gloria. But and you're thinking, oh no, I got to be on TV tomorrow, and I'm all smashed up. But you look great.
I'm in pain, but I'm doing okay.
Now you have an interesting book. I'm going to put the cover up here. Amber's Way. Tell us about the book, how it came about. What's your inspiration?
Yes, that's a really interesting story as well. I was speaking with my over Christmas dinner with my son-in-law's father, Vince Giles. He and I both grew up in Sacramento. He grew up in an unincorporated section of the city. And one day a deer showed up, a baby deer, and literally adopted them. She would knock on the door with her hoof to be let in. She slept with the kids, and she'd race alongside them when they rode their bikes. Eventually she returned to the wild, Vince said, but yeah, it was a wonderful experience for the whole family.
That's amazing. And that's part of the book?
Yes, Amber actually has a deer that shows up to help her, and she names her Jane Doe.
Jane Doe. That is amazing. And now, did this book just come out?
It came out on February 20th.
February 20th of this year. Is this a COVID project?
A little bit, yeah, but it started a few years back. Yeah.
You had been forming it in your mind, and you had a little break, and you finally said, I have time to write it down?
Exactly, yes. It's a long process, but a very worthy one.
Yeah, as I say, so many of our viewers are aspiring authors who are just trying to get across the finish line, and it's great to see somebody who's actually done it. How did you find the process after you finished writing the book? Did you have a whole nother struggle to go through getting it out there?
Once it was, I actually had a book coach that helped me through the process, and I hired a broker of sorts. She kind of marketed to the publishers, and she approached the publisher on a Tuesday, and actually that Friday
Wow.
I was told that they wanted to contract it. So that was really amazing. So my advice is go for it. If you have a story, don't ever give up. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the book coach idea, because there are a lot of people out there that can help you through different steps in getting the book out there. And
Exactly, yes.
most of us are not born authors who know how to begin and have a middle and an end to a story. And sometimes it's quite the struggle. Now, and then you got a broker who helped you get it published. That's amazing too. Now, you're in Sacramento, and you mentioned the Guild, Writers Guild.
Yes.
Now, did you get involved with that before, during, or after you wrote the book?
The Authors Guild, actually, during the writing of it, it's a very wonderful resource. Many, many, many writers out there, all in the same, writing process. They're authors already. Some are just starting, and a really good resource for, finding out about publishing.
Yeah. How about the encouragement to finish the book? Were they helpful with that?
Absolutely. Everyone, all involved, have been totally encouraging.
Yeah. I'm going to encourage our reader or prospective authors. I talked to so many of them to look for a resource like that in their area. That's amazing that you had that.
Plus, they should check out their local, the writers groups in the city that they live in as well. They're a wonderful resource as well.
Where can people buy this book?
It can be bought on Amazon, both Kindle and paperback versions, and of course Barnes & Noble, Target, online.
I always ask, Amazon's so easy for me just to press a button and the book shows up the next day with no shipping charges, but I don't like to be like I'm favoring any. But also I like to walk in a store sometimes and see the book. Do you think they would have a physical copy in Target?
No, not yet. Hopefully that's in the future as the word gets out and more purchases are made.
Yeah, I think every time I go into Target, I'm going to say, do you have Amber's Way, that book? I've been looking for it.
Please, that would be great.
I'm going to do that. Now, we put your web address on the screen, GloriaGallowayAuthor.com. What would our viewers find there?
All about the book, about me, and they can email me. There's a link there, and have a link to the book as well.
Yeah, I like to, when I'm reading a book, I like to learn about the author, and I am one, I'm sure all of our viewers are this way. I'm always looking for my next book. And, if I can learn about the author, that helps me pick a book. If I see him on an interview program, that helps me pick the book. I feel like I know them a little bit.
Yeah.
So what's next, Gloria?
Well, in the book itself, I brought in a television show that Amber and her mother watch, and it's called My Spirited Daughter. And I'm thinking of, I've started it, just very beginning of it, where I actually make a book out of it, where a detective's daughter dies and comes back to haunt him. So that's kind of in the works right now.
That's neat. So you're always thinking of your next step in your next book. And are you a disciplined writer? Do you sit down every morning at 6 o'clock and start typing?
Completely not that way. I don't wait for inspiration. I kind of jot notes down as I go along. If I think of something, I'll jot it down, even if it's just a sentence, a paragraph, or even a whole chapter. And then I put it in a Word document and say what it is, and then I'll go to that and I'll expand on it. And I find that kind of eliminates writer's block, because I can go to these different places and go, I remember that, and it helps.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's a great tip.
Blocks are no longer there.
Those days you hit a wall, that's great. You have these little things tucked away that you can just go and pick out.
Exactly.
I'm amazed that every author I talk to, I'm looking for that formula, and there's no formula. Every single author does it their own way.
Exactly. So what works for some doesn't for others, but that works for me.
Gloria, by the way, what's the weather like up there in Sacramento?
Pretty warm.
100-degree range?
Right now, probably 80s, 90s.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. But it will get hotter there, I would imagine. Anyway, we are out of time, Gloria, but any last thoughts, anything you want to tell our viewers, or anything else about the book?
There's a very big story behind the story, and if you go on to my author site, it'll talk about Pip, the dog, the rescue dog, and the Children's Neuroblastoma Cancer Foundation, which percentage of the proceeds are going to that foundation.
And we have a dog on the screen here. A picture
Yes,
of
that's Pip.
Okay.
Actually, I was tasked with writing another chapter by my publisher, and it ended up being the prologue. And I wanted Amber to be lost in the forest above Placerville. And so she is rescued by a dog. When I spoke to the sheriff in charge of the program, we were emailing back and forth, and he asked if I would be willing to name the dog that found Amber Pip. And of course I said yes. Really quick, interestingly enough, he lived in Placerville all his life, and a deer showed up like a lost puppy at his home.
Wow.
And they raised it till it was old enough to return to the wild. So things like this are in this at my website. So
yeah, I like the backstories. I like to hear about that stuff. So thank you so much, Gloria. I'll say this. I always tell the authors, any last thoughts? Well, I'll say the last thought. Buy the book. Buy this great book. Here's the cover one more time. And here's what I like to do. I don't go and order a copy of a book. I order 5 copies of the book, and I like to give them out and get my friends reading the book at the same time. Or if I have to go to a house party, I like to take a host gift, and I always take a book. So go order a few copies of Amber's Way. And thank you so much, Gloria.
Thank you, Mike.
And I want to invite you to come back again because you're inspiring and that you tell good stories. I'd like to talk to you again and again. And for our viewers,
wonderful to hear.
Stick around, viewers, because we're going to have another author right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. This show is a real estate and home improvement show where we talk about where you live, ways to live. Does everybody have to buy a house? Well, apparently right now you're lucky if you can buy a house because interest rates are high and there's a shortage of houses. So many of us are turning to rentals. And I like a rental anyway because I don't like to do all the maintenance, and when my hot water heater breaks, I want someone else to come and fix it. So I like renting. We have asked to come on the show some of the experts in our community on renting houses and the premium source to finding a place to live and to rent. Barbara Godfrey and London Lowe. Did I get any of that right?
Perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, more and more people want to rent.
We have a lot of rental houses and a lot of clients.
Yeah. My buddy just bought a house, and within a couple of weeks, he's replaced his hot water heater. He doesn't know how to do that. Fixing faucets and stuff like that. He says, I should have stayed a renter because you call the landlord, right?
We have all the maintenance contacts to take care of all those things that do happen. It's just part of living in a house.
Right. And if they're a renter and the hot water heater blows out, they don't have to pay for it, right? The tenant.
No, that's something the owner bears the cost.
Yeah. What else about renting? I kind of pirate these conversations sometimes.
No, that's great. We are always looking for just well-qualified individuals that will respect the house, pay the rent on time, and looking for a good relationship.
Good. Now, we're going to look at some houses in a minute. But let's start right off. If somebody's a renter or going to be a renter, or they need to rent a house, where do they start?
Yeah. So our website, also by phone, you can call the number on the screen. It'll text a list of all of our homes that are available to them. So they can look at photos, maps, prices,
right on
what
phone.
Their pet policy is, all kinds of things. Because each house is independently owned, so they all have a few different rules about them.
So you don't own a million houses. It's private homeowners entrust their home to you to find a good renter.
Our business does. It manages them.
Now, and so the phone number on the screen, which I cannot see right now, but you could tell it to us.
785-2969.
And they could get current rentals texted to them. And also they could go to your website, rpmfresno.com.
Correct.
And see all the houses.
Everything's there too. Same photos, maps, even actually more photos. And the phone number, they'll text you a link to a specific house if you want, or if you want to see all of them, it'll show you information about everyone.
So if they look at the website today, in a week, are there going to be different houses?
Right. So the ones we're talking about today may be gone. The inventory does rotate and things, new ones come on board as well.
Now, some people need to pick a certain school district.
Absolutely.
They can find that on the site.
Generally, but we always have people check with the school district themselves because I wouldn't want to be giving them information that might change, because the boundaries can
Yeah.
happen.
Clovis Unified just changed their boundaries, so.
Few
yeah.
people are upset about it,
Yeah,
yeah.
so be careful if you're gonna rent and you
Make
need a
sure.
certain school, just check the
Check
boundaries.
with the school
yeah.
district. That way, they're always the source to have that information.
I was always able to get a little transfer to the school I wanted anyway with my kids, so.
Yeah, a lot of people can.
Right, so if you need to rent at any time, by the way, if you have a friend or family member, a coworker who needs to rent, people never know where to start looking, so just go to rpmfresno.com. RPM,
Fresno.
yeah, rpmfresno.com, and look for rentals. Now, my favorite part of this job is we get to look at houses.
The pictures.
Yes. What is this first one?
All right. This first one we're looking at is Via Viola is the street that it's on. It's out by Copper River. It's in a gated community. It has a community pool. It's really lovely inside.
And here's the inside too. Let's look at the
Yeah,
inside.
we've got a couple pictures.
Oh my God!
Quartz
this house,
counters.
wide open.
All
That
the
is-
appliances, right.
Now, are there bedrooms upstairs and downstairs?
All upstairs on the bedrooms.
Mhm.
Laundry's also upstairs. That's the primary bathroom. Yeah, separate
And
tub
how many?
and shower.
How many bedrooms? How many bathrooms?
This one is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, so there's a little half bath downstairs. But like I said, all the bedrooms are upstairs. It's really close to Woodward Park and the Friant Trail, where it's got, you know, the River Park shopping stuff, Highway 41, bike paths, really a lot of nice community stuff there in that community.
Is-
Price-wise, it's listed at $28.25.
Okay, 2,825. That's
Yes,
really
sir.
good.
Yeah.
I think. Now, is there a yard?
It does have a small backyard with a patio and like really nice flower beds.
Now, who takes care of that? Is it different from house to house?
Correct.
Okay.
Some houses will provide yard care, sometimes it's a renter's responsibility.
And that's up to the owner
Mhm.
to work out. Now, this next one is, I told you before we started, I said, I'll take it.
Oh, just for the view of the backyard,
Yeah.
that's the backyard photo. So it's Marks and Herndon area, this one's on Kensington. And the upstairs primary bedroom, there's a side room with a fireplace and a patio overlooking that lake. That's where I would want my home office.
Now,
It's
what's
really
the lake,
nice.
by the way?
There's like 7 lakes inside there. It's a Stonebridge community.
Stonebridge, okay.
And there's a 24-hour guarded gate there at the front. And the house has just lots of space. Again, that's also a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. Rent is $2,850 is what they're asking for.
Is London going to tell us about this one?
Oh, yes, on Soledad.
Oh my gosh, that looks like a big house. Tell us about it, London.
So the Soledad home is very beautiful. It's 3 beds, 2.5 baths. It's located south of Clovis Community Hospital, near Clovis East High School.
Look at that kitchen.
Oh yes, there's interior designer touches throughout the home. The primary room has a nice large walk-in closet, and it's listed at $2,650.
Again, I'm surprised that it doesn't seem expensive or too expensive.
And this one, the backyard, it's the rock garden.
It
right?
has a Zen rock garden with olive trees and a water feature.
Is that the?
Yeah, the backyard there.
There we go.
Yeah.
It looks like an outdoor room.
And
Yes.
the evening, that's the shady side of the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's nice. Now, so it's kind of near Clovis East.
Yes.
Maybe it's Clovis East boundaries, maybe not.
Right.
They just are all up
We're
in there.
just saying
right,
the vicinity it's in,
Clovis
kind of
East,
what
yeah.
high school area.
All my kids went to Clovis East. It was
Okay.
the best. It was the best
Very good
experience.
school.
Now, I think this is the last one here.
Yes, over on Mitchell. It's a brand new house. No one's ever lived in it. It's actually a new home development.
Now, Mitchell and about what?
The cross streets are like.
Barstow and Locan.
Right. Okay, I know where it is. Yeah.
The house is 4 bedrooms and 2 baths. Has
And-
large walk-in closets.
Oh, yeah. And look at the floors. Just
And we actually have 2 houses on that same street that are similar floor plan, both brand spanking new.
nobody's lived in them.
Right.
Yeah. There's nothing like a brand new house. You know. I've never had
It's like
one,
a new
but
car. The
it
smell,
is.
everything
Oh,
about
yes.
it. Yeah,
Everything
it's
about
pretty
New
nice.
house smell is.
So, what do people need to do to qualify?
So they need to put in an application through our website. We will check credit, background checks, landlord references, those type of things. And it's $50 per person for the application fee
So each adult.
for each adult, everybody over 18.
Okay. Now, is it really tough to get in? You have to have perfect credit.
No.
Yeah.
But we just want to know that you're responsible and going to respect the house.
Maybe that you haven't like wrecked your last 5 houses
Right.
or
So
something
your
like
history
that.
matters,
Haven't
right.
been evicted or thrown out or something
Exactly.
like that. So
Those are important
excellent.
things, yeah.
And so people can get, just your average person can get in. Does this help build your credit or not particularly?
We do. We have some parts with the credit reporting. If you pay the rent on time, it'll help boost your credit score.
Wow.
So
So maybe those who
Service.
eventually want to buy a house, they rent for a
Right.
couple of years and show that
Improve
they
it.
can make the payments
Yeah.
and do that. What else do you want our viewers to know?
Well, probably with our potential clients as owners, people that have a house that need a manager, to call another number, 425-8550. You can find it on our website as well. But we'll talk to them about our services and if they'd like us to manage the home on their behalf.
I know a few people who recently been notified they're going to transfer out of town.
Oh.
And they say, I don't want to sell our house, but they should talk to you
Exactly.
and find a solution.
And that's exactly those kind of reasons. You're like, I don't want to sell, I want to keep it, but I want to hang on to it over long term. We can help with that.
Very good. How about visiting professors and things like that? They need to rent. This would be
Sure.
where they should go?
We do. We get that. Sometimes we'll get interns too with medical schools and things, but it's always a 1-year lease to start.
Start
So
with
we're
1
not
year.
doing short terms, we're doing a full year.
And are they all in North Fresno, Clovis?
No, all over Fresno, Clovis, a couple in Madera, and a little bit Sanger even.
So there's a lot of range in prices.
True, yeah, and that's why we say always check the website, because the inventory changes, the areas and different homes that pop up over weeks, it can be a wide variety.
Now, to buy homes, we have our local MLS, and people want to rent. There's not a real good community thing
There's
where
not
you go.
that kind of hub on the
No,
MLS.
but you can go to rpmfresno.com, right?
Yep, we'll get you as much information as you need to make a good decision.
At least we'll give you an idea what values are. I mean, can you even afford to rent a house?
Right.
And go look at the values, and that could start you on which level.
To know what
to
range,
look at, yeah.
exactly.
Is that good? Anything else?
Pleasure.
Want to add something else, London? Put London on the spot.
I'm happy to help new owners who need more information about renting out their properties.
Yeah, if you own a home and you need it rented and you don't want to be the landlord, trust me, you don't want to be the landlord. Let someone else.
We take the hassle.
You do it all the time. You need a vendor to fix a pipe or an air conditioner. You have them all lined up, and that's what you do, really.
It's true. And the laws and the language and the lease and the contracts, those are important.
Well, thank you for coming
Pleasure.
and
Thank you.
sharing your
Yes.
expertise. And go to RPM.
Fresno.
I don't know why I can't get it. RPMFresno.com. RPMFresno.com. We'll be back with more real estate and home improvement right after this. I see 4 capital letters. RPM what?
Oh, and it's Trojan.
It took me a few weeks to let it roll off my tongue. I'm getting better.
Hello, this is Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events. Today we are talking about accountability. We're going to talk about the second segment of accountability, which is executing on accountability. And joining us today is Eric Merz from Vertura Coaching. So welcome again, Eric. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Hope?
Awesome. Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Well, we talked earlier about the human need for accountability, but there's a second phase to this, and that's how to basically execute it. What are the tools? What are the steps one needs to make this accountability factor come into success? One of the biggest parts of it is you could talk about it, but you have to be able to execute it, and part of it is setting it up. How would a business go about, or when you go in and talk to a business, how do they go into setting up for each person's accountability plan?
Well, it varies from business to business because of where they're at in their development, as their leadership team. But some people have already put some things into place. But often the conversation will go something like, they're complaining about somebody, they're not performing at the level that they would like. They're not sure if I'm able to help them with that. But they're spending the first part of our session talking about all the things this person hasn't done or hasn't done well, or, how they're disappointed. So I ask them the question, well, are they aware that they're falling short, or something similar to that? And then often the reply is, I'm not sure if they are or not, which tells me a lot about, they haven't really set it up now for them to hold them accountable to anything because the expectations aren't clear. And so then we dive into, when you hired this person, what were the expectations? What can you show me their job description, the roles and responsibilities? And sometimes they can pull it out, and sometimes they don't even have it, and maybe that's where we start. So because that's where expectations usually start. When you hire a person and you bring them on board, it needs to be clear what is expected of them. Otherwise, you can't hold them accountable to it if you never told them what you expect.
Exactly, and part of that is that individual skill set. I mean, what were they bringing to the table, and is that person aware of that skill set? Because every person has their set of strengths.
Yeah, that's right. So that should get checked when you're onboarding somebody, or even before you hire them, to know what the skill set is. But we don't always know by interviews and by, things that are turned in during the process of hiring somebody. Oftentimes things look better than they really may be, or maybe they have skills they failed to mention. So sometimes we find that out later, but when we start rolling out, well, you're responsible for X, Y, and Z, we need to make sure that they do have the skills, they do have the knowledge. And then, the other part is, do they have the tools in place? They may be able to do everything well, but they use different tools at a different place when they were doing it, and now you don't have those tools for them. You may have to get those tools or teach them how to do it without those tools. But either way, you can't put that on them until you know that all those things are in place. And so I'd say that's the key thing in leadership, is to make sure that you have an alignment with the people, that they have everything they need to perform the things that you want done, and the results that
Correct. And with that, once those goals are set up, there needs to be that communication, that feedback communication between employer and employee. So how does that feedback part unfold?
So, there should be some formal feedback, like every quarter, maybe when they start out, it's even 30 days, how are they doing? And then so you can really cover in detail, make sure they're getting the job, they're understanding the job, they're understanding what's expected. That should be the onboarding, the first 90 days. But after that, let's say we have somebody for a couple years, maybe it's every 6 months, you have a short review, or maybe annually, and you cover these things and you give them the feedback formally. But better than that is that should really be just a documentation of what you've already been giving them feedback on.
Sure.
If you're really, engaged with your staff, if you're this is probably at a supervisor level for line workers, supervising people, that they should be daily giving them feedback. Good job. We need to do better here. And show them, maybe something that they need to know. So if we're doing that on a regular basis, it's no surprise what the valuation will be on the 6 month or the year. It shouldn't be a surprise.
Right.
And if it's a surprise, then we haven't really done our job. And so then we, I think if I'm coaching somebody, I'll say, well, if you surprised your employee with their evaluation, then we need to work on some things.
Well, one of the things that you did mention that I think is important is what is each person needing to know. And that goes into extra training. That goes into the part of learning, further education. And to me, and even coming from the field of education, we were constantly learning new techniques, how to make things better and improve, because that's a key part to success.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. Till we die, we should always be growing and learning. I mean, it might be different at different stages of our life, what I'm talking about, growth, but certainly, someone that just started in a new job, there needs to be a lot of continuous learning, but it doesn't stop. And so it's leadership's job is to make sure those opportunities are there for that growth. And there's a lot of studies out on the engagement level of employees that are poured into that have the opportunities for growth and learning. They're more engaged in their work. They believe that people are investing in them. They feel like they're contributing more because they're able to do more because they learn more. Now, the people that don't believe in abundance would say, well, I'm going to pour into them, then they're going to leave me because, my theory on that is like, God bless them. Like if they have a better opportunity outside your organization because they grew, I think that's great for the world, right? So just let it go and bring on another person and do the same thing, because you will get rewarded while they're there and well beyond the investment.
Right. And in that reward, I think you find people who are then taking more responsibility and showing a value set, because values are something that are essential to a part of all of this growth.
Right. And when you talk about accountability and let's say the values of the organization, holding people accountable to the values of the organization. I had a conversation this morning with someone, and they were talking about how they had a problem with an employee that was an harassment thing, but this person was so valuable that people thought they're not going to do anything to John, because John's a fictitious name, by the way, and nothing's going to happen. Well, they let him go because they had to. I mean, because they said all these things about what was important, the culture of the company, and if they didn't do it, then nothing they said would ever be believed again. And so, you've got to do the right thing, and you got to hold people accountable to the values of the organization, whatever those are. And you have to be an example as a leader. And if you're not doing it, you can't expect those. You can't hold accountable the people below you if you don't do it yourself. I mean,
right. And you were talking about culture, and the culture is a part of that whole climate of the company. And if you don't have that in place, and you don't have that, what I call a mission type statement in place, and setting that goal, then you kind of are then losing, and people are filtering out instead of uniting, coming together. And that's where the accountability comes in, is within that, in that teamwork and people collaborating.
yeah, I'm sure you've heard the term, these rules are for thee, but not for me. That just does not work. You have to show the example as the leader. And if you do that, then when you hold people accountable to it, people go, well, yeah, I'm sorry, I messed up. They changed, they're either they're gonna do one of two things. They're gonna leave the organization really realizing they don't belong there because they don't want that culture or that value system, or they're going to get in line. And so that's what the accountability really benefits the organization. But the leader has to be leading and be accountable, him or herself, right?
Absolutely. And then, as we move into this next segment, we're going to be talking about the results. But all of these pieces that we just discussed earlier, from setting up and to looking at the productivity and self-reporting and things to that effect, this all has to come into play in what I call the middle part of this accountability piece.
Yeah, it does. I mean, and the metrics is another part of the execution that's important because it helps people stay on track. So you need to have metrics in place where it's applicable, and some of those are numbers and some of them are, something that's more qualitative. But if you have those things in place to where people know if they're on track or off track of what needs to be happening, it's very helpful. And it's also encouraging when people see how well they do when they're just people watching the score.
Yeah.
They do better when they watch the score.
Sure. So speaking of watching, I want the viewers who are watching to know that they can get in touch with you. Eric, can you please tell the viewers how they can get in touch with you?
You can call me on the phone at 661-343-2373, and you might want to text first and tell me who you are and that you're going to give me a call, or I'll call you back right away. Or you can go to vertuacoaching.com, and on that website you can sign up for my newsletter, or you can schedule a time that we can talk.
Well,
Or
Eric,
you can email me.
I was going to say, I'm going to be looking forward to talking with you again, because we're going to wrap up this series in the results of accountability, and I'll be looking forward to talking with you soon about that.
I look forward to it, and I'll hold you to that.
Okay, you do that. Hold me accountable. I'll be responsible, I promise. This is Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events.
Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, where we've been talking about the markets, investing, where you should put your money. Is it a good time to invest? Is it a bad time to invest? Is it a good time to buy a house, a bad time to buy a house? I have the answer. My answer is I don't know, but I love to bring in experts who do know and hear from them and see what they think's about to happen in our lives and in our world. Our next guest is John Grace. He's president of Investors Edge. And by the way, his websites are on the screen, westlakefinancialadvisors.com. Welcome, John.
Thank you, my friend. Good to be with you.
Yeah, I just wonder, a lot of people are real estate market's kind of funny here. Houses that should be worth about $250,000 here in the valley are going for $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, and people are just seeing crazy things, and they don't know what to do and where to turn. What's going on, John?
Well, I would say, Mike, it all depends on how you want to play your hand, right?
Yeah.
Is it a good time to sell? I would say absolutely. Is it a good time to buy? I would say I don't think so. And, one of the things that people aren't looking at, homeowners in the Midwest are delighted in the last 20 years, home prices have tripled. On both coasts, they're delighted that home prices have quadrupled.
Yeah.
But here's the point of the unsettlement, if you will, and that is when we look at average household income, it's only gone up like 1.6 times. So that means it's quite a big disconnect from the reality that most people are experiencing in terms of their income and the prices of things going through the roof. what we think will happen, Mike, I like to kind of put things in perspective. You remember in the 80s when boomers were standing in line to buy a house for 30-year loans at 16, 18% for 30 years, right? That was not an impediment. I thought interest rates were supposed to be a guide to when people wanted to buy or sell or whatnot, okay? It turns out that I think the bigger driver that we don't study, my friend, is age. So regardless of location, interest rates or inflation or shortages, the number of houses available, it seems that thanks to the Census Bureau, we can see that 31 has been the age most Americans, boomers, stepped up to buy their house, no matter where it was, no matter what interest rates were doing, okay? No matter the location. It seemed like a bell was ringing. At 31, we just have to go buy a house. Well, then 10 years later, that seems, again, according to the Census Bureau, when people tend to buy their biggest house. That's what boomers were doing, selling the starter home for the McMansion, right?
Yeah.
On all this acreage. Well, and now what are we hearing about? Shortage. Yeah. Well, the research team, Dent Research, says, hold the phone. First, let's look at the fact that average age of death in America keeps dropping. Every country went down with COVID. Other countries, UK, Canada, Japan, all went back up. We keep going down right now. Last I looked, it's about 76.4 is the average age of death in America, right? And if we look at Donald John Trump, he's in the news a lot. He turned 77 last year. On the 14th of June, he turned 78. Guess what happens at 78? That's when we see the pattern that many people tend to sell their homes. Well, here comes 76 million people. So what I'm saying to folks who have 1 or 2 or 3, 4 properties, that they don't love, this is probably your best time to take your chips off the table, get your cash so that you can be prepared for the next wave. Otherwise, you may discover the prices go down and they don't recover fast enough for you, like maybe even within your lifetime. And for buyers, Mike, I'm saying, okay, clients come in, they say, hey, we've got enough money. Looks like we can live to 100 and we're not going to run out of money. If we live each to 100, that's a good test. We got some extra money. Can we take some out and buy Junior and Missy a house? Well, yeah, let's look at both sides of the equation. Yeah. If you buy a house at these nosebleed levels and you wake up and find that the price on average drops as little as 14% in Nashville, as much as 70% in Phoenix, say an average of 50%, if that doesn't bother you, go with God, all right? If that doesn't sound like fun, I'm going to suggest you hold on to your dry powder. Don't buy anything yet, because if prices come your way, you'll probably be able to enjoy that upswing from the bottom up, as opposed to having that great regret paying $1 million for a house and waking up 2 months, 2 years, whatever it might be, and now it's worth $500,000. That's probably going to be tough to have a nice day.
I tell you, back in '08, I know prices are different in Southern California, but here in the Central Valley, in '08, a house was selling for $240,000. The next year sold for $80,000, 1/3. And
good point.
If you know that's coming, you can keep your powder dry, so to speak.
Yeah. Things go up, and every 11-year-old, 7-year-old around the world knows that all bubbles burst, right? Yeah. Either the helium comes out of the balloon or the bubble just bursts. So that's what I try to say to folks. Don't get high on the hopium here. Really look to see how things may unfold, because it's after the disaster happens that we all want to just cry in our milk. And let's notice, Mike, you talk about the 80s, we all just knew Japan was going to be #1 in GDP, right? We were okay with that. Okay, you guys take it from here. Well, let's just notice that their stock market peaked around 1229.80, 89, and then dropped 80%. A year later, the real estate market in Japan dropped 70%. That's right. And I can see when we look at vacancies, this is mind-boggling. There are 11 million vacant homes in Japan, and we want to say, oh, well, that's happening over there. Well, if we get past the belief that it's all about shortages, we find 17 million vacant homes here in the U.S. of A. Yeah. And who would be the top leaders in terms of states for having the most vacant homes? It couldn't be Florida, could it? Yes, it is at 1.7. Well, okay, that's not New York. No, it's Florida. Well, what's number 2? Must be New York. No, it's California with 1.6 million vacant homes. So it looks like, we're coming out of these houses one way or the other, and we've got a lot of vacancies. And let's suppose that, we're going to see people dying outpacing people buying. That's probably not good for prices or rents if you wanted to see an upswing, if you were depending on the history just to keep carrying you forward.
Now, I made a commitment to myself is that I don't want to become an expert on this. I mean, it would just take too much time. There's experts out there like you guys and your company, and you guys are the experts. And you're looking at all this data on the economy and what might happen, and how can people take advantage of your expertise?
Well, I mean, first, I would say we want to have a change of our thinking, okay? I've only been in the securities business since 1979, and the one master plan of things is buy and hold, sit and take it, hold and hope, stocks for the long term. We don't help people see how to prepare for losses. And that's the way it's hard to have a nice day. I think we could learn, Mike, from none other than Warren Buffett, who said back in February, as it was getting great acknowledgement, great press for Berkshire Hathaway stocks approaching about $1 trillion in value. Yeah. This is what he said that most people missed. And I'm glad you're asking this question. What he said that most people missed is we did good, but if we had limited our losses, the value could be twice as much. So I'm saying let's start with how we look at things and recognize it's those losses that make it tough to have a good time. Savvy investors hate losses more than they love gains because those losses can just be a huge eraser. And if the gains don't just go back to the high water mark, well, that's called regret. So we suggest that we look to see how bad can it get personally, and then see what you can do to limit your losses. The 1-2 punch that we're adept at, Mike, is we like to apply active management strategies. What does that look like? Well, remember the movie Karate Kid, Wax On, Wax Off? In '08, if you had $1 million and you saw throughout the year the market's getting nastier and nastier, we were in the business of not holding on to those shares, but selling those shares systematically, wax off. In some cases, clients went from 5% cash at the beginning of the year to 100% cash by the end of the year. What does that mean? What do they say, Mike? If you find yourself in a ditch, stop digging. They stop digging at less than 20% loss. Market was off 37. Vanguard's, most of the stock funds were up over 40%. They took about 5 years to get back to even. People who were off less than 20 got back in, came back down from, let's say, 100% cash to 5% cash starting March 9th, March 10th of 2009. Saw a net return of 25, 26%. Well, that means your $1 million is back to $1 million in 24 months or less, as opposed to taking 48 months or more, thanks to a robust market. So our whole claim to fame is let's limit those losses. First with active management and then with greater diversification. Let's learn from Yale Endowment. It always surprised me when we look. First, I only see 3% stocks, 3% U.S. stocks, not 30%. They've long gotten out of the 60-40 model that the securities industry still touts as the only way to go, saying you're adequately diversified. Only Yale says, we didn't lose any money in '08. That's what they say on their website. I suppose it's true. And what I noticed, Mike, is that they've got 5, 6, 7 legs under their portfolio stool. No big bets. I think the highest holding is about 17%. But as little as 3% in U.S. stocks, 5% or so in bonds. So they're doing vastly different work. We can't do exactly what they do, but we certainly can learn from the best and the brightest.
Yes, yeah. And again, why should I become an expert when somebody else has already figured it out?
Well, that's what we do. That's what we like doing, and we want to make sure people can live to 100 and afford to stick around without trying to go be a Hallmark greeter and discover you are overqualified.
What would I find? What would our viewers find if they go to westlakefinancialadvisors.com?
Yeah, they'd see some of our interviews, like it's always a joy to be on your show. Some of the work that we do, a lot of the articles that I happen to write. Everything we do is customized, so it's not boilerplate. There's no, we can look at what kind of loss you can live with. That's a good question to start with. But everything we do is 100% customized because, oftentimes it is the case. Let me just be really clear. The industry, I think, asks a really dumb question, Mike. We go, are you conservative, moderate, or aggressive? And what we find, nobody really understands that question, let alone the answers. So why are we going down that rabbit hole? And then we find people like good rocket scientists, well, I'm conservative. We're looking at his 401k statement. You're 95% stocks. That is not a conservative portfolio. You've gotten comfortable here. You've made some money here, but that's not what we would think is our definition of conservative. But let's drill down. You're a rocket scientist. Let's drill down further. let's ask you a series of questions. So in this case, after the series of questions, he and his wife discover that their loss limit was 12%. Ah, now we're dealing with something. You have set the parameters with which you can live. Now our job, if we can, is to see what we can do to limit your losses within the depth of the digging that you want to stop at. All right. So if we wake up at 2023, look back at 2022 and look at the portfolio and say, gee, let's use the same $1 million. Your account's down 10% in 2022. You might say, oh, you're telling me I lost money. That's what the engineer said. Yes, sir, that is true. But let's look at the record. You said it was 12, so that'd be 120 on $1 million. And if we had left the money where it was, remember where it was? Yeah, if we had left it there, you'd be down $200,000 to $300,000 as opposed to $100,000. So I can look you in the eye and feel good about this because we did show you the evidence of limiting your losses. If we're down 10, what do we need? 11, 12 to get back to even? If we're down 30, what do we need? A lot more. I like the odds at the lower level of that loss as opposed to higher level.
I'm kind of embarrassed to ask this, but do you think there's a lot of people out there who have not even thought of their loss limit or what they want it to be?
It's a darn good question, and the answer is absolutely. Most investors have portfolios of potpourri. Most of my peers are very nice people, well-educated. We don't smell bad, won't embarrass you at your children's wedding. Frankly, we're quite lazy. Yeah. We just keep telling you the same thing we learned 20, 30, 40 years ago, whatever it might be. We don't focus on learning from the endowments or like Warren Buffett. Let's limit the losses, and let's make sure we understand this. This is particularly important when we have to or choose to start taking annual withdrawals. Okay, talking to a CPA just earlier today, and he says, yeah, there were two 50% losses in the same decade. I go, isn't that fascinating? Who was ready for that? But the good news is that most people were contributing during those two 50% losses, 2002, 08, 09. That's the good news. They were buying more shares when the prices became depressed, right? Like the tide goes out, you can pick up the shells on the seashore. But if you were taking withdrawals, 3%, 4%, stick around to 80, and now it's over 8%. That every year, from a traditional retirement account, the withdrawal rate goes up no matter what. And no, there's no way to avoid the taxes. Right. But have a just one 50% loss and an 8% withdrawal. How's this plane doing? It's coming down hard. That's the point. That it becomes particularly advantageous for people to look to see what kind of strategies they can employ to limit their losses when they start taking withdrawals, whether it's required or it's just desired.
Key word here seems to be strategies. So,
say that again, please.
Strategies. That seems to be the key word here. Strategies.
Yes. Don't get satisfied. Don't be complacent. Don't look at, oh, geez, Mike, we're up 12, 14% so far this year. At the rate we're going, we'll be at 30 by the end of the year. Well, suppose it reverses itself. How are you prepared for that? What strategies have you proactively put in place to limit your losses? Are those strategies in place, or do you think hope is a strategy?
Hopium. Don't get on the hopium.
Don't get high on the hopium.
John, we've gone overtime, but I could talk to you all day long. Do you have some last thoughts that our viewers should know, or anything you want our viewers to know?
Well, I would just say pay attention and go back and look, please, folks, at what your account did to you in 2022. Go back and see what your account did to you in 2008. We did this with a young lady in her 70s, been to over 70 countries. I'm like, wow, I want to follow you. Wherever you go, I'm going. You know how to travel. Yeah. Her son brought her in to look at her portfolio. We took the portfolio and ran it backwards. No one does that. Some people are willing to. Most people are not. But we ran it backwards. And in 08, when the market was up 37, the Vanguards, the mutual funds, the stock funds, the ETFs were off about 40% or so. Her account was off 70%. So let's use our $1 million magic marker number right there. I had $1 million at the beginning of the year, finished the year at 300,000. Wow. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
The good news for her is that she lives with her son. He's paying all her bills. So for her, this is really kind of like extra money.
Yeah.
For you and me, it would be, oh, shucks. That's what OS stands for, right?
Oh, shucks. What the F? What the fish is like we like
What
to
the
say.
fish? 60% stocks. I'm sorry, 60% real estate is what our research team is suggesting is baked in the cake. Might be 80 to 90% for the stock market that's baked in the cake. It may be happening simultaneously. We will see how this unfolds, particularly through the rest of the year. And it's usually around the September, October time, where things often come apart at the seams. But that's why we're saying, I want to leave it like this. I take my kids to the movies when they were little. We would go throw our jackets down in the seats and go get hot popcorn. But before we could take our seats, I would run in front of them, look at them as they're facing the theater and say, okay, where are the emergency exits?
Right.
Okay, I'm looking at you. You point where they are. Because if something wrong goes down, I want you ready to get the heck out of here. You take your mom, I'll take your brother, right? We're going to get out of here safely. We don't want to be stuck in here while the fire just consumes everything and everybody.
Exit strategy.
Yes, sir. Yeah, or think of it this way, Mike. We see so many floods, right? And what does some people do? Oh, Mike, we're going to ride this out. Ha ha ha. Well, the animals don't do that. No. The animals don't look for the prettiest, the strongest, the one that's the most likable. They look at the smartest, and the smartest animals go to high ground. So don't drown. Turn around. Turn your assets around. Don't drown.
Thank you, John. I hope you come back every month or so.
I look forward to it, Mike. In the meantime, may the 4th be with you.
All right. Goodbye, John. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, about their process, where they even come up with their ideas, and most importantly, how do they get the darn thing published? There's so many of us out there trying to finish our first book, and many of our viewers are in that spot right now, trying to figure out how to get past their first book. Our next guest, not only has he gone past his first book, he's come out with 2 books, and amazingly, he overcame so many obstacles to get done what most of us cannot get done. Our guest is Joseph Reedy. Welcome, Joseph.
Hey, Mike.
Now, reading up on you a little bit, you had a little, I shouldn't call it little, but an accident where you were put into a coma for a while. Is that right?
Yes.
How long were you in the coma?
5 months.
5 months.
3 months.
3 months, okay.
Five and a half.
Now, when you came out of it, it took some time, I would imagine, to recover.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, where are you located right now?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, okay. And so you go in a coma, you come out of a coma. That's been, what, about 10 years now? 15 years?
13.
13 years. And at some point, well, tell us about the book. At some point, you were able to, you wanted to get the story out about what happened to you and how you overcame it. Tell us about the book. I've got the cover up on the screen.
Well, I actually started writing this while I was in the hospital. Like, I just remembered, I think my Facebook password or something, and I was like, okay, I gotta write this down. This something big happening to me. So I just started writing. And then we got it all cleaned up. My publisher got it all cleaned up and published it. And that's my first book.
Now, by the way, it's called, if I have it correct, My Nightmare and How I Woke Up From It.
My nightmare, how I woke from it.
Yeah. And you, had you remembered part of the time in the coma?
No, not really. Like, I remember, like, bits and like no coma. But after I woke up, I was up from September 9th to about November 20th. That's when I woke up. And it wasn't like, oh, just went to bed, feel fine. It was like, barely awake. Like, I was so almost dead.
Now, how you were still in the hospital? Were you ambulatory? Could you type into computer? Or could you write by hand?
Well, see, with this hand, I can type whatever. With this hand, not really.
Yeah.
Because of my brain injury.
Yeah, brain injury, sure. And it took you a while to get the words down. How long did it take from when you started writing it until you actually got it published?
About 3 years.
3 years. Oh my goodness.
2 years.
Yeah. And by the way, here's a cover and the back of the book, My Nightmare. And so you got that done. You did, like I say, you did what a lot of us cannot do. You finished writing a book and you got it published. And now is the next book out already?
Yes, it is.
And here it is, Keep Trying. Tell us what that book is about.
It's about my recovery process and just getting back at it. And like, also in that book, while I was in the process of writing it, I had a couple of seizures.
Oh, seizures.
Yeah, and found out that I had been having mini seizures for 7 years.
Ah.
And so those mini seizures, they were not fun at all.
Yeah, oh boy.
Like, they scare me to death.
Yeah. By the way, Joseph, Joe, who should read these books?
Anybody who's going through like a traumatic event, like a traumatic injury or something.
Traumatic event, traumatic injury, yeah. And maybe, I mean, I'm going to read it because I'm just blown away that you've been able to overcome. You, as the book title says, keep trying, and you kept trying, and you have 2 books out. Like I said, two more than most of us have altogether, and it's. I think I'm going to buy several copies of this book, and I'm going to share it with people who think that they have a tough go in their life, because you had a tough go, and you overcame, and you worked around it and just kept trying, and that's a great testament. It's an inspiration for me.
Thank you, Mike.
Joe, are you done writing, or are you going to write some more?
Well, I'm in the process of writing third book. But that's just gonna be like what I've learned from dying a lot and stuff.
Yeah, you've learned a lot, and other people hopefully can learn from what you've been through. You've already been through it.
Yeah, hopefully.
What are you doing besides writing?
Well, I'm actually in the process of learning how to walk again.
How to walk again, yeah.
Yeah.
How's that going, Joe?
It's pretty good.
Good.
Luckily, I met this guy down here in Massachusetts who's making this deep training, and like he you know how most gate trainers are like $250,000. he made his price $5,000.
Wow. Hey, for our viewers, I'm going to show you the titles of the book again. My Nightmare and How I Woke Up From It was the first book that Joe wrote after his accident. Got hit by a car. You're minding your own business. A car hit you and put you in a coma for months. And here's his second book, Keep Trying. I'm already inspired, and I just met Joe, so I'm going to read these books. And I urge our viewers, go to Amazon or wherever you like to buy your books. I found them on Amazon. And don't buy one, buy 10 of them. Give them out to your friends and family and people who think maybe they need a little inspiration in their life, and hopefully this will be inspirational for them. Joe, we're about out of time. Any last thoughts that you'd like to share with our viewers?
I'm not sure. Just keep trying, I guess.
Keep Trying. In fact, that's your second book, I think. Keep Trying. Thank you, Joe, for inspiring us. Thanks for sharing your experience. And I'm glad that things are going better. You're going to learn to walk. And I want to invite you to come back on the show anytime you want to come back on the show, Joe.
All right, thank you.
And for our viewers, stick around because we'll have more authors right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. This, of course, is a real estate and home improvement show. And we bring on guests who will help you improve your home. Whether you need a new roof, a new air conditioner, or who do you trust for solar? So we have guests on that help you do that. But most of all, we have realtors on who tell us about cool things they have going, like homes for sale, what's going on in the market, and things like that. Our next guests, I should say, are experts in real estate because they've been at it a couple of years.
Just a
and,
few.
This is Julia and Tad Tadich.
Good morning.
Who are going to help us figure out what's going on in this crazy market.
Happy Juneteenth.
Is it Juneteenth?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. We didn't have that when I was a kid.
Now, I know that, but we freed the slaves and emancipation, population, all that stuff, that's a very Republican thing. I know people don't talk about it that way, but it's definitely the Republicans passed that bill so they would free the slaves. And they're celebrating this day, which is just fine with me.
Yeah, that's good. I think it should be recognized.
Yes.
Yeah, the market is crazy. Are houses selling? Are people buying?
Well, the market is still limited for entry-level purchases.
Very true.
There's 468 active listings in the Fresno Clovis area under 650,000. I think the start price is somewhere around about $295
That
for a
doesn't
fixer
sound like
upper.
a starter home to me.
So first-time home buyers aren't doing well right now in buying their first home.
It's a little challenging because of interest rates, of course.
Are they high? Are they too high?
Well, they're not too high.
6 and 8?
Historically, they're below the average.
So when you put them on a $400,000 house,
It's ugly.
Definitely has a larger payment.
Yes.
now somebody that was here the other day, they said they want a house. I said, oh, no problem, you can get a house, but you have to have a job with pay stubs or a tax return showing income and maybe, X amount of money down. He goes, oh, no, you can get in for nothing now. And there's all these deals out there. You could just step in and I said, I don't know. He goes, yeah. You go and you buy this package of CDs and they teach you how to do it. Is that how it
What?
works?
Yeah, no.
What?
The truth is that there are programs for specific people.
But I am a licensed lender, and my license precludes me from doing something, a loan for somebody who does not have the ability to repay.
Right.
Those good old stated income loans, where you look at the payment on that, and you look at their income, and yeah, they have these great credit scores, and that was gonna lead them off to a foreclosure, and that's exactly what it did.
Yeah.
So,
Hurt a lot of people.
it's, if you're gonna get a loan, make sure you're doing it with a licensed lender who has a responsibility to make sure that you actually can qualify.
Now, I did get a loan, and it was a stated loan, and it was in 2006. Was that a licensed
This is
lender, or did they clean up?
No, they got, I was in business during that time. We weren't required to have licenses.
Is that right? But now you're licensed?
Yes.
Meet certain standards?
Yes.
And are held to standards, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Supposedly, hopefully, you don't have somebody blowing smoke up your skirt telling you something other than what I'm saying.
But you say there are some programs out there?
Well, certainly. For instance, for self-employed, there are bank statement loans, basically
1099
1099s.
Coming
But
back.
all of those still devolve to the lender to make sure that the ability to repay is satisfied.
And I think that's what everybody wants, because nobody wants to get in love with a house and end up losing it because they can't afford it.
Right, that, I can't imagine. A lot of people did, didn't they?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
they did.
Back in 08, 09,
Uh-huh.
through there,
Mhm.
10, 11.
That started the short sales.
But you guys have houses for sale.
Yes.
Listings.
Yes.
And you're still talking to people, if they want to sell their
Yes.
house, they can call you and you'll help
We're
them.
still doing open houses. We never stopped doing open houses.
You guys are
Even
busy.
during COVID, in
And
person.
you know what, if we do the loan on a house, we give a $1,500 credit. If we actually sell the real estate and the loan, we give them another 15 or total $3,000 to help them buy the
That's great.
house. So we're very giving and helpful.
Now, can that count toward their down payment?
Yes.
Even though
Or
it hasn't
whatever.
closed yet and they don't
Or
have the money in their
whatever.
hand?
And there's this great program, 100% financing, 96.5% first, and then a 3.5% second. It is an FHA product and it will have mortgage insurance on it. The interest rates are gonna be driven by your credit scores and your assets, and that's really how credit scores are derived anyway. But if the first is 6.125, the second's gonna be 8.125, which is fantastic
Yeah,
for a second, for 100% financing.
And it's an amortized loan, so
Yeah.
it's not like it's just
an
going to
FHA
sit there
product.
collecting.
Right.
Let me ask you about this, you said FHA, it's an FHA financing. Somebody said, yeah, but for FHA, the buyer has to qualify for the loan, but the house has to qualify too. What does that mean?
Certainly.
Well, good. I can't even tell you how many real estate agents out there in this town and probably everywhere that do not want to order a termite report on a house. And then they sell the house to the people, and lo and behold, the people find a little pile of stuff that is a termite problem. And if they just had a termite inspection for $70, $80, they would have known there was a problem.
FHA does
Super
have
common.
minimal standards.
Yes.
They aren't phenomenal.
They've
They
done a lot
just
better.
expect that there's no tripping hazards, so you can't have torn carpet, damaged flooring, things like that. The standards for you can't have holes in the walls, things like that. It's not really all that much.
But there can't be
Anybody can
peeling
sell-
paint or broken
Oh, no.
windows.
Oh, no.
They've actually improved that. They really have not, they're not even talking about that kind of stuff anymore.
So you
FHA
can,
has
so
really
you can
improved.
buy a fixer-upper.
Yes. Yes.
The carpet's worn out, you probably want to upgrade the kitchen and
Then
stuff.
you could do one of my great renovation loans. Get an
Renovation
FHA loan, we'll get a carpet guy to go and give us a bid, and we'll include that in the loan. So you know what? There's lots of ways around all that stuff.
So there's ways.
So yes,
Okay,
you
good.
can buy a fixer-upper.
Very good. If you call Julia and Tad Tadich, because, I mean, you could call anyone, but they know the rules, they know the lending rules,
Right.
and things like that, and they're highly ethical too. Yes.
Yeah, that I think is what has gotten lost over the years. It's a lot better than it used to be, but still, you still have people out there saying, oh, you can do this or that, and I'm thinking, no, give me the number of that person, let me call them. And it's not true. It's, the rules are the rules.
I'm gonna have a friend call you. This is gonna lead us into our next topic. He has a house, and he's had it for 10, 15 years. He has some equity, and he says, I gotta get my roof. I don't know how I'm gonna afford it. I don't believe in borrowing. I said, no. When you own the home, that's when you should borrow to improve the home.
Right.
So what's a home
Absolutely.
equity or
Home-
HELOC? What are the different
A
things?
HELOC or a closed-ended second, there's lots of ways to do that. I really liked it when I talk to someone, we figure out what's best for them. Everybody has these 2.375 interest rates first, and yet they need money. Well, don't get rid of that first, let's get a second. Let's
Don't
either get a
refinance.
HELOC or a second, yes.
Don't refinance your 2+%
Yeah.
loan for an 8.
And the interest
see.
rates on a second can be as low as 11%. I mean, that's better than your credit card
Well,
rates.
what's a HELOC and what's the second?
A HELOC is something you can borrow against and pay it off and
Reuse it
re-encumber it, use it again. You can't do that with a closed-end second.
With HELOC, do you have to take the money?
There is
you
a
have the
minimum
option.
distribution if you
You only
do
take
one of
some
them.
money.
Yeah, you have to take some money. There are a number of options. It can be interest only. It can be fully amortized, whatever you want. And if you take the loan, you can always pay more early.
Yeah.
No penalties. No fees or fines.
When you pay the HELOC, then can you retake it? Is
Yes.
it
As long as it's
what do you call it,
during the
floating or
open period, yes.
rotating interest
It's-
rate or something?
Yeah,
It makes a lot of sense.
yes.
So I'm telling my buddy who needs a new roof who to call, who knows about loans, and
Well, also, you know, we've developed over the years a team of people that are qualified
Roofers,
roofers,
termite people.
termite, and all of this stuff, and we know the people to count on. They do really good work. I don't have to worry about them, and well, for instance, our roofer, I've seen not one time where his bid's been beat.
Yeah.
wow.
I mean, it's crazy. He does phenomenal work and quick, and always depend on him. So,
Correct.
you know,
Rudy
same with home.
Solario.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same with home inspectors, pest control, all of those things. We have a team.
You got your vendors that you like to use. Let me ask you this. I think I asked you this last time, but I've heard the question again since you were last here. They're going to sell their house before COVID. They backed off because of COVID. They don't want to go through that and have people in their house. Now it's over. This time has passed. They have no idea what their house is worth or whether they should sell it right now or not. Who can they go to find what it's worth?
We would love for them to call us. We can get them, show them how agents come up with ideas to how much this house is worth. It's really, nobody knows how much a house is gonna sell for. I mean, flat out. Until you have a qualified buyer willing to pay that price.
That's how much it's going to
That's
sell
what it's
for.
gonna sell for. But we can get a good ballpark of it. And I think it's working with an agent that's willing to be patient with the market and willing to do a lot of marketing, do a lot of open house, whatever it's gonna take. We have a listing on Griffith right now. We've done 3 open houses. We actually had it in contract. We couldn't get that one together. Then that same people came back and made another offer. I don't think that offer is gonna work either, but we also have other agents coming in with other offers. So you know what, it just takes patience.
Are people better off if they're not in a hurry or there's no urgency to sell?
If you don't have, you have to sell, we just sold a house that was a probate and they wanted it quick and dirty. And so we pretty much took the second offer that came in. But it was right where we wanted it to be. We countered up to the full price, so they got what exactly they wanted.
The urgency of a sale is never to the benefit of the seller. There's times where it has to happen, and yeah, you take a little haircut for that.
Right.
But with a little patience and guidance, we can get pretty much list price.
Right.
You get list prices.
The inventory, although there's a number of listings, a lot of them are on the higher end. If you're in the mid to quote unquote entry level areas, you can sell now.
What are the houses you have for sale right now? What's the range of prices? Asking price. listing price?
We're pushing 600 on the top, and at 4 at the bottom. There aren't too many homes that are running under 300,000 anymore that have any square footage to mention. I mean, I can get you into a tower 2-in-1 for $375 right now.
Oh my goodness.
You know,
Yeah, exactly.
I can get you into a West Side 93722, 3-bedroom, 1 3/4 bath, 1,400 square feet, $395.
Wow.
You know, and those are not completely redone, but serviceable. You know, if you're going to get into the completely rehabbed, you know, with all the bells and whistles that everybody wants now, granite counters, you know, soft closed drawers, blah, blah, you get all of that, and now you're pushing forward
Yeah.
for an itty-bitty house on an itty-bitty lot.
What if somebody, I'm sorry with all these questions,
No
but I hear
worries.
these out in the
That's
in
why
the
I love to
public.
have interviews with you, because you come up with great questions.
Somebody wants a brand new house in a tract, but they don't want to go in there. They want a realtor advisor. Can you guys sell them
Yes,
houses in a
yeah,
tract?
you might be surprised to find out.
Is it more expensive to do it that way?
No. And sometimes you can get a house for less than what they're marketing them for. You have to make that offer. A qualified buyer with a desktop underwriting approval and a bank statement showing that they have their down payment has so much power over selling prices.
And the other part of it is, of course, for that to happen, for them to go to the tract, they have to be represented at that time.
Yeah.
So call before you do that.
Call your agent, Julie and Tad, before you go to the track,
Yeah.
because then you belong to them.
That's it.
And the tracks are hurting.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
mean-
so they want buyers, so
Yeah.
there may be a little more flexibility
Yes.
in there. I see.
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
And in the tracks, you have all these choices, like you pick your carpet or your countertops
Uh-huh.
or options, you would call them. I
Sure.
guess.
Well, a lot of them now are limiting choices. Community builders, century builders are limiting those choices to very few things. And the reason for that is they can build them and sell them faster. They,
Oh, I see.
they'll give you an appointment level that isn't too bad, but isn't top of the line. Because that's where it costs them a lot of expense, and then if somebody doesn't qualify for it,
They're stuck
stuck with it.
By the way, we have this web address on the screen, clovisfirst.com. What will our viewers find if they go to that website?
That is our
Website.
Our website, online website. They can go in there and look at properties.
Your properties?
Any properties
Any
that
property
are
for sale.
Put them
okay.
right into
let
MLS.
let me put a qualifier on that. In our system search, you will only see active listings. You won't see pending. You won't see recently sold. You won't see those that are in contract. I don't want people to get all excited about a house that they can't buy.
Oh, and the other thing is all this stuff going on in real estate about buyers having to pay for their real estate fees and stuff like that. None of that stuff has changed.
Right.
It just is more paperwork for us, which is what we always had to do, but apparently some agents didn't realize that they had to get a form filled out.
How many
Yeah.
pages are your contracts now?
Bazillions.
The listing contract is 12 pages now. That's without disclosures, just 12 pages. A purchase contract is 18. And if you can include all of the required disclosures that'll be required for a purchase contract, it's over 187 pages. And it ain't getting any smaller either.
I always say this is why you want an agent to represent you, because how would you know how to go, all those pages, all those disclosures, you're just gonna get in trouble if you
Well,
do
and
that.
we're both brokers,
Yeah.
which is not agents, and we own our company, we make all our own rules. And that's a difference.
Right.
We can decide what's gonna happen with all the money.
Excellent.
So-
Well, we've gone way past time, but I want to give out your phone number if that's okay. 559-977-3583.
That is it.
And who answers that?
I answer that.
I would say, don't make your largest purchase of your life from someone that doesn't answer their own phone. So
Oh, and
call that number and Julie will answer.
Please, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming on the show. And we'll be back with more. Did we leave anything out? I'm supposed to say at the end of
No,
everyone.
probably not. We'll come
We
back.
probably did, but we'll
beat
come
you
back
up.
again.
We'll come back in a month or so. We'll be back with more real estate and home improvement right after this.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, where we celebrate what's good about Fresno, not just Fresno, the whole valley. Fresno, Clovis, Kingsburg, Madera, Selma, Oakhurst, Auberry. What's that little town your store's in up there?
In North Fork?
North Fork. We
Yeah.
celebrate North Fork, too. We started Central Valley Talk because people kept saying there's nothing to do in Fresno. Well, it turns out there is something to do in Fresno all the time. And if we're going to have nice things happen in Fresno, we have to show up and support things. There's something coming up. By the way, our guest is Hansel Kern from Kern Family Farm up in North Fork.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
he helps put on this thing every year called the Organic Stone Fruit Jubilee and Small Farm Expo.
That's right.
It's coming up when? June?
It's coming up June 22nd.
That's a Saturday?
It's a Saturday from 4 to 7:30 in the evening.
And talk about nothing to do in Fresno. It's being held in the coolest place in the valley, the town of Kingsburg.
It is. It's at a really nice site, the Kingsburg Historical Park. A lot of shade trees, green grass, air-conditioned meeting room for keynote speakers. And it's got a little stage. We're going to have live music there. It's just a really nice setting. There's all kinds of barns with antique farm equipment, so it's very appropriate for what we're doing.
So if it gets too hot, there's an air conditioned area to step
There
into
is.
for a bit.
There is.
But I don't think it's going to be too hot because there's a lot of shade out there.
Yeah.
And
green grass and good shade trees.
By the way, I got some examples. What is this thing, Hansel? Is that the peach, I think?
There you go.
And also we have, what was the other one you said?
The apricot?
lost the apricot. I don't know where it went to. There it is, apricot.
There you go.
These are stone fruit.
Yes.
And that means there's a big old chunky
There's
seed
a
in
nice
them?
pit in the middle
A pit
of
in
them.
the middle.
That's right.
And
Plums, apricots, peaches, nectarines, and a lot of crossbreeds, apriums and pluots, and so there's a bunch of different.
So these people will be able to go out and buy these fruits.
Yes, the mission of it is that we get folks to meet the farmers. We're going to have at least 10 or so organic stone fruit farmers and some vegetable farmers, and you can taste up to probably 50 different varieties.
So you'll be able to sample them.
You can sample them right there on the spot and choose the variety that you want, and then you pay one little price for a bag of fruit, and you take that fruit home.
Okay. Now, by the way, it costs a couple bucks to get in. I think
It does. It costs $10.
And kids are free.
Kids are free, and our family hosts a little kids crafts village, so there's art and projects for them to do there. It's a really family friendly event, and we're really excited to put it off.
You may or may not know this, but if you're on EBT, and if you're on EBT, you know what that is. You get to go in for free.
Oh yeah,
I looked
Okay,
up and
I
saw it
didn't
on your
know that.
website. I told you I'm going to read the website this year before you come.
That's great.
Yeah, so EBT, you could come and go in free and bring the kids. Bring the kids. So this is something very special, and we should be celebrating stone fruit. We should have a special event
Yes,
like this.
and it's all about organic, and being good
Organic.
stewards to the land and supporting farmers that take the trouble and time to really be good to their soil.
Okay,
That's
tell me
really-
what organic means.
So organic basically means that we're farming as close to nature as we can. We're not applying any pesticides, any chemicals, any herbicides through the whole chain of the growing process. A lot of organic farmers in the orchards they don't even plow the center of the orchard. They'll let cover crops and other native plants grow in there.
Is that a newer development?
It is more, yeah. No, I mean, some of these folks have been doing this for quite a few years, but it's becoming more new in our consciousness about how to farm and not have bare soil.
Now, will all the fruit there be from our area?
Yeah, it's all, we call it the kind of the golden triangle of the Kingsburg, Sanger, towards Clovis a little bit even. So it's all right there, local.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, I think this is one of the bands that's going to be there. There'll be music. Ripe for Pickin' is the band.
Yeah, Ripe for Pickin', and we also have the Raging Grannies that's going to open for them. And they, on their little blurb, they say being a good singer or being a grandmother are not prerequisites for being a raging granny. So their heart is into the next generations, and they sing songs about the welfare of our future generations.
Now, by the way, I know we're here to talk about the Organic Stone Fruit Jubilee, which is June 22nd, Saturday, and in Kingsburg. But also, you have a little farm. I just want to mention it.
Yeah,
Up
yeah.
in North Fork
We
area.
have the Kern Family Farm.
And you
We're-
have a little store in North Fork.
That's right. It's called the Gnarly Carrot.
Gnarly Carrot.
We're 8 years old this year.
Wow.
So the farm has been going since 1999. And we're just really pleased. Our local community has been very supportive of us. It's North Fork's a sleepy little town, and we're doing okay. We're paying the bills, and we've got a lot of great supporters
That's
for
great.
our little operation. We're a family farm. My oldest, or my daughter and son, the younger daughter and son are both part of our LLC, and so we're a family business.
Nice. It's
Yeah.
a real family farm. Organic, of course.
Organic, certified
Everything
organic, and my son has gone no-till as of about 5
No-till.
years ago, so we actually don't till either.
Let me ask you this. If I go into the grocery store and it says organic, what's that going to mean in the grocery store?
Depends on which grocery store you go into.
I thought maybe there's a law defining.
Yeah, I
use
mean,
that word. You have to.
The
do
there is, and the USDA there's certifying agencies. There's the federal agency, and there's CCOF, which is in California, and you get inspected by inspectors. And when it gets a little shaky for me is when it's a giant mega farm going organic, and they're going that way because the public is catching on to organic, and people are concerned about their health and their welfare and their kids. And so organic is becoming more and more popular. It's growing pretty fast. And so some, not so sincere businesses might be getting into it because they see the dollars. Yeah. But going to a small event, supporting your farmers markets, I don't care if it's the Vineyard here on Blackstone or over at Kaiser or Clovis, there's a lot of little farmers markets. And that is when you get to look the farmer in the eye and talk to them about their practices.
As you know, I have a giant tortoise. And
Yeah.
he has to eat greens and lettuces and grasses all the time. And I won't buy stuff from the grocery store because I don't know. I
Right.
don't know what's on there.
Right.
So.
There's a lot of pesticides used in our produce, and so that's why
But not
we
in
grow
organic, though.
Not in organic.
Organic
That's
stone
right.
fruit. Come and get the organic stuff. What else do you want our viewers to know about?
Well, I got a couple of
Jubilee?
things
Yeah.
there on our program. We're going to have a couple of speakers. African American Farmers of California is going to be represented. They're going to be a keynote speech. And they're a wonderful organization that's, helping to preserve the rich tradition of black farmers here in California. And then the Allensworth Progressive Association, which is a groundbreaking farmer training program that opens the doors for women and veterans and BIPOC farmers. And they're kind of a new thing and really unusual. So there are going to be a couple of great, interesting talks to go to during the course of the day. There's going to be vendors out there, information booths, different organizations are going to be there. And it's just a great family event. We're going to have a lot of food trucks there. There's going to be, our store is going to provide fruit sickles, frozen fresh fruit sickles from the farmers. And, it's just 3.5 hours of just great time to have family time and learn a little more about.
4 till 7:30.
Till 7:30.
4 o'clock till 7:30. Now,
That's right.
Let me ask this: are you doing this all by yourself, or do you need some help?
We would love volunteers. Fruitjubilee.com is our website. You can buy tickets there and you can volunteer. And we're always short of volunteers.
I bet.
So it's a constant struggle. So I really heartily invite everyone to please come on down and be a part of it. Our family's a big part of it, and we have a great committee, but there's only so many of us, and there's a lot of work to do. And the day of, in these events in the past, we've had as many as 800 people, and that's a bunch of folks to watch over. We need to have people that'll be willing to cut fruit, people that will sell tickets, for selling the bags for the fruit, and helping us in the Kids Village if you like to hang out with kids and help them draw and do artwork and stuff. So,
very good.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to run this every day, 100 times a day between now
Love
and the
it.
22nd.
It's coming up soon.
So
We really heartily invite everybody.
Saturday, June 22nd, 4 o'clock it starts, so 7:30 or so.
Yep,
And
7:30.
it's in Kingsburg. And
Right on Sierra Street. I think you have the address up there.
Address is up there.
On Sierra Street, yeah.
All right.
Beautiful spot.
Last thoughts?
We invite you heartily to come out. It's a great time, and you get to meet some wonderful family farms. Some of them are 3, 4, 5 generation farmers. So,
like I say, though,
great experience.
We need good things going on in our community. People say there's nothing to do around here, and there is, but we can't do it if people don't show up.
That's right.
People don't come out and attend. People come out and volunteer. And I'm glad you're doing
Participation. Please come out. We heartily invite you.
I think we've had someone on the show every year since it started. 8 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
All right, we will be back with more Central Valley Talk, and I'll see you out at the fruit. Let me say it: Organic Stone Fruit Jubilee and Small Farm Expo. We'll see you then on June 22nd.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
I'm really old, Mike.
Okay. Welcome back to Briggs on Books. We're here doing a broadcast, international broadcast. I've been talking to people from all over the world today about their books, about their ideas, about their process. How do they come out with these books? How do they come up with them? Many of our viewers are just struggling to get their first book written. So I love it when we have an author on who's done it, who's finished the book and gone through the process and has it out there. Our next guest has done just that. His name is Walter Broach. Hello, Walter.
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good. Look at that. By the way, tell our viewers where you're located.
What'd you say?
Tell our viewers where you're located right now.
I'm in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. It's just outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay. Beautiful area.
Beautiful area. Yes, sir.
Now, Walter, you have actually, I read up on you, you're a, I forget the term, it starts with an M, metaphysicist?
I'm a metaphysicist, yeah.
Yeah.
There are very few of us.
Yeah, I bet. And you talk about energy. and you've actually
Yes, sir.
written a book called Spiritual Energy and You. This is a topic I've become very interested in myself because I think it's very important. But tell us, I'm going to put your book cover up here. Tell us about the book.
It explains, very few people even think about spiritual energy. They don't realize that what I found out recently, the universe is made out of energy. Do you realize that? Energy is everywhere. Energy and matter, or matter, that's what you have here. You're made out of matter. Okay, energy and matter are the same. Energy comes together, it clumps together to form matter. Worlds are made out of matter. People are made out of matter. Your computer screen's made out of matter. It's all made out of matter. Okay, and this energy, people don't understand. It has what's known as knowledge, or it has understanding. Now, this is innate information. It's innate knowledge. It's knowledge. When a little kid, you stick your finger in his hand, he's going to grab it. It's you know how to eat. Your body knows how to digest food, doesn't it? Yep. When you're a kid, you know how to walk. You learn how to walk. At first you start crawling, but slowly you learn how to walk, and then you learn how to talk. There's all different kind of languages all across, in the world.
Yes.
And we don't realize it, but grass communicates with each other as it grows. It crawls along the ground, and it finds the best place for it to grow. There'll be patches where there's no grass growing, but it finds a place. So there is communicate. We don't understand that.
Right.
And it's difficult to explain. And what I'm doing, I have 3 books out now, and I explain what this energy is. This basic energy. It's a fundamental energy, and I explain how it forms into matter, and it forms into us, and how we communicate with it. And it's been interesting to me. I got into it when I was a child. I was about 7 or 8 years old. I was baptized into a church, and about a month or 2 after that time, I saw this movie, and it was starring William Bendix. You probably never heard of him. He's for my age, maybe older than me. But at the end of the movie, he died. And there was a picture of the movie was on him, and he was looking at he was laying there dead. And this shadowy force rose from his stomach. And it was, I think it was supposed to be his soul leaving his body going up to heaven. And I remembered that, and I have been kind of curious about it ever since. Well, I'm what's called elderly now. The government says when you get my age, you're elderly.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I figure I don't have a whole lot of time to go on. I don't know, I might live another week, another month, another 5 years. I'm enjoying it. And I've always been kind of curious about, that thing, that little soul going up to heaven. And I went to churches. In fact, I used to take my kids to church, and I wasn't really ever interested that interested in church. But I started studying this energy thing. I wanted to know why that soul. I couldn't learn why I couldn't learn why that soul went up to heaven in any church. And I found out that churches separate us from this energy. Really, you go to church to find out how to go to heaven. You get into spirituality or energy, which I call it. People say spirituality, and it runs them off.
Yeah.
But you say energy, and they might have a little bit of interest. But I had the interest, and I studied it. And that's when I found out. It's hard to find out. They've known, Plato knew about this. They've mentioned it, you know, but just the universal energy, and they kind of drop it at that.
Yeah.
And you see references to it. A few philosophers throughout history for 2,000 years have mentioned it, but they haven't really, very few people are writing on it.
Yeah.
I write on it, and it's been exciting for me because I wanted to learn about it. It's just amazing. And it makes you learn about this. I'm looking forward to dropping dead.
Yeah.
I'm not in a hurry. I'm having fun while I'm living. But I feel that your body dissolves and it goes away and it turns back into energy. And your thought keeps going. Now, you forget, as some little kids remember their past lives. They're up until about they're 5 or 6 years old, and they forget about it.
Yeah.
A lot of kids do this, in fact, and they talk about their who they were when they were grown up. Am I talking too long? I don't want to keep you too long.
No, this is perfect.
But the kids grow up and they forget about it. They say, "Oh, that's what is it? It's not very exciting. I don't care about that." But we have these memories, and there's no way to prove it. You can't just sit down and say, "I had a dream that I was living in the 18th century." I've had thoughts of my lives in past lives. I can't prove them.
Right.
And I've wondered about what can we imagine that our future lives, are they in there in our minds somewhere? And I can't prove that. I haven't found that yet. I doubt if I will. But it's been interesting to find the past lives and that your mind is really the part of you. It's where your soul is. That I feel your brains, your thought is in your soul. Your soul is in your mind. You would ask a scientist where the mind is, and they don't know. Right. They might say it's in the brain, or that your thoughts in it, but your brain's just a little piece of matter.
Yep.
It has little channels in it. Your thought goes through, and it goes to your body, and it causes your movement, and it's you. So.
Walter, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the book and about energy, because I've been interested in this subject lately. Even you said several philosophers have talked about it. Einstein even talked about it, that he said everything's energy. And tell us what we're going to find out in your book.
Pardon?
Tell us what we're going to learn about in your book.
What you're going to learn about?
Yeah. Will I be able to understand it?
You're gonna learn about energy turning into matter.
Okay.
And matter being all this. I got 3 books.
Okay.
You have the one, Spiritual Energy and You.
Yes.
I have also, can you see it?
Yeah.
Spiritual Energy Explained.
Mm.
And I explain the whole thing. I have another one about spiritual energy. Where's that sucker? Look at that cute little thing. About spiritual energy. And
Now, if someone like me wants to learn more about this, which of your books should we start with?
Where can you get them?
Now, which one should I read first?
Probably about spiritual energy.
About spiritual energy. Get me started
Yeah.
with that.
And I got better. I used to write a lot when I was young. And I wrote for magazines and newspapers and stuff like that, local stuff, nothing big. I never made much money. I made a little. And I gave it up and went out, and I was in real estate most of my life. And I retired a couple of years ago. And I said, what am I going to do now? No, I didn't, and I just started jotting stuff down about this spiritual energy. And all of a sudden, the first one turned into a book. And my writing is improving. It's getting better with each book because I'm getting more concentrated, and I'm remembering to outline them and to make notes and just do everything. And I started out just writing it out, just carelessly. Yeah. And now I'm getting more serious. I'm getting more focused on it, which I think I feel good about it now. I feel really good. I feel like I can make a point. You have to describe actions when you're writing a book. You have to make it so people can understand it.
Yes.
And you have to spell words right and stuff, all that stuff. And
hey, Walter, let me ask you this. We're almost out of time, but I have your website up on the screen. If our viewers went to your website, what would they find there?
What will they find there?
Yeah.
They'll find I have the books where they can get the books.
Nice.
And I hope to start a podcast like you have. I want to start, I'm ready to start it now, that I can explain things about meditation, focusing, programming, setting yourself up to use your spiritual self to connect with people. You can when you're happy and you feel good, we glow.
Yeah.
You ever think of that?
Yeah. I don't, but I will now.
And when you glow, you attract people. When you smile at people, you attract people.
That's how that started me studying this energy thing that you're talking about. And people said you have to have that energy, and that will attract people. And that's what I'm interested in. That's why I'm interested in studying this some more.
Well, good.
Yeah, and for that reason, I found you, or you found me. I think there's a purpose there.
I think we found each other.
Walter, we're really past time. I could talk to you all day long, but let's just sum up. Any last thoughts you want to tell our viewers about you or your book or anything you want to tell them?
If you want to learn more about energy, check with the walterbroach.com.
Okay.
And you can find me. I'm in there several places. And I would love it if you write me an email, ask me any questions you have about energy. I'll answer them, or I'll do my best to answer them.
Okay.
And I want to encourage you to make life fun.
Make life fun.
And that is what I've learned by studying this stuff.
Yeah.
And just hang in there.
Very good. And our guest is Walter Broach. His book is Spiritual Energy in You. Go buy a copy, but don't buy one copy. Buy 3 or 4 copies. Give them away. I think this is a very important subject, and I think it's time we all start learning more about it. Thank you so much, Walter. I want to have you back again and again.
Mike, I really enjoyed it, and thank you very much.
All right. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another author right after this.
Good afternoon. This is Hope Broski with Business, Arts, and Events. We are here today to talk with Eric Merz from Ventura Coaching, and Eric is talking about the last part in our series of results of accountability. Welcome to the show, Eric.
Hi, Hope.
It's great to have you. Ventura Coaching has been around, you said, for 2 decades, correct?
Yeah, we're almost completing our 2nd decade.
Oh, my goodness. That's wonderful. That's terrific news. That says a lot about your success as a business coach.
It's been a lot of fun, not without challenges, but I really enjoy the work. I get to meet so many neat people that are running their businesses, and some of them asked me to hold them accountable, and that's kind of fun, too.
I was one of those people. A matter of fact, speaking of which, obviously, since you've been in the business a while, you're getting great results. But today we're actually here to talk about all of the results with accountability. And one of the main things that we look at is the personal growth. We talked about, in the beginning of the first part series, how important it is to have that personal growth. But now we're at the end and we're talking about that outcome. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more, please?
Well, think of it this way. So you go to the gym, and so you put off hiring the trainer for months, and finally you hire the trainer, and now you're paying extra money, and the trainer's holding you accountable to come in every 3 times a week or whatever it is. They've got you on a meal plan, and they're asking if you're following it, and you're getting the results all of a sudden. Like, you've been going to the gym for years maybe, and you didn't get the results. This is because they're holding you accountable. And most of the programs all work, if you work, right? So the thing people get out of accountability is actually getting the results that they intended when they went into the business or started the job, or whatever it is they're trying to achieve. The accountability factor is huge, and the human nature that goes against doing all the time what we should be doing, doesn't make us bad people. We're just people.
Right. Right. And a big part of that success and the results is, and even you were talking about a personal fitness trainer, right? Is you have to be organized. Things have to, just having what I call that organizational success. And
right.
I think that is a huge element in the whole accountability process.
Yeah, and when the organization, when the individuals are held accountable to do what their part is in the organization, and they're all working towards this one vision or purpose of where they're going, but they're all being held accountable to their part of it, because they're all important, right? I don't care what level of the organization you're talking about. If they weren't needed to be successful for that organization, they wouldn't be there, because some bean counter would have already thrown them out. Right. But the fact is, most people are all there for a reason, for a purpose. And if we all are held accountable, we're all going to have better results. And you've heard the term, that a rising tide lifts all ships. Well, if this company or this organization goes up, I guarantee you the people in it are going to benefit, at different levels, but they're all going to benefit. If nothing else, they're going to all keep their jobs, or they're going to have a better resume for their next job, whatever the case might be.
And I think that's a big, there's that aspect, but then it goes even further and beyond, because now you talk about the social aspect and the community aspect of this accountability. Yes, now we're all melding together, but then it just kind of spreads out to that social and what I call community outreach of it all.
Yeah, and think about social or the community, and what do we see on the news? We see, besides, I'm not talking about the crime necessarily, but when we see in our government or people that are leaders that fail to do what they're supposed to do, whether it's ethics or not just doing their job, they're just not doing the job very well. They get on the news now because they're being held accountable for that, and that's too late usually when it gets on the news.
Usually it is, yes.
If they have systems in place they can be on the news telling about the next great adventure that this community is going on, with adding some industry or adding parks or adding, whatever the pluses are of the community. And it could be the same in an organization. We're growing because everybody is being held accountable. We're getting good results. And now we're able to do, more. And so everybody benefits from it. And so everybody feels engaged. Everybody is happy about it. Their families are happy about it. So it goes well beyond just that seat at the workplace being held accountable.
Absolutely. And, in with that come the economic benefits from it too. So you were saying that the families are on the receiving end. Well, that's all a part of a business doing well. Then that within that economy, it's going to do better. And you have that whole economical piece to it as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get something out of nothing. We can't just, manna isn't going to fall from the sky. Not at least, I haven't seen it in my lifetime.
Right.
So if we're going to have to collect some manna, we're going to have to go do something for it. And when we do, we're blessed, with the multiplication of value that happens when we work together with other people and we do our part and they do their part. And, together we get more than we would by ourselves. So the economic benefits of that to the community, to the families, to the next generation, it just goes on and on and on. So accountability really is, to me, it's spiritual, maybe a little bit far on that, but it really is, if you think about it, like if you really want to hold people accountable, it's really true love in that you really want the best for people.
Sure.
And so if you're really, maybe, I'm not saying being like hard on people like in a bad way, but being strict and saying, this is what I asked you to do. Did you get that done? And seeing that they're on track, you're really, really helping them be successful. And you can do it in a professional way.
It doesn't have to be harsh. You can, you can guide and you can model by your own leadership in putting that together too. It's a big part of this, and when we talk about this whole end result is, there's the legal and ethical part of it too. You just don't put it all together. There are pieces that a company is legally bound by. They have to be ethical. Things can't be shared. Like, when you're goal setting and you're putting this together, it's not for the rest of the world to know what that individual's goals are. So there is that legal and ethical part of it to that end result.
Yeah, and you have competition in markets, and people need to be aware that there's certain things that can be shared and certain things that cannot be shared,
right.
And people need to be held accountable to those things.
Right, and
But
and even in that part of it, psychologically, and for a person's mental health development, that's a really important piece.
Yeah, it is, and it's part of like having peace with what you're doing in your life, right? And that gives you that mental health that you need because things are stable, they're consistent, and you know what to expect. When people are not held accountable, you don't know what's going to happen. The boss doesn't know every day when they come in what's going to happen if people aren't being held accountable at different levels. And likewise, if the boss isn't being held accountable, or at least, following what they've already put in place for everybody else, people don't know what to expect. Then they're looking over their shoulder. They're not engaged in their work. They're not going to produce the best results. And so psychologically, it's a strain and a stress, like to go to work every day in that kind of environment. And I can't help but think about, right now, the Boeing is up there at the Congress having to explain why they had this culture of people being extradited out of the company for whistleblowing and quality issues. Well, there's a perfect example of an accountability system that fell apart.
Correct. And
I don't know all the details.
Right.
There's probably a lot more to it than what we've even heard so far. But the point is, you don't have to look far. When the doors coming off the airplanes, you can trace that back to something. Something wasn't right, because I know these companies spend a lot of money on quality, and so somewhere in that system broke down, and it probably became a cultural problem at one point if they just said, no, we're not going to worry about that. We're going to make profit. Well, I mean, that's what they're being accused of. And I'm not here to judge that. What I'm saying is, like, that's a perfect example of what happens when you don't have accountability. Now you have all kinds of people that lost jobs. You have all kinds of people so people that had nothing to do with the problem.
Right.
They're going to be hurt. So there's an ethical.
And that's sad,
balance.
because then the end result is not the outcome that one would originally have set forth in the beginning. And that's why it's, essential, like you said, you have it here at the base level and then upper admin. Everybody has to be able to be on that even playing field for it to be successful and to be accountable. It's not that, you can have a leader up here and be accountable, and the same person who may be more entry level, they have to be accountable too, because if not, it tilts things, and it has to be an even playing field, and that respect has to be there, because if it's not, then it can make accountability all the more challenging for that positive end result.
Right, and good people go down the road of, well, nobody else cares, why should I? Then you've lost it. You've really lost it. So you always have to do the right thing, and imagine that you're always being held accountable. Because if you think about that as a leader, well, if someone was watching me, this is what I should be doing, and they would be telling me what. So I always ask these coaching questions like, what's important? What should happen? What's in the way of that happening? What do you need to do? And then maybe I follow up again with what's important. And the reason is, the people know the answers. I don't really have to tell them. But when I ask those questions, they're going to hold themselves accountable to the truth of what they know. And I don't have to know
those are great open-ended questions to ask within the business, well, any culture, but more specifically a business culture as well.
It works on teenagers too.
Yes, that's what I said. But
Yeah.
in the business culture too. Because I'm hearing some of these things, and it flows in what I, as a teacher at one point in my life, worked with, and I can see how it can filter successfully to make a business run and function to its best level.
Right, and like with children, like if they're your own children especially, they reach a certain age where you can't tell them anything.
Right.
But you can ask them questions that they already know the answers to. They may not want to tell you that, but they'll go away with the answer. And let them figure it out, because they have to figure it out. But as long as you planted seeds of, doing the right thing, and they know what it is. And it's just, but if you're not paying attention and you don't ask the question, no one's holding them accountable. It's a dangerous situation.
That is the truth. Well, Eric, I thank you so much for talking with us today about the results of accountability. This was part 3 in our series. And again, if people would like to get in touch with you, can you please let the viewers know how they can do that?
Sure, they can call me at 661-343-2373. And you might want to text me first, so I know who it is, and I can call you back, or you can call me, or you can go to my website at vertuacoaching.com, and you can download some information. You can also get my weekly newsletter, as well as book a call if you'd like, or email me at eric@vertuacoaching.com.
Well, Eric, I wish you continued success with Virtua Coaching. Like I said, I know you've been around for about 2 decades, and blessings for many more to come.
Thank you, Hope.
You bet. This is
Wonderful.
Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events.
Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. This show is real estate and home improvement, where we talk to you about how to preserve your home. How do you pick a roofer? How do you pick a plumber? What can you do to make the value of your home go up? Also in this show, we love to have, my favorite part is when we have realtors on the show and they bring us houses to look at, because nothing I love more than looking at houses. We have an expert on the show today, Miriam Gonzalez. Welcome, Miriam.
Hi, thank you for the invitation.
The Family Realty team. Can people still buy houses this time of year?
Yes, it's always a good time to buy.
It's a good time to buy. Okay,
Yes.
always a good time to buy. I see people renting for $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month.
Exactly.
They could be buying a home for that, right?
Much better to own than to rent.
Yeah. Rent goes up every year.
That's right.
Your mortgage payment pretty much stays about the same.
Yes.
So,
So you want to stay secure with your, fixed mortgage payment that
Right.
you know it's not going to change on
yeah.
you.
If you're thinking of buying a home, don't jump in too fast. Talk to Miriam about it. She's a good advisor. She'll tell you how much you need to put down. She'll hook you up with a lender, make sure you're qualified and stuff like that. If you're thinking of buying a home, if you're thinking of selling a home, for goodness sakes, talk to Miriam, because she'll tell you what the home's worth, right?
That's right.
How do you do that?
Yes. So when we talk to owners that want to know the value of their home, we present it with comparable properties that sold in the most recent, 6 months, and then we come up with a value, and they know how much they're going to net. They get excited, and they make plans to move into a bigger home, maybe a smaller home.
Not a bad time to move along right now, I think.
Right.
Whatever you want to do, buy or sell, call Miriam. Miriam, there's her phone number right on the screen, 559-785-3235. But you know what's cooler is go to her YouTube, Miriam Gonzalez Real Estate. There's so many good things on there.
I'm amazed. We have good content, for people that are interested in buying and selling, and it's growing.
Yeah.
We have 6,000 subscribers now, so very thankful.
I'm not surprised that people turn to you when they're ready to sell their home. A lot of people do. And I notice some agents, I'm not talking about them, but a lot of them don't have any listings right now because there's a little bit of a shortage. But people are still calling you and trusting you with handling the biggest investment they have in their life.
Yes.
And you have some for sale, right?
Yes, I'll be excited to share that with you.
Tell us about this one.
So we have Wishon that is in Riverstone community.
That's a gated community, or?
It's not gated. It is under an HOA.
Okay.
However, and it's well taken care of. It was built in 2021, offering 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. Very nice modern style. As you can see, that's the master with a balcony.
That's nice.
Very nice. No neighbors in the back. It is towards the street.
That's
so
a bigger backyard
more
than I
privacy.
thought.
Yeah, it does have one of the biggest backyards in the area. Yes.
And not a real front yard.
And it is aesthetic, grass, so you don't have to worry about watering it.
What does that
Very
mean?
low maintenance, right? Very, very low maintenance. Only the front yard needs to be taken care of in
A
this
little bit
property.
on the front, yeah.
Yes.
Not a giant front yard. So it's not like every weekend you're going to be stuck doing yard work.
Exactly.
Now,
Very
this
low
is
maintenance.
just a very nice living room area.
Yeah, so it has the high ceilings, ceiling fan, can lighting, natural light. Very nice. Move-in ready.
Yeah.
The kitchen offers an island with a sink.
Okay.
You know,
Look at
and
that refrigerator. That's probably not part of the deal.
no,
huh?
not part of the deal, Bill. It could be negotiated. You never know.
And what if somebody wants to take a look at that?
It's easy to show. 1 hour notice is good. We have an open house coming up as well, which is this Friday, June 28th, from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., making it convenient for people out of work, to come straight to us. We're going to have live refreshments and also a giveaway for $100 for those attendees.
The giveaway to come to the open house
Yeah.
and maybe win a little prize or something.
Exactly.
Now, that's brilliant because you're getting off work 3, 4, 5 o'clock on Friday and you can just
Mhm.
drop into the open house. You'll probably have the air conditioning on. It'll be cool
Oh,
in
yes.
there.
We'll make sure.
And tell us again where this house is on Wishon.
Yes. So that's 891 West Wishon and Riverstone, close to Highway 41.
Okay, 41. And
Hmm.
is it
Very
by-
easy commute to Fresno.
Is it by Herndon or?
Highway 41 and Avenue 12.
It's
Yeah.
Madera.
Yeah, Madera County.
I forgot Miriam graduated from Madera High, if that means anything to you.
Yes.
Just a couple of years ago, I think.
I wish I could say that.
And you have another one. I'm always shocked that Miriam so many people come to her and trust her with their homes to sell. And you have quite a few listings all the time. Tell us
Yes.
about this next one.
This one is unique. This is for someone that is age 55 or more. They want to live in a very peaceful neighborhood. This is a gated community, and this offers 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, immaculate. It's really spotless. It does have the living room, dining, and kitchen there, as you could tell, and it has the tile flooring throughout, carpets in the rooms, and it's really easy as well to show. Very quiet neighborhood.
Is this a big house, a small house?
This one offers approximately 1,500 square feet,
Yeah.
so it's a good sized home.
Well, I tell you, I'm over 55, and people over 55, we like a little bit smaller home.
Mhm.
A little less
Yes.
stuff to take care of all the time, and dust
Exactly.
and vacuum, and
Yes.
1,500 square feet would be a perfect size for me. And I could qualify to live there. How about that?
Oh, yes.
Now, are you
You'll love
going to
it.
have an open house on this also?
Yes, no, unfortunately, we're not allowed tenants to occupy the property,
Ah.
but we could schedule showings accordingly.
If you want to see it, call Miriam. Number right there on the screen, 559-785-3235. And if for some reason they can't reach you, there's other people that will just answer the phone there and
Yes.
meet them out there. And Miriam stays well covered. If she has to be out showing a house or with another client, there's always someone there to back you up.
Exactly, yes.
What
We
else
have
do
a
you want our
team.
viewers to know, Miriam?
I also want to talk about the other 2 open houses. I don't know if you could pull up the same flyer.
Is that on the flyer?
Yeah, right there, that one that had the 3 properties. So we have also on Road 29 a ranch home. So it is in Madera County. It has close to 5 acres of land zoned for large animals, and it offers 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, over 2,400 square feet. Good size home, 4-car garage, beautiful home. We're going to be out there the 29th of June from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And again, we're going to have our $100 gift card giveaway for those attendees that show up.
That's
Yeah.
fun. That's just a
Yeah.
fun extra.
Yes.
That ought to get them up in the heat and out to the open house.
Exactly. We'll have some refreshments for them as well.
Miriam.
Yes.
Uh,
And the bottom one is also a ranch home that is in Chowchilla. That property offers 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, and that one is also over 2,000 square feet, but the land is huge.
Huge.
It is close to 15 acres.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so they could have all of the large animals they want to have. At one point, the owner had 18 cows.
18.
Yeah, so there's plenty of fruit trees as well.
Now, will this interview end up on your YouTube channel?
Oh, well, if you like, yeah, visit
Please.
me. Visit me on my YouTube channel. Call us if you want to see different content that you don't see there. We will love, to provide information of value.
Yeah. So if anybody missed this interview, you want to tell a friend about it, about the open houses, send them to Marion's YouTube channel, Miriam Gonzalez Real Estate. And thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you. My pleasure.
You always have something fun to share with us. It's not a bad time to buy and it's not a bad time to sell, but you better call Miriam. And we'll be back with more Central Valley Talk right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. This show is real estate and home improvement. Not just real estate, but investing, places to put your money, how's the market going, things like that. We like to talk about all kinds of things. All week we've had guests telling us how to upkeep our home, how to select a roofer, a plumber, etc. But my favorite part of the show is when we have realtors come on the show and show us their listings. I've been trying to figure out what is going on with the market. Are the interest rates too high? Are they too low? Is it time to buy? Is it a time to sell? We've asked an expert to come on the show and answer those questions for us. Welcome, Rob Brown. What's your company?
Century 21 Select Real Estate, ylprealtor.com.
I actually thought your name was YLP Realtor.
That's okay.
All
That's
your
that's
social
the
media,
brand.
your YouTube channel, is that? Facebook?
That's correct.
Instagram, Twitter, YLP Realtor.
That's correct.
And
That's
YLP
correct.
stands for what?
YLP stands for Yosemite Lakes Park, which is in Coarse Gold, California.
Right.
All
Is-
the locals call it YLP.
YLP, yeah. Is it before Coarse Gold?
It is. It's before Old Town Course Gold, on the left-hand side going north on 41.
What's the structure? Is it a planned unit development?
It is. YLP's made up about 2,300 plus or minus homes, all above 1 acre, so it's a minimum 1 acre. There's some parcels that are as much as 8 or 10 acres, but most of them are around 1 to 2 acres.
And is there some kind of membership?
There is. There is an HOA there. It's the YLOA, Yosemite Lakes Organization or something like that. I don't remember the exact name, but it's the YLP HOA. And there's a lot of amenities that come with the HOA too. Equestrian center, tennis courts, what's that, pickleball? I don't play pickleball, but a lot of people are doing that now.
It's very popular right now.
Yeah, absolutely. My wife went to the pool today and did some aerobics, some swimming aerobics, et cetera, et cetera. And with the heat going on today, I think that's probably a good idea.
And you live there?
I do. I do. I live and work and play in YLP.
And there's like 2,300 residences.
That's correct.
I've driven through. They don't seem very tight packed.
No, it's actually, if I remember correctly, it's 10 square miles, so it's very expansive in terms of the community. And there's actually recreation areas that include hikes that go up to the top of the mountains. I love it there.
Is there a spot where you can see over to that lake in Madera?
There is actually. In fact, the first home, I think, if we're going to show Lily Mountain, has the $1 million view that you can actually see Lake Hensley, in Madera County. Yeah.
I think I want to ask you all these questions about the market, but let's look at your listings first.
Let's do it.
And I think this is the first one?
Yes, this is, this looks like, if it's the one on Lily Mountain, this is 41082 Lily Mountain in Yosemite Lakes Park, or YLP. This house is absolutely beautiful. It's a 5-bedroom, 5-bath, 3,900 square feet, and it's priced at $575. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I want to ask you about that when we get to the market.
Yeah.
I think this is the interior.
It's priced to sell. This interior has been fully updated. The kitchen is beautiful with an expansive view, that $1 million view right out that kitchen window.
Kitchen windows, I can see that.
Butcher block countertops.
I usually don't do this live, but I'm going to try to zoom in on that view a little bit. See if we look out the window. Look at that. Oh, it goes all the way across.
Oh, yeah. How cool is that?
What are they looking at out there?
That is Madera County, looking towards Madera. And you actually, there's another picture that you'll be able to see it, but you'll actually be able to see Lake Hensley through those kitchen windows.
Oh, so is this the first house up there? Or?
It's not the first house, but it's on top of the mountain. It's on top of Lily Mountain.
So you can see Lake Hensley.
That's correct. If you could zoom in, you probably could see it right there, actually.
It's not as easy as
it
looks.
Not as easy, right?
Here's another interior shot.
Those kitchen appliances are all brand new in 2023. This is the master bedroom. It's huge, and it's got its own private deck that overlooks that view as well.
And you can see the views.
I mean, absolutely. Go out there with a cup of coffee or a glass of wine, and that is the master bedroom. Master bath, I should say. Fully updated, beautiful.
By the way, I set up this zoom in advance because it caught my eye. I'm going to zoom in on the bathtub.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
With another view. That window looks out over off that view. That's right.
Okay, tell us about how much is it?
So this one is priced at $575. What a bargain for a multi-gen house. One thing I should mention too is on the bottom floor underneath that deck, you can't really see it there, there's a full suite for a mother-in-law suite. So if you have a multi-generational family where you've got, generations from 1, 2, 3 generations, beautiful, perfect house for that.
And so how many square feet, how many bedrooms?
You're 3,900 square feet. It's on 1.6, 1.7 acres, something like that. And it's 5-bedroom, 5-bath. The downstairs is fully self-contained with a ingress and egress that's separate from the rest of the home. And it's also got a kitchen down there along with the bath. So it's fully self-contained.
My biggest regret when I had the big lot home on 5 acres, my regret was that it was not 1 acre.
Yeah.
1 acre is a lot, right?
It is.
It's a lot.
It is.
And this one is?
This one's 1.6. The beautiful thing about this is there are two pads. You can kind of see where it starts on the right-hand side of that picture. So if you're wanting to build a big shop or an extra garage, this also has a 4-car oversized garage on the left there. You can't really see it, but the home's got everything. It's a beautiful home.
And when did they see it? You have open houses, or they should just call you?
Yeah, just give me a call. We are talking about doing an open house the 3rd Saturday, I believe, of July. It's not set in stone yet, but give me a shout. We'll be glad to show it to you.
I meant to ask you before the show started if I could put your number on the screen, and I did. Is that okay?
That's fine. 580-2370.
2370. And who answers that?
That would be me.
That's
every
right,
single
Dave,
time.
doesn't it? Very good. Next house. See if I
The
can-
next house, now the first one was special. This one is special in its own right because guess what? It's a rare opportunity to buy a house right on the lake. This is Blue Heron Lake, and the house is right there in the center of the screen, and you can see it right there. There you go. There's actually 4 parcels that make up just under 2 acres, and this house, unlike a lot of others in YLP, was built recently in 2017. That roof right there, this is very important because of the whole defensible space with CAL FIRE. Insurance companies love this house because that roof is a lifetime concrete roof. That is fire resistant.
Yeah.
Also stucco exterior. It's also got fire sprinklers on the interior, which a lot of homes in YLP do not. And modern features, it's got the tankless on-demand water heater, obviously updated kitchen.
Does that fridge stay or go?
That fridge is staying.
Staying, wow.
Absolutely.
I'd
Yep.
buy it just for the fridge.
Yep. And the thing that's really cool about this is you're right on the lake, which the lake, Blue Heron Lake, has a hiking trail that goes the full perimeter of the lake. It's about 1.5 miles long, and you can access that directly from your backyard.
There's more pictures of the lot in the lake than there are the house, but that's not it. That's not it.
That's what this house is all about too.
Yeah.
It's just you're right there on the lake, and
What a
it's,
great place to raise your kids or retire, either way.
Absolutely.
All right, so tell us how much this is. And
So this house is priced at $519,800. It's also priced to sell. Where are you going to find something on the lake like that? A newer home with all the newer amenities and all the amenities that go with the HOA as well.
now, these two houses at YLP are in the 500,000s.
That's correct.
And all these houses in North Fresno, which some of them aren't very big at all, are $700,000.
That's right.
So
That's
yours
right.
are a bargain relatively.
That's true.
Yeah.
And you've got property that goes with
Got
that.
property,
Most of the houses in Fresno are on a standard lot, whereas any of these houses are going to be 1 acre plus.
Now, today, I know there's some construction on the 41, but normally, how long would it take you if you lived up there and you had a job in Fresno?
Well, I actually, when I first moved there 7 years ago, I was working in Fresno. It took me 35 minutes door to door.
35 minutes, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So not a bad commute
And
at
if you're
all.
watching from Los Angeles, that's probably be the fastest commute you've ever had.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Amazing.
I've got two sets of buyers we were talking about
Coming
coming
from
from Los
LA,
Angeles
yeah.
next week.
Right.
And that's what they're interested in.
Now, tell me about the market. Are people buying houses now?
Absolutely. So I just got back from vacation, but prior to going on vacation in June, I actually closed escrow on 4 of my listings in June alone.
Were those all in YLP or?
2 of them were YLP, one was in Coarse Gold, outside of YLP, and the other one was in Mariposa. So houses are still selling, buyers are still coming out. As realtors, we just got to keep our nose to the grindstone, keep working, and houses are still selling, buyers are still out there.
I paid 12% interest on my first house, or 11%, something like that. I don't. These these rates seem just fine to me.
I was right there with you. I think I was 13% on mine.
Right,
So.
and they could go up. Maybe now is the time to
That's
buy
true.
it before they go up.
And the home prices will always continue to go up. I mean, they're going to cycle a little bit up and down, but they'll always continue in the long term to rise. And if you're waiting for a lower interest rate, chances are you're losing money.
Right.
Because if you bought a house today, it's going to be worth more in a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Tell me about the houses we just looked at. they're FHA qualified houses?
Yes, they are. Yeah, both of them are FHA, especially that one that was built in 2017. But the one on Lily Mountain that was built in, I believe it was the late 80s, we actually just got a 2-year certification on the roof.
So
We
it's
wanted
ready
to
to go
give some
FHA.
peace of mind.
And what about VA, veterans?
VA, yeah, certainly. They can come out. We certainly can get them qualified on
I've
that.
heard veterans can get in for nothing down.
They do, absolutely. And in fact, the one in Mariposa that we just closed on in June was a VA loan. So,
VA loan. So
yeah,
it works.
absolutely.
Veterans, if you're renting, call Rob Brown. Get out of the rental. Now, by the way, and you could show not just your listings, but any listing
Oh, yeah,
in the whole
absolutely.
market. So
I'm very familiar with all of the mountain communities. We've got Coarse Gold. We've got Indian Lakes, which is also in Coarse Gold, Oakhurst, Bass Lake, Ahwahnee, Mariposa, Fish Camp, all of those areas up there. Be glad to show homes there.
now, what about so buyers, sellers? Somebody wants to sell, they should call you.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, right now, most of who I'm working with are sellers, but I've got buyers coming as well. So I've done probably about a 50-50 mix, buyers and sellers.
Anywhere in the Fresno market, call Rob Brown, but especially if you're looking at those mountain communities,
Yeah.
foothills or mountains, what do you call it?
I call it both.
Both
I think,
mountains?
yeah. We've got deer, so I guess it qualifies for mountains.
What else do you want our viewers to know, Rob?
Well, you asked me about buying and selling. I've got designations on both sides. ABR is something that is called the Accredited Buyer's Representative. It's really important because, as you know, the NAR settlement, there's some big changes coming up that are going to affect buyers and sellers, and you need to talk to a realtor that knows what's coming and what the rule changes are going to entail.
Yeah, I am a real estate broker. I don't do that much business, but I have no idea what the rules are. That's why people need to go to somebody
Absolutely.
who knows.
It's a big deal because you could end up paying 2 commissions if you don't know what you're signing
not
when you're
careful,
dealing with different realtors. So
And that's why you go to a realtor, because they, by rules, they can't cheat you or things like that.
That's right,
They,
that's
gotta take,
right.
they have to take care of you. I should have said
That's
it that
right.
way. They do.
Well, it's not that I don't think anybody would do anything malicious,
Right.
but if they're not familiar and not, if they don't know what's going on with the current rule changes, because it's changing almost weekly right now as far as being pushed out. Right now, it was going to be taking effect in July 15th. Now it's pushed to August 17th.
August 17th.
So there's definitely, it's a dynamic situation, and you need to have a realtor that's on top of it.
I would think if you have a good realtor, that a buyer or seller wouldn't even know the difference, because it's going to go about the same. You just got to have different paperwork.
Well, not quite. And I'll tell you, one of the realtor's jobs, in my opinion, one of our jobs is to communicate, because the abundance of it or the lack of it can either mitigate stress or alleviate stress within a transaction. Hey, let's face it, it's one of the biggest transactions financially that an individual or a couple will do in their lifetime.
Will ever make. That's
And it's
right.
stressful. And the right agent can help you to alleviate some of that stress.
Rob Brown is our guest. Look at, there's this number, 559-580-2370. Go to his website, ylprealtor.com. You even have a YouTube channel?
I do.
Yeah.
It's youtube.com @YLP Realtor.
Very good.
Yep.
Stick around. We're going to be back with more real estate and home improvement right after this. Welcome back to our international talk show, Briggs on Books, where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, their inspirations, and just learn a little bit about them, because what we want to help you to do is choose the next book you're going to read. Our next guest is all the way from Sweden, author Christer Jufer. Welcome, Christer. Chris?
Thank you very much, Mr. Briggs.
Tell our viewers where you are in Sweden. Where are you in Sweden right now?
I'm on the west coast, about 80 miles north of Gothenburg.
Nice. Now it's maybe almost coming up on 11 a.m. California time. What time is it there?
It's 7:30 p.m.
7:30 p.m. Okay, so it's nighttime there, or in the evening, I should say. We're in the hottest weather ever. We're at over 100 degrees. What's your weather over there?
We could use little about that. We could use little from that weather. It's rather cold here, really.
Okay.
The Swedish summer is, well, like it used to be. It goes up and down, and now it's okay. But you never know with the Swedish summer weather. It's very changing.
Yeah. I have to tell our viewers that I'm reading the most fascinating book right now, and I'm just having such a good time with it. It's by this author, Christer Jufer, The Involuntary Bus Driver, and it covers a lot. It covers Sweden, royalty, political intrigue, students in California. It covers a lot of the world and a lot of very exciting things. I don't want to give away too much, but tell us about the book, Christer.
Yes, I like to think it's some sort of an epic novel. I want to incorporate different things in it. As you said, it's take places in different countries, different people, and I think, well, basically, I could say it's modern version of the old ancient war between Christianity and Islam. But even though violence takes place in the book as well, but I think it's a more sophisticated war this time. It's not only with weapons in hand, it's with money in hands. And I think, it's an interesting subject. I know that Saudi Arabia, they have a very, very lot of oil money, and maybe they buy the whole world in the end. But I think this book is little too. Well, I don't want to say only to describe that, because the book is so much more. Yeah. But I think it describes a modern version of an old ancient war, and a Swedish normal family gets in the way and gets in trouble because of this. And I think it's got a lot of charm, it's got a lot of action, humor. I tried to incorporate the best I could, really. Yeah, it's not easy to short describe a book.
Well, I tell you, Chris sent me this book months and months ago, and I've had it on my stack. And so finally the interview is coming up. I thought, I better read some. I was going to read a chapter or something, but I couldn't stop because it's just fascinating. It's a fascinating and exciting book, and anybody who likes to read about things like this, they're going to really love this book. Is there any truth in the book? I mean, it just, at first I thought I was reading a history, but then I realized, no, this is a novel, so some of it is, a story. But are things like this going on in Sweden right now?
Well, I think it's this action, what the book describes. I think it takes places in many countries in the world today. And, I'm not hostile to different religions. I have the belief that you can believe what you want, or if you don't want to, it's okay too. But I think many politicians in countries, they don't think about the synergy effects. Yes, we can borrow money. Yes, very good. Oh my God, so much money. And yeah, we can sign that. But then things happens, and and it gets out of the hand. Things get out of hand for the politician. They argue with each others, and it's your fault. No, it's your fault. And the sandbox is in full action. So I think this book, maybe, I hope that when you have read this book, I hope you think it was well written. I hope you think it was interesting.
Yeah.
I hope you learned something. I hope I could entertain all those hours, because it's over 700 pages. So, and the reason the ebook version is 718 and yours 671, it's because I got up from 10.5 text size to 11. So that had that effect, that it was some more pages.
Yeah. I got my first, since I'm going to be reading this book for weeks and weeks, I might try to open it on the Kindle with the ebook version, since it's so accessible. One of the things I like the best, Chris, is how you introduce the characters. And it's very clear who is who, and you get their, I know we're going to learn a lot more about the characters as we go into the book, but that was my favorite part, how you introduce the characters, and it drew me in right away. I must read more about these people. So I have not seen a book presented that way before, and I appreciate it very much. I have a link on the screen here, Chris, and I clicked on it right before we came on the air. It's mirou.co.uk. It's on the screen for our viewers to hear. Tell the viewers what they will find there.
Yes, they can find information about me. I thought that maybe there are some people, I'm sure here in Scandinavia, but maybe even in the United States and Great Britain, there are many readers. Amazon, okay, is it eatable or what is it? But I have tried to help people understand what it's like to shop an ebook from Amazon. So I have done it for, if you connect by a computer and cell phone, the Swedish, the English I have still to do. It's not ready yet, but it will be occasionally. But I think on that website you find information about me, who am I, what I did before I started to write a book, a link to YouTube channel where you can go in and watch videos and learn more about the world around me, I think.
Now, your English is very good, by the way. Did you write the book first in Swedish and then make it into English?
Yes, of course. It was first written in Swedish. The first original was released 2021 in late June, and it was 10 in size. So you almost have to have the magnifier to see. And I got, the people who bought it, they were nice. They didn't complain, but I got a few remarks that maybe you could make the text a little bigger.
Little bigger, yes.
So I did. I went from 10 211 and from 593 to 718 pages.
Yeah.
Yes.
It adds more pages when you make the font larger.
Yes, the font was larger because it's a little easier to read, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Krister, what are you working on now?
Well, I'm marketing. I'm marketing the Swedish and the English ebook versions. I have started to write for a sequel to The Bus Driver. I have written 100 pages something. I don't know for sure. And I love to go on with that, but some other things always takes the time.
Yeah.
So yes, I would very much like to have time to continue to write on the sequel, but it will get ready when it is ready.
That's right.
Maybe next year, we'll see.
There's no hurry, Krister, because it's going to take me some time to get through this book.
Yeah, of course. But as I said in an email, you have to be aware of there are some grammatical errors and stuff like that, which is corrected in the new ebook version.
I see. Okay.
But of course, you get the message anyway. I'm sure about that. Yes.
Yeah, I did notice a couple, I don't know, grammatical errors, just a different way of putting the words than I'm used to, but I found it very charming. I like that because I really feel like it's being written by a Swedish author.
Yeah, okay. Yes, obviously, yes. But I think I discovered after that, no, not like that. Yes, it works, but no, I don't talk like that.
Right.
You don't pronounce it like that. You don't do it that way. So that's why, because I went through everything from the beginning again to get it right.
Yeah.
But as I said before, even though you find some errors here and there, I'm sure the message and the book itself gets through all this anyway, yes.
Krister, we're really out of time, but I just want to give you a minute and say, is there anything else you want to add or tell our viewers?
Well, I don't know. I think it's a very epic novel. It's worth reading, and it would be nice if people discover it and get curious about it, and of course buy it, of course.
I will repeat that because it is an epic novel and it is worth reading, and I encourage our viewers to get it on ebook or any of the other versions that it's going to be out on. Order it in English or in Swedish, but order it nonetheless. And you know what's fun? I tell our viewers, Krister, I don't like to just order one. I like to order a few copies of books and get other people to be reading at the same time I'm reading. So I encourage our viewers to do that. I'm going to order the ebook, and I'm going to have it sent to a couple of my fellow readers.
Very, very good. Thank you very much for that.
All right, Krister, I'm inspired now after talking to you, and thanks for sending me the book, because now, once I started it, I cannot stop reading it. So I hope to have you back on again and again, because you're a fascinating person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Briggs, and I'm happy to be on your show, of course.
I look forward to talking to you next time. And for our viewers, we'll be right back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we get to meet authors from all over the world. I know many of our viewers are prospective authors trying to get across the finish line with that first book. Well, our next guest has got across the finish line 6 times. Welcome, Pastor William Stringer, Sr. Welcome, Pastor. Welcome, Bill. You said I could call you Bill.
That's correct.
Tell our viewers where you are.
Well, I'm in Dayton, Ohio. Been here all my life, all my 78 years.
Wow, 78. That's great. Now, you've written 6 books. I'm going to put the cover up of, I think this is your latest book, The Bird Afraid to Fly. Is that right?
Yes.
And his name's B-U-R-D.
B-U-R-D, Bird, the Bird Afraid to Fly.
Now, I know you've written some inspirational books. Are they mostly for children?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are for children and young adults. One is of a spiritual nature, and the other is one that's for any age, but it sort of mirrors what's going on today, the day the sun came out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I found that one quite exciting. I found the description very exciting. Tell us first about Bird the Bird. Tell us about the story of the book.
Born is afraid to fly. And down the road, there's an incident that causes Bird to do that which birds naturally do. But Bird is afraid of heights. And so Bird is, to me, it's to inspire those who desire to do something in life to go ahead and do it. Give it a try. Don't give up.
That's fun. That'll be fun for kids. And I say this every once in a while. I like to buy books for kids, but when I do, I send one to Grandma because kids love to read their book that they've heard and have Grandma read it to them. So when you guys go to order this book, I hope you will. Don't order just one copy for your kid. Send a copy on to Grandma. The other thing is the age that these books are written for, kids are always going to birthday parties, so order a couple extra ones as the gift for the birthday party. What a great gift. That book will be around forever. Bird's the Bird. Bird, the bird afraid to fly. He's afraid of heights, for goodness sakes. Tell me about the book you're describing a little bit. It's a kind of a fiction book, fictional account of what might happen if America had a civil war.
That is, well, it's not civil war. It's actually being attacked by our enemies, which most people would say would be Russia and China. Mm-hmm. But it tells of 2 men, Tony and Clifford, who grow up in different environments, but they have great similarities as far as their likes and dislikes, and they're both veterans of the military. And they find that at some point they have to band together in addition to the population to fight off the enemy.
And yeah, it sounds exciting. It sounds like it could be one of those movies, those action films.
Exactly.
I'm going to put up here the cover of my favorite book you wrote that I have not read yet, Crazy People You Meet at Church, or Crazy People in the Church. Tell us about that one. You were a pastor for how many years?
I was a pastor for 14 years and assistant for about 6 years. Mm. So I've been in the church most of my life. But Crazy People in the Church is not what people think. It talks about our topsy-turvy world, really. But the crazy people in the church, basically, and I'll give you just a little hint, it'll probably give you the whole thing, is that the crazy people in the church are those who are actually dedicated but are criticized by those outside the church and some in the church. But it's to inspire those who have lost hope in the church to give God a try and not to let anybody come between them.
Yeah. Yep. We've been there. Now, I want to read a few. I want to get a few of these for my kids. Kenny and the Penny.
Kenny and the Penny was a book. Well, it was inspired by stories I used to tell my boys. They're now in their 50s, when they were children. And it's about, based on my nephew, actually, but the story is not true. It's just a fictional thing using my oldest nephew. And it's about a little boy who loved pennies. But this book also aids youngsters in learning their alphabet and also how to count. And they're counting money basically, but when you can count money, you can count anything.
Yeah, that's fun. Well, money is a fun way to start. Now
Yes.
this book is adorable. Is it called Puppy?
Puppy was my first book published in 2018 through another publisher, but I was able to gain rights and I have it now, as all my books, with Amazon. And Puppy is about, it's similar, it's an encouraging story of Puppy who brother and sister puppies are being adopted, and poor Puppy is sitting there, and Puppy's a runt, the smallest of the litter. And so Puppy determines to go out into the world and find what Puppy wants most, and that's a master.
Nice, nice. These are all adorable books. Now, what do you have coming up, Bill?
What I have coming up, I'm actually looking at my invention, really, that I've been working on for several years. It's a game, but it's also a game that two can play on a team, and it's to build camaraderie, dependency upon one another, the kind of things that you would do at a company event to build that closeness with everyone. It can be used in colleges, high schools, grade schools. I can't give you too much on that, but that's my main one I'm working on now.
Your mind's always going, Bill.
Well, I always loved playing games.
Yeah.
And when I was raising my boys when they were smaller, I would never let them win. I wanted them to learn how to win.
Yep.
Because nobody gives us anything.
Yeah, that's right.
And so these games they inspire me to inspire others. And that's what this game is about, to have one another depend upon each other as they traverse. I can't give you too much on this, but as they go through the game.
We might steal your idea if you give us too much. I remember when my son was 12 years old, he beat me at chess. And you let him win. I don't let people win. That wouldn't be fair to him. So I get your message on that.
And Mike, I was the same way. People used to tell me, "Oh, you ought to let them win." I said, "Life doesn't let you just win."
Yeah, never does. So, Bill, do you have another book coming up? You got one in your head?
I really do. I just haven't done it yet. I haven't put it on paper. I have one that's based on Saul of the Old Testament, and again, I can't tell you too much, but it's about what I've seen in the church and the type of personalities of the Saul syndrome.
I'm going to put up a picture of Puppy again, your first book. What year? When did that come out?
2018.
2018. So